spring break ends. Oh yeah, Tijuana, here we come. My friends think she's so dumb and stupid, but I won't tell anyone. But her and I got going on. Brianna's brother's buying beer, so freaking cool, can you believe? He'll bring his friends to college guys. Our weekend plans are such a dream. My friends think she's so dumb and stupid, but I won't tell anyone. Not a soul, that when we are alone, she's touching me. Well, I'm a sucker for it, give it to me. The way she's looking at me, she's so damn perfect. It's so damn worth it, the secret we keep. Yeah, I'm a sucker for it. So, this is what happened. Brianna's such a guiding goddess, could get anyone she likes. But when she's looking at me like that, I know she's only mine. My friends think she's so dumb and stupid, but I won't tell anyone. Her hands are in my hair, whisper in my ear. I won't tell anyone. Not a soul. But when we are alone, she's touching me. Well, I'm a sucker for it, give it to me. The way she's looking at me, she's so damn perfect. It's so damn worth it, the secret we keep. Yeah, I'm a sucker for it. Well, I'm a sucker for it. My friends think she's so dumb and stupid, but I won't tell anyone. Her hands are in my hair, whisper in my ear. I won't tell anyone. Not a soul. But when we are alone, she's touching me. Well, I'm a sucker for it, give it to me. The way she's looking at me, she's so damn perfect. It's so damn worth it, the secret we keep. Yeah, I'm a sucker for it. I got you on my radar, it's a beauty. A little dot on the screen and it hits me. I will never let you out of sight. That's my mission. That's my mission tonight. There's something you really can't handle. A little charge in your heart, ready to dismantle. I will never let you out of sight. That's my mission. That's my mission tonight. Do you know what it means that we're the same kind? The desire you feel isn't the same as mine. I could let you go, but why should I? You're my mission. You're my mission tonight. You're nothing but mine. And the sooner you realize that for all the time, I'm the one you can't sacrifice. I'm the first and the last you ever get. So get off that high horse and beat it.
I think I should be pretty clear what I'm saying. Like, the name doesn't matter as long as
You're talking about
Yeah.
not trans. I got it. Yeah, sure. But
I didn't say it.
like, okay, sure. But
It's
no,
somehow he got even more like a lawyer as time went on. I didn't say it. You said it.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so that's the only thing you're concerned about. So then, okay. So maybe we were misinterpreting this before. Okay, so that's not what you meant previously, not in terms of their plastic, like ordinary plastic surgery, meaning, right? You wouldn't mind if she enhanced her boobs or whatever.
No. I take that into consideration as well, for sure.
Okay.
In
Like, if
consideration, not a deal breaker though, potentially.
It depends. Potential. Again, it would really depend on the circumstances. Like, I don't know if I could date somebody who, like, went through extensive optional kind of plastic surgery, because with the cheeks and the fillers and all that. I think that just doesn't attract me, and also I think the kind of personality that would do that might not attract me as well. But again, like, I can imagine, let's say, I had cancer and had to get my left breast removed. I'm probably going to be pretty accommodating for a scenario like that.
What about after marriage or whatnot? Is that?
I would still be accommodating, right? Like, if I would be able to put
No, but
myself
like,
in
would
that
you
position-
divorce if they opted to, like, well, I changed my mind 20 years down the line, I want.
Yeah, again, if it's
boob job.
entirely like I want to get giant lip fillers and look like a duck. Yeah, I think that'd be a no-go.
No. Let's not push giant. No. Well, we have an idea. in our
Mutated
minds,
lips
right?
that are inhuman that you never.
Yeah. We got an idea
Bro,
in our
like,
minds. Like,
The lip filler thing is out of fucking control. Like, there's
I've
so many
never seen it
attractive
look good.
girls. There's so many attractive girls where it's like, man, like, if you just hadn't ruined your lips, like, this is just silly looking. Like, it's like they're all I will say the things Lactoid is afraid to say. It is as if Hollywood and so many attractive women have been psyoped into some way of all trying to look like hot trans girls instead of just looking like fucking girls. They get the buccal fat removal, they get the lip filler. It's like it's all the girls are going through female facialization surgery, and it's like, you didn't need that. You were already cute, and now you look off. I'm not saying you look ugly, right? Like, a lot of times they look fine, but they just look off. Like, there's an uncanny valley where you no longer
Uncanny
look
valley.
like,
Yeah. that
right.
was the
Like,
word
you
I was
no
thinking
longer
of.
look like you like the way
something
you were
wrong.
made. There's not, like, there's character missing from your face.
Like
there's
a
like
green
there's something
face, like
missing.
something's
Yeah.
off. Yeah, it doesn't really
Yeah.
quite look
And it's
right.
like, and it's
Isn't
just
that the
it's
case
like
with
it's
all-
no bueno.
Isn't that the case with all plastic surgery though? Doesn't it almost
Most of
always
it.
look off?
Yeah, most of it. But if it's
I
reconstructive,
think
no, I'm saying.
if it's reconstructive, I'm more open to it.
I think certain rhinoplasties and things like that for girls that had, like, fucking big schnozzes and they get a little bit shaved down, I think it often looks better, right? And there are levels to it, obviously. Like, some surgeons are really good, some are really bad. Like, some of them look pretty natural. But I mean, like, but like, you have like a giant insecurity about a thing. Like, I don't really give a fuck if you want to look better in that regard. And if it improves you, and you like it better, I probably like you liking it better. Like, I don't really care. But there is this, like, race towards, like, this need to constantly improve that is pathological. And very often you're seeing things that are seen now as, like, minor changes that just don't look better, but they look better to women for other women, and they don't look better to men.
How much a part do you think like AI and CGI kind of stuff has to play into that? Like, this ideal?
I think what you're actually
Like
pushing
filters
for
and
is,
shit,
like,
too.
yeah, Instagram filters. That would be what you're talking about. And I think that actually plays a lot. Actually, I'm positive it plays a lot into that, because we have instances of, like, women, plenty of instances of women, like, going to their surgeon, right, with pictures of them on Instagram using a filter, right, and say, like, hey, they maybe like this, this is like a huge thing, and not just in America.
Sometimes it fucking works out great. Like, look at before and after pictures of Lindsay Lohan, right? Like, Lindsay Lohan used to be an icon of beauty, then got hardcore into drugs, aged, looked fucked up, and then she got one of those, like, complete facial reconstructive things where they, like, do, like, 4 or 5 surgeries in one, and, like, I'm gonna be real with you, she looks a lot better. Right? She still looks a little off, there is, like, an uncanny valley thing, and, like, certain angles it looks weird, right? And I still am, like, predominantly against it, but, like, yeah, it's a roll of the dice. You know what I mean? Sometimes you do end up looking better, but I think more and more it is about so much of female psychology is reputation management, and so much of it is female centric. And so there's a disconnect between what it is that men find attractive and what women feel more confident in as they're perceived by other women.
No, I want to push you on this. Okay. And I want to introduce politics into this, and we'll see where we end up here. So one, I don't think you're like necessarily like completely wrong about what you just said, Scott, right? But I want to add to it. One, I think that women, and we've seen this like throughout the modern era, right? Like I'm saying, like since like the 1920s or whatever, right? Like with the birth of like the advertising like industry, right? That women are not simply responding to like what other women find attractive. No, in fact, they're responding to what men tell them are attractive, right? Through the beauty industry that they control and that they market.
Well, gay men and women through the beauty industry.
No. That's too much. No, I can't let you get away with that. Yes, you'll find gay men, right, during in like the fashion industry in terms of like like designers and stuff. But in terms of the people owning the industry and people marketing the industry, right, like the ad execs, those are, well, as far as we know, most of them straight men. So
most major makeup brands are owned by women or gay men at this point, correct?
I don't know if that would be the case. Maybe you're correct now, but I'm saying that like throughout history,
in the 1970s, you'd 100% be right? I think there was like one major one. I can't remember her name. But for the most part, you'd be correct that it was, I mean, obviously corporate America was all predominantly white men regardless. Like, not that
Sure.
per se matters, but yeah.
All right, let me, So, okay. Well,
so,
let's,
hold on.
good.
Well, actually, you know what? I'll leave it there. I have more, but if you want to jump in, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah. So what do you, I kind of, pardon me, voice is being weird. It seems like there's a social aspect to this that maybe we don't want to talk about. And that's that women are being told that they can be basically young forever. And, they run around until their mid 20s. And all of a sudden that 27, 28-year-old wall that we all hear about, whether that exists.
You might run around, just to clarify a little.
Not get married. And then all of a sudden they find that they're not getting as many dates, they're not as attractive, and the men in their age range want to date 20-year-olds and not 28 or 29-year-olds, and all of a sudden that option of plastic surgery seems a lot more palatable than maybe it would have earlier. Do we give any credence to social pressure in that direction?
Yeah,
I'm sure that's an element. I don't know that I characterize that most women run around in their 20s.
Correction. No, I'm wrong. It's still straight men. I'm looking it up now. Like most of the moguls, most of the names you hear about are going to be women and gay men. But when it comes to L'Oreal, Estee Lauder, Olivier, Procter and Gamble owns a lot. Like a lot of the major corporations that are, especially the shit you're finding like in CVS or just like, you're just going to Ulta and buying like a regular brand, right? Like all of the influencer brands, all the things you hear about, all the things that go viral, like might be that way. But in terms of sales, right? Like it's still predominantly male driven CEOs and et cetera.
Yeah. Fair enough. But to agree, and I think I'd love to hear what you have to say is this. Well, I mean, I think we agree that social pressure certainly plays a role. And there are women who feel that they only have so many birthing years left, right? And they got to land the plane now,
That's actually good. That's actually good. I think some of it could be cultural as well, because like in Korea and South Korea, they 16-year-old girls get plastic surgeries for their birthday. Like their family will give them a plastic surgery.
Yeah, well, the eye surgery is like super common in Korean culture.
Yeah.
It's probably harder to find a 20-year-old girl in South Korea that it's probably hard to find one that hasn't had work done.
At least in the city.
South Korea and surgeries is like I would say if you want to go down that rabbit hole, which I have before, is not for the faint of heart. Like there's a lot of dark stuff when it comes to that industry, especially when you look at K-pop idols. And K-pop idols, many of those girls, they're basically popular icons that corporations sex traffic as children. Like many of them get surgeries before they're 18 and lie about it and say that they never occurred. They are like groomed in the industry. Like it gets, and then they set so much of the popular media and so much of the marketing on like this concept of perfection, but like so many of them are literally crafted by surgeons.
Yeah, sure.
But no, to go even further, I mean, like in terms of like the what you were referring to in terms of being groomed and sexually assaulted. No, there was a massive like rape ring, that was like based out of like
Yeah,
this club.
I was
basically.
being Twitch safe for once, you
Oh,
know, but like,
yeah.
like
Whatever.
I'm just saying, like, it was specifically on the topic of
No.
surgeries and things.
Yeah, but I would agree, it's quite dark. Okay, so now I'm going to try to introduce a bit of fiction here. All right.
Well, they're Korean, so they're not that dark.
Oh, okay. I see.
Okay.
I see.
Okay. Or no, they don't like it when you're that dark, right? There are darker Koreans. They don't like it.
That is where a lot of the
True.
good skin whitening cream comes from, is Korea.
Like, most
Yeah.
of my wife's cosmetics are Korean. That's not even I'm not even joking about that.
They've got good cosmetics. They're
They would be the experts.
But okay, so I'm going to try to introduce a bit of fiction within our conversation, right? Because now I would agree that what we've been talking about definitely applies across the board when we're talking about like young women, young to even older women, right? But right, and I'm curious if you guys think this is true. There is what people are calling the Mar-a-Lago look, where there's a certain look, specifically among conservative circles, conservative women, right? A very homogenized, very plastic, like blonde, like lip filler, nails, things,
Stepford
like
wife.
blown up lips, like sort of like that, right? That really does, like, according to this is what made me think of it when Scott said, like, yeah, they're looking like trans individuals, right? Being sometimes literally being mistaken for trans. Like there's a push within some of these circles, and I'm not, of course, talking about your wives or girlfriends or anything like that, but like in some of these circles to like homogenize themselves, kind of like that Fox News look, right?
Yeah,
That we
I mean, that's been a
with.
thing forever, right? Like the specific, fucking Stepford housewife, blonde, this body shape with large tits and not too big of a butt. And the thing is like, obviously I'm being a little tongue in cheek when I talk about the trans situation, but I mean, it's not like they're trying to look trans. They're trying to chase a surgery, a surgery path towards this like ideal carbon copy of like woman within the entertainment industry, within, Instagram, etc. And they end up looking trans because they end up getting the same fucking surgeries. They get the buccal fat removal. They get, their chin shaved a little bit. They get, they get the facelift, and they get this alien, almost feline look to them at a certain point.
Like they just had a bad allergic reaction to selfish or some shit like that because they all look fucking atrocious. Like Laura Loomer, fucking shit, dude. Holy hell. Like, and that's what I don't. And the thing is like maybe it's because, I don't know. It's just like this appeal that they need to have, even though it looks atrocious. I can definitely agree about like how surgery can't go bad. There's a lot of reasons as to why people actually go to Mexico, because it's cheaper to get plastic surgery done there, but it usually comes out looking really fucking bad. Now, a lot of the conservative women that get the Mar-a-Lago treatment, their husbands are wealthy, they can afford the good surgery, but I don't know. I can't explain as to why it goes so bad. I'm sure they could find great doctors that can take care of this stuff, but maybe that's where their husbands crash grinder apps every time they have a little convention or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh man.
I do want to actually touch on that a little bit, right, and see where it
Careful,
goes.
touch on what?
I'm talking about docking. I'm touching another penis with my penis. That's what I'm talking about. But I was gonna ask before we leave this specific section, what do you guys think of Kristi Noem specifically?
You mean her
Right?
political
Like,
position
are-
or
are
her
you
Are we
looks?
must
talking
have
about
All of
her
the
like
above.
face, or are we talking
yeah,
about
yeah.
the
Like, what's she
person?
like her transformation? She's like, I mean, she's well. Hopefully, you think she's a dog shit individual, but like in terms of her transformation, you can see if you just Google it, right? Christine before and after, right? There's a stark difference
It doesn't
over a
surprise
short
me.
span of years. Yeah. So like, what do you guys think? Like, that's an improvement or is a problem? Thoughts?
Problem.
I'd
That's
have
what
to go
happens when you
look,
choose-
but yeah, I don't know.
That's what happens
Yeah.
if you choose to sleep with Corey Lewandowski. You end up looking like that, a train wreck.
Okay.
I mean,
but yeah.
I don't want to sound too gay here, but like I just don't look at her that way. You know what I mean? Like there's certain political figures or things like that. It's like this might actually be the first time I'm like thinking about like, is she attractive or not attractive? Like I don't like there's certain people that I just wouldn't view that way because like it's a political figure that I despise. You know what I mean? Like I don't I don't know that can even like I'm too I want to be
Principled.
objective, but I would be literally too objective because the penis is not in play because the brain does not want the penis to be in play. You know what I mean? Like I'm too unattracted to her personally.
You're saying you're cock blocking
to
yourself.
be able to like, yeah, like I don't know, like I just like I said, I don't want to sound like maybe I'm too low T, boys. Who fucking knows? But like I just don't see her that way.
Everybody
I'm
has
just
a
like,
type.
oh, look at this gross bitch. You know what I mean? Like,
I can have sex with Republican women. I can manage that.
what if she was pushed
I, mean,
that?
I didn't say
Good for you.
Republicans. I'm talking about like her specifically as like
I
a
know.
figure that is
I've-
just
I've-
lying through her teeth every time she's on TV and has Nazi slogans fucking on her podium. Like she's another level of crazy that I'm just like, no, I don't even think of
So-
like that.
Assuming that she had plastic surgery, which it kind of looks like she did, although it's never been admitted. I like the way
Factoid
she
went and
looks
looked.
beforehand. Yeah, I'm looking
You
at
said
her
you
right
like
now.
You like
I
it
like the way she looked
beforehand.
beforehand. Yeah, I think she looked more natural beforehand, basically in line with everything that I've said.
Well, she's also presumably younger as well. So I mean, that might.
Well, I understand she's younger, but like, it's not just
Not that many years. It was
not
a
just-
I don't know
very
how.
small
I've been tracking it the
period
length
of time that
transformation.
she's had this transformation.
But I mean, but like when you actually look at the differences, like her eyes seem higher up.
she's
there's, like,
definitely
this
having
almost-
a
There's
Isn't it
almost
kind of
like
like
this waxy look that I've noticed with people who get a lot of plastic surgery. Like there's a reflective kind of sheen around their, especially on their cheeks, but around their eyes.
It could
I
be like
really
a look
don't
at
like
central
that.
casting because Trump does go for people that fit in central casting. That's like one of his biggest things. He wants people that look good on TV. That's why she puts on 16 different costumes in 2 different press conferences in less than an hour. It's just like she'll wear a cowboy hat. Next thing you know, she's wearing a tiara. I mean, it could
it could just be a shit ton of it could just be a shit ton of makeup. It's possible,
think
and
it's
there isn't
both.
plastic surgery.
It's
But regardless, I mean, I'm looking at a picture right here of like how she used to
lips
It
look.
looks
were
like 2 different people. Yeah,
She looks more like
looks
normal.
creepy.
Yeah. Her lips were like super thin previously, and now they're like much expanded. So at the very least, she's had lip filler done. I couldn't name. I'm not a plastic surgeon. I couldn't name you all the things that she's had done, but there's a transformation there.
I'm just not interested enough, to be honest. It's
That's
weird.
fair.
Someone in my chat said it's a mixed bag because she looks fake and old, but before she thought the Karen cut was a good look.
Yeah, dude, that was awful.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So then the last thing, just because Alex brought it up, I wasn't gonna like talk about this, but Alex brought it up, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it now. All right. Okay. All right. So what I have heard many times from many different sources, right? It's not just once. This is like, and these are anecdotes, right? So I'll admit that I don't have like a hard data, some study for you guys to look at. Okay, fair enough. But I've heard this from many different sources and many different videos on this, that conservative men seem to be really into like alt women that like a very alternative, like chase a lot of liberal women, like the exact type they trash online. And yeah, I'll leave it there. That like there seems to be like a big attraction on them. Obviously, I'm not talking about either any of you, all right, and making judgments about whatever you guys like, right? But like within the conservative movement, there's just like a a lot of men into women that they would otherwise be condemning.
I mean, when I was a younger man, I found liberal women to be very liberal with certain aspects of their personality.
You when they're running around?
That was the running around. I didn't let them land the plane.
No, if I learn that a woman is like right wing, it makes her more attractive to me, I guess.
Okay.
How right wing? Like
The sky's
like
the limit.
the sky's okay. Wow. Like Fuentes?
Yeah.
I think a lot of
tight
like,
leather can look good.
yeah, I mean, I think a lot of like penned up guys are obviously going to go for some level of like additional excitement in their life if they're feeling degenerate, right? And I feel like this is obviously true of women as well, right? Like there are a lot of like, for example, right now, one of the trending like fetish romance novel categories is Ice Agent. Right? Like women love the concept of a man that is a monster that they dislike, right? And there's a lot of sexual fetish from like women of like conservative
Detaining her.
MAGA patriarchy man that like, you know, is doing this. There's a lot of women in Europe that have sexual fantasies about immigrants, right? That are like using them and controlling them, right? Like I think when you kind of give in to, you know, sexual desire, be it male or female, be it straight or gay, I think often, you know, as you're getting, especially if you're getting into like degenerate things or looking for excitement as opposed to looking for a partner or love, you're going to gravitate towards those things that maybe you're going to explore a side of yourself that isn't normal because you're looking for excitement. So you're going to explore a side of yourself that feels differently than you actually do. But I mean, this is also kind of the whole thing around like CNC, right? Consensual non-consent. Is that it's like, is it really that's what you deeply want in your whole life as a woman, to be raped? No. But you like the idea of exploration with danger. You like the idea of exploration with a monster. You like the idea of an exploration with a masculine man. And the same thing I think is probably going to be true with very, you know, tight-knit men, is that, you know, that are conservative. They want to feel like they're in control and they have a wife, maybe even, or a girlfriend, or their experience has been women that have like, you know, nagged them and have like, you know, made them, you know, go to farmers markets and things like this and, you know, try to keep up this white picket fence. And so their version of excitement is somebody that's free and chaotic and exciting again. Right. So I just think this is just very normal sexuality. And I think like the idea that conservative men being into liberal girls is like some extra weird type of fetish or thing to explore, I think is just kind of like looking at one dimension of normal sexuality and not expanding out again and realizing that we're all kind of like this.
Well,
I don't. Go. All right, go.
No, sorry. So when I look at it like this, right? Like there are examples of, you know, conservative guys that like will shame women that do OF, but then they'll be sliding right up in them DMs asking for pics or something like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
it
will.
happens all the time. I mean, we can't deny it. And like there's people like Ted Haggard, who was a big time evangelical preacher, pastor that advocated against gay marriage. He was caught not once but twice with a male escort in a hotel. I mean, I cannot confirm whether
Ted
he was
Haggard was one,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, that's why I said Ted Haggard.
Was
Yeah,
the big one. Yeah.
Ted Haggard. The thing is, like a lot of these
and,
guys are
and,
like,
and paying him in meth. Don't forget that part.
yeah, I can't forget that part. But the thing is, it's like, listen, I don't care if you do that lifestyle. That's none of my business. My only big thing is if it's consensual. If it's not consensual, then I have a problem. But like, there are guys out there that like cuck themselves. I don't care. I'm not going to get involved. That's for damn sure. But thing is, you can't be like, oh, you are an OF hooker, you know, I can't respect you. But then you
prostitute.
Yeah, fine,
Yeah,
whatever.
whore.
Okay, it's
say it.
terminology, semantics. Okay, but anyway, then he's gonna slide
Don't
up in
be-
the DMs.
I'm always
Okay,
up to some.
Don't be scared. Just say it.
Okay, whore, fine. Okay, so anyway,
there you go.
sliding up in the DMs and then say, hey, when can we hook up? Something like that. Like it's like they're ashamed of themselves. It's just like the guys that are like chasers. Essentially, they're ashamed that they're chasers, but now they have to put on this big show. It's like, oh yes, I hate these people. They are monsters. It's like it's just a show of force usually. Now listen, if you're into that stuff, hey, be free. Love it. You know, as long as it's consensual adults, I don't give a shit. You guys can be furries for all I care. I don't give a shit.
Someone in my chat said, you're overthinking it, Scott. Tradcon men are dumb on average. They're just attracted to their peers.
Okay.
No, not the right
so,
crowd. I thought it would.
That's fine. I'm sorry. I'm busy doing something. Though okay. So I want to give a bit of pushback. Though. So well, a slight bit of a pushback. Um. One, I want to add add on to what Scott was saying when he talked about women wanting like let's just call them dangerous men or like men who are not a good idea.
Hyper
Like
masculine in the toxic variety, right? Not
yeah,
integrated masculinity, but masculine nevertheless.
yeah, yeah. So agreed. So I agree with you there.
Hmm.
So I think this is something a woman told me years ago, right? She said that so much of those fantasies, basically rape fantasies, that type of thing, comes from women feeling repressed in their own sexuality, being that like they can't express like their own libidos, right? And so like in this case, this is an external force forcing them to do the things that they always wanted to do in the first place, right? And that's where like
Hmm.
the CNC that you were referring to comes from. So there's that. But in terms of what uh, Alex was, I think Alex said this. That like, oh yeah, he says he doesn't care, right? As long it's consensual. Well, actually,
Yeah,
I
hot
do
take.
have, yeah, I do
Hot
have,
take. I don't care so long as you do it in the comfort in your own
yeah,
bedroom.
but I actually do have more uh requirements for it to be okay in my mind, right? Because like not only are we talking about these conservative men being attracted to alt women, right? Again, I'm not making any statements about anyone here at all, right? But what I've also heard plenty of times, plenty of times, right, is from trans women is that those same men who attack them on Twitter slide into the DMs as well.
They're
That
called chasers. They're called
yeah,
chasers. That's what I brought up earlier.
exactly, right? And so like my problem is like sometimes like those trans women, especially the ones who are uh, who have less of a well, frankly self-respect for themselves, like and who feel desperate and want some sort of male validation, right, will actually date these individuals. And my problem with that is like this person like doesn't respect you, hates you, is completely ashamed of you, um, but like wants to like engage like under the cover of night with activities with you. Like that's an issue for me. That's an issue when men like that like degrade these individuals, and just like with the OnlyFans women, like the cis OnlyFans women, right? You degrade these women, but then you're constantly sexualizing them, constantly trying to get in their panties, right? The hypocrisy is just too much for me. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I
So
mean, toxic relationships are toxic. Like, I don't
Yeah.
I
like
agree.
Right.
what's the argument though, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, the plenty of people involve themselves in toxicity. I mean, to add another layer to this conversation, right? I do think that you're going to see things, you're going to see fetishes and things of that nature be a little bit more common in male sexuality. There is, it's not the best research. It's difficult to do sex research, just in general, because it's
Mhm.
difficult to do psych research in general. Because like the only way to really isolate variables would be like Unit 731 type shit. Like you can't lock people in a fucking dungeon and then
Yeah,
be like, we'll study what happens to your sexuality if we traumatize you for the next 10 years or something, right? So it's a lot of
yeah.
self-report surveys and things of that nature. But there appears to be, right, and that's the strongest thing I can say, is there appears to be a link, right, with sexual imprinting being more common amongst men, whereas changes in promiscuity being more common amongst women, right? And
Mm.
so women, like we can take the trauma element out or we can add the trauma element in, but trauma
Mhm.
adds more variables, right? But
Mhm.
let's just say, like, when sexuality differs in women, it tends to differ in how promiscuous they are, how much they're seeking
Mhm.
validation or seeking sex or seeking hedonistic pleasure, right? And you
Mhm.
see this, in trauma. It's less controversial to talk about it with women, because for reasons we'll just say, where traumatic experiences can cause women to close off very much, right? be very nervous about having sex, be very uncomfortable, be very self-conscious, and it can have the opposite effect, right, where they become very sexually promiscuous. Like the boundaries are difficult for them to maintain. They just kind of go and do all this. Whereas with men, what you see more often, right? Obviously, changes in promiscuity are going to be a thing. Humans differ, etc. But what you tend to see, or what it seems to be a pattern, is that men are more likely to fetishize an aspect of a person, be it a body part, a sex act, or an identity of some type. Like some of the earliest sex research on this that wasn't done on humans but was done on animals, where like this theory, kind of comes from, is research between goats and sheep. And what they found is when you mix goats and sheep and separate them, as they're growing up, and then reintroduce them into the populations, what you'll find is that the male goats will only be that were separated will no longer be attracted to female goats. They only want to have sex with female sheep when they grew up in that domain. Whereas you get very little to no difference in the females. Obviously, there's kind of like a dominance thing here. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's a very difficult research to do, but it seems to be a pattern. So when you're looking at like fetishes amongst like, conservative men, I think it is important to say, nothing definitive, but also research seems to point that men are more likely to engage in any type of fetish, to sexually imprint at a young age that they're really into feet, or they're really into goth girls, or they're really into a different race, or they're really into a different, political climate, whatever. Whereas women, the more natural reaction, if it's maybe trauma induced or if it's just a personality difference, is varying degrees of sexual promiscuity. So the women are less likely to go chase conservative men, or, get really into butts or something like that. Whereas they're more likely to just have sex with a bunch of people within their identity group, or maybe close off within their identity group.
Okay. Yeah, agreed. And then last thing, then we can move on off of this and to the topic at hand. Because I actually was watching a video on this just the other night. It came from my algorithm. Do you all think that you should date outside of your party or like ideological affiliation, or like whatever, like your value, let's make it even bigger, your value group, right? Like whatever group like most recognizes your general values, right? Do you think you should I'm not talking about sex, right? I'll stick my dick in anyone, I don't care. I'm talking about like a relationship that you're looking for, to build a life with someone. Do you think that like people should even bother with that?
I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but I'm not opposed to it. But like, just like anything, there's a middle ground, just like whatever with shared hobbies. So I think it's absolutely necessary to have your partner have the exact same or even similar hobbies. Let's say maybe one or two shared ones, but even then, I don't think that's like a necessity. So like having a partner that has totally different hobbies might be a good thing in terms of like exploration, all that stuff. But I think there's some, when it comes to values, especially like political values or like values that you hold dearly, I think there's some foundational ones without exactly specifying what those are, but I guess we can go through them. But like, I think there will be some level of deviation that you can tolerate, and that will vary person by person. But I do think there's, I would, at the end of the day, I don't want to date a clone of myself. I can say that much.
Lactoid?
There's no specific deal breakers for me. My mentality with dating, and really with friendships or any kind of relationship that you have with somebody, is I'm just kind of subconsciously keeping track of like a mental score of that person.
Oh wait, don't you have a spreadsheet as well?
Well, potentially, right? Sometimes that helps.
Potentially? Well, score. Are you? Did I mishear some previous information, or?
No, we can go into that.
Okay. So it's not just mentally; it's like literally a spreadsheet.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it's physical in terms of an actual spreadsheet. Yes. But assuming that we're not talking about the spreadsheet, there is a mental score that I have of every individual that I'm interacting with.
It's the only reason that he pays for Microsoft Excel is for this, this right here.
No, the free trial allows you to do it. Anyway, if somebody ranks very highly on their score, then the relationship is probably going to be more successful. Going to be more willing to be with that person. And if their score is really low, then no, right? And if we have different values, I think that lowers the score, right? That makes it less likely that it's going to be successful. That makes it less likely that I'm going to want to be with that person, but not impossible. So, also I'm factoring in their attractiveness, their wealth, their other personality traits they may have, in terms of how industrious they are, how caring they are, and then of course like political and religious values are also an important part of that as well.
Okay. I'm going to respond to that later on, but let's see, Grid. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, when I was growing up, my mom told me to date all kinds because you never know what you want unless you at least sampled it.
Your mom said run around?
Don't plan on playing.
We can get into that, Corey. Just give me a minute. I'll don't worry. Salivate all you want. I was almost. I never found that I need to have any particular hobbies or extracurricular activities in common to have a great relationship. I almost got married twice in college, and then when those two didn't work out the way I wanted them to, I became a degenerate for about 10 years. And I mean a degenerate. Like, I doubt that any of you are even in the same league.
I'm curious now. We'll have to talk about that off.
And then I decided to get married,
yeah.
and I've been married for 20 years. My wife and I don't share the same hobbies. We occasionally, like she plays tennis. I hate tennis. I would go play golf. She's shot a match with me once, but she's not particularly interested in shooting. I don't particularly care anything about banking on the level that she does, but it's interesting enough to listen to, and I absolutely do listen to her when she talks about it. But no, I don't think you have to absolutely do every damn thing together. As a matter of fact, I think familiarity sometimes can breed contempt and be harmful to relationships. So not that I'm a professional at relationships. I certainly sucked at enough of them to know what goes wrong. So
Right.
Let's hear from Alex and then Scott.
So when it comes down to the whole relationship bit, it's all about how you guys balance each other out, I would say. Because here's the thing. I'm a gamer. I'm a nerd. I love Star Trek, science fiction stuff. My wife is a horse person. I'm a horse husband, basically, right? So that's a lifestyle for her. That's something that I have to take into account, that this is a very important part of our identity.
Very expensive part.
It's very expensive, yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, is that I support her because this is important to her. She supports me in the things that I like to do, and that balances out. Now, we enjoy spending time with one another with the time we do have. We'll sit down, we'll watch Cobra Kai or some shit like that, and then I'll go and fuck off, do my own thing. I'll come on panels and just talk about stuff like this. But the thing is we balance each other out, but we also share the same value system. Now, when it comes down to values, it's basically talking about family values. Do I have a good relationship with my family? Does she have a good? Things like that really kind of play into it. Now, I'm not saying every relationship is perfect because there's no such thing. But the thing is, if it's always possible to find politically a conservative man and a liberal woman. It's possible. I see them all the time. I talk to people like that all the time. It's tricky for them, but they still manage to make it work. Why? Because they feel their marriage is more important. Now, if the husband starts saying, well, I'm starting to feel a little bit more red-pilled and it's time for you to quit your fucking job. And she's like, I'm not doing that. Then they kind of divide. That's entirely up to them. And I'm not saying that happens. Or the wife says, well, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. So I want to go do my own thing. It's really much shooter's preference. No pun intended, but it's just, there is no right answer to come to relationships. It's how you both work it out. Just how is it you guys balance each other out? Like Grid said, him and his wife, they have different interests, but they balance each other out. That's what it should really be when it comes to relationship. Who is it you're spending the rest of your life with? And how do they make you want to better yourself, essentially? I mean, I know that was a long rant, but.
No, it's fine. I got pushback for all of you guys. But first I want to hear from my friend Scott. Go ahead.
I think the question is really honestly more interesting than the answer. And the reason I think the question is more interesting than the answer is because I think it highlights, and this is no shade at you personally, but rather the poverty of philosophy in the current year. Because one thing that I've noticed that has been such a problem with conservatives in general in the political spaces is they lack a concept of the differentiation between principles and values. It is perfect. Here's the major difference. principles cannot be negotiated with. Values can, right? A principle is abortion is murder. You can't have two people that disagree on whether or not abortion is murder in a relationship. I mean, obviously you can until, that comes up, right? Like you have an accidental pregnancy too early. All of a sudden that relationship is doomed. There's no negotiation there. Right. And this is like one of the most frustrating things that I see about conservatives, because I've watched the conservatives turn into Democrats, my entire life, as well as, since the early 1900s, is because they don't have principles, they have values. And values are things that can be negotiated with. And in politics, it's poison, but in a relationship, it's different, right? In a relationship with your significant other, if you have the same principles, then those values can be negotiated with, they can be compromised with, right? It's okay that maybe like if you have a principle that says, I am a stay-at-home mom, this is a line in the sand, and then you disagree on that, well, like you're at an impasse. And unless one person can be convinced to give up that principle, then the relationship is essentially doomed, right? But if you value, you value cleanliness differently, let's say, right? That's something that can be negotiated with, right? Like you can, as a man, I can be like, let's say I have like a super clean woman and I'm a super dirty guy or something, right? Like we can have a conversation. We can negotiate. We can come to a compromise on that value. And I can be like, I love you, so I know that you want a clean house. So I'm going to make sure I do the dishes and take out the trash or whatever these other things are, clean up after myself, or like help you on Saturday cleaning, right? And then she can be like, and I'm going to stop bitching when like, you don't put the shoes in the shoe rack, but you put them next to the fucking shoe rack when you come home, right? These are things that can be negotiated with. So I think it's perfectly healthy and natural to date someone with different values than you. I think, like the entire Christian, I mean, as much as I shit on Christianity, right? The two fleshes becoming one kind of concept here is that the ideal relationship is that you have different values, that you are different people, and that you're two halves of a whole, and that you complete each other by having those different values. You don't want a carbon copy of yourself. You don't want someone that has the exact same values as you, because that's fucking boring, number one. And number two, you're not adding anything to your life. But what you have to make sure is that you have the same guiding principles, right? Hardcore Christians, right, are going to have the quote unquote, the Holy Spirit as a guide in their relationship so that they're moving towards the same place. Or, like certain political opinions might be one thing. But yeah, I think that is the important distinction, is that it is good to have opposing values. That is actually healthy for the relationship and something you should honestly seek out. You should not seek out someone that has all the same beliefs and all the same hobbies and all of the same things. That's like what fucking TikTok girls that have 4,000 matches on Hinge and can't find a man are into, right? They're looking for this perfect carbon copy person that matches their insane checklist. But if you disagree on principles,
well, minus a 6 foot height,
it's doomed. Yeah, right. You know what I mean? Right. You know what I mean? Like that. I think and understanding this distinction is what is really going to help you in that search.
So I like what you just said. In my mind, if you had asked me, 5 minutes ago, I would have looked at values and principles as synonymous, but I think the distinction you're making is much more useful. And to be clear, like I was using that terminology because like that's how it was framed in the video. That's how people were talking about the values. But I think what they meant, concerning the context of the video, is principles actually. Because they were talking about like politics. They were
right, and you're kind of proving my point, right? That people don't know that distinction. It's not like it's like that. It's a common issue of the poverty of philosophy, to borrow a term from Marx, obviously, but I don't mean it the way he meant it.
So I'll use that going forward, right? The principle versus value dichotomy or whatever, right? Divide. And so that's what I meant, right? When I was talking about this, and I think it's interesting how like in the responses, right? We had like a lot about hobbies, like. Hobbies are inconsequential, right? That's why, and that's about hobbies. Like yes, I have a person who have different hobbies or the same hobbies. I don't know. That it doesn't matter one way or the other. You can make a relationship. I think we can all agree.
What if the hobbies is going to Trump rallies? And now it matters,
if,
right?
if they're throwing cabbage at the
Oh.
Trump supporters, well then yeah, it'll work then. But yeah, so hobbies, that doesn't matter, right? And I wrote something down which I think kind of dovetails with what Scott was saying, but Scott said it more elegantly. I was like, whether like you can deal with a person who has different values, like using my own definition, right? Whether you can be in a relationship with them depends on how prioritized your politics are within your identity, right? So like in my identity, like you can imagine being a progressive, a leftist, right? Like that's pretty high up on my list of adjectives for myself. And so like that would be important to me. But like basically what I was saying was what Scott said later on, talking about principles, right? That's where I was actually trying to go with that. So again, so to reformulate this, yeah, I think that principles, a matching principles for the most part are extremely important, and that you shouldn't like try to make it work with someone who's vastly different. An example from the video that was shown, this is woman. She was Latina. She dated, again, like this is the video that started this whole conversation in my head. She dated a conservative man, right? And a white man. And first it was fine, but then it really wasn't. He would say things like, she'd be talking about her because her family is a lot of mixed status, like mixed immigration status family. He would tell them, right, things like, hey, build the wall, right? Like he would when getting into an argument with her, right, and as a form of control, he would say, I'm going to call immigration on you and your family. I'm not sure what her immigration status was, but she had at least people in her family that like he was actively
This is just toxic, right? This isn't
This
even.
doesn't sound like a relationship.
This is just a piece of shit,
it
toxic
was-
abuser. Like that's not like conservatives are like this, though. You
And
know?
no. To be clear, I'm not trying to make some like attack on conservative men. I'm just
No, I just mean like
relating
this
the
isn't a
story.
difference in values and principles. This is just
Yeah.
a woman escaping an abusive relationship with a toxic, manipulative piece of shit, right? Like that's
But
not really a.
Yeah.
But
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. I agree. However, the way he chose to be abusive, right?
Never
like,
ask a
stems
white
from-
supremacist the race of their girlfriend of his girlfriend.
Yeah, indeed. Much agreed there. But the way he chose to attack her, right, is a reflection of his principles, a reflection of his politics, right? It wasn't by random that he used that, right? Like they were in different populations.
No, he chose to say what would hurt her because he's a toxic.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with his
piece of shit.
politics.
Like if he could be a
Of course
liberal,
it does.
if he was
Of course it does.
no,
liberal
even if he
wouldn't-
no,
a
liberal
liberal
wall.
say build the wall, right? Like
a liberal that is a toxic, abusive, narcissistic, controlling person would absolutely threaten to call ICE on family members or any of those other things as a means of isolating her from her family and as a means of threatening and controlling her behavior.
It wasn't just so again. Continuing on with this.
I mean, to be
wasn't
fair,
just
you're
this, right? It
retelling
was-
another story, right? So maybe I'm not
Yeah.
giving the full context,
That-
right? Like
that's
I am
fair.
trying to be fair,
Fair.
but as
Yeah.
you're describing it right now, you're just like this. This isn't really the major issues. The major red flags here are not a difference in values and principles. The major red flags and issues here are that this person is a toxic, manipulative piece of shit that did horrible things and said horrible things to
I
control
agree,
her.
and to be clear, like leftist men can be just as awful, right? Like or leftist women, right? Like whatever, right? Like people
yeah.
can be awful and destructive in that way, right? But like the way this was expressed specifically absolutely has something to do with politics. Like there's like I think it's nonsense to say otherwise. Also, right? She talked about how this was
It's not
reflected in
nonsense
how
as the story is being told, but maybe it is from the greater context of the video.
As the story is, she talked about like her family, right? The immigrant, the Mexican family, interacting with his family, and talked about like the tensions in between them, how like his female relatives like accosted her in a corner, right? Like and like wouldn't let her go and was like berating her about her politics as to like who she voted for and the behavior like and like her general politics there. I'll leave it there. But like it shows that individuals like with different politics like mixing in this way like tend to have not a strong foundation, and this is also true of the family. Certainly the family feels the same way, and so you have these tensions in between them, and that's why I'm saying should be avoided. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I spilled my drink. What
That's
the
okay.
fuck?
That's true tragedy
Trying for it?
that you spilled your drink.
Yeah.
I was just a little bit, but I wasn't going to finish the stream with a big stain on my shirt.
Okay. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, I think it matters. I think you should find someone again, if your politics are involved with your principles, which I don't think that's true for everyone. I think there are plenty of people who just do team sports, who are just like it's blue team versus
Yeah,
red
most people
team.
don't even have principles.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
true.
So I don't think it's a problem for all of them. Well, also something else that woman said, which adds to what Scott was joking about previously, is that, and this is from her mouth, right? She said that like well, she said that her husband said like, well, I'm not racist because I married a Mexican, which is another thing there. But yeah, I think your principle should match.
So, out of curiosity, Prime, I don't know if this is tangentially, but would you, let's say, date a vegan?
Okay, that's interesting. Oh, okay, that's super interesting.
Fuck no.
Yeah, I don't. Well, here's the thing. I don't
Is that a principle or a
prioritize.
value, or does it no relevance whatsoever?
It's not. Yeah, it's not a principle of mine, right? Like, now I'm gonna eat meat, and I'm just gonna do that. Right? I value, right, to use our friend Scott's terminology. I value eating
Gains.
meat.
That's what he values, boys. Gains.
I value eating meat, but it's not.
I can
in the
advise him on
gym?
how to get gains on a plant-based diet. Not a problem.
Not a problem. Definitely a problem.
No, definitely not a
Solvable problem. Solvable problem. It is a solvable
No,
problem.
it's not a problem.
Yeah, you're coping right now.
No,
You know that's true. Oh, so you're saying it is 100% just as easy to get gains and protein on a plant-based diet as it is on a standard
what you mean
diet
by-
that allows meat?
I don't know what you mean by easy.
That's what I'm saying. It's a problem, but a solvable one, right? Like there are solutions to protein intake. You got to track your macros and you kind of got to pay attention. Whereas, if you're a meat eater, you just eat a lot of chicken
gotta-
breasts. Done.
So I would just.
I'm not wrong.
No, you are wrong. I just don't want to get into it. You have no idea what you're talking about. Like,
Oh, okay, you're full of shit. And you know it.
I know way more about health and fitness than you do. Like, it's not even worth having to talk the conversation with you.
It's not even worth it. But
It's
I'm right.
absolutely not. No, you're not right. You have no idea what you're talking about.
If you think
what do you know about protein? Give me your best. What do you know?
what am I supposed to fucking tell you every scientific detail that I
absolutely.
don't have memorized
Well,
about
what are
it?
the 20 amino acids? Go for it.
No, I don't. I'll play this game where you embarrass me because you are a research scientist that knows way more about biology and the structure of protein and bioavailability and all that shit. I will play that game with you where you can showcase you know so much more about that. If you can tell me why it is 100% just as easy to get all of your macros in a plant-based diet as opposed to just eating chicken.
Because you can that's why I asked, like, what do you mean by easy? As in, you can fulfill all your protein requirements through plants, as in through lentils, through quinoa, through tofu, and those are all cheaper.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Actually, no. It's
Yeah,
important,
you're
Scott. What
coping.
do you mean
You're
by
coping.
easy? No,
He's
no,
not
no,
coping.
no, no.
He's actually accurate
What-
because my wife is
yeah, what do you-
vegetarian,
No.
so I can speak from experience. My
Yeah,
wife's
what do you mean
vegetarian.
by
Speak from experience all you want, right? You, in order to get all of your macros in a plant-based diet, you actually have to track that shit. You have to know the bioavailability of the proteins.
You have to do that anyways.
You have
for
to know
days.
many proteins
What?
you're doing. Whereas if you're eating
you think you're gonna
chicken,
get
you just need to know the weight of the chicken and how much chicken you're eating. Done. You have to like, what's the bioavailability of one versus another? How much protein are you actually getting in soy versus lentils versus these things? You have to do math calculations.
Unless
You
you're
have
a
to, like,
bodybuilder on
I'm not
this is,
saying
like,
you can't.
irrelevant.
Well, that was the whole joke. It started with me screaming gains like a meathead. I'm not saying a normal person has to go through like some crazy ritual to eat a fucking plant-based diet and get enough protein to be healthy. I'm saying if you're like a bodybuilder, you're trying to get gains or something, that was the joke, that it takes more effort on a plant-based diet because you have to do a little bit more work. That's the only claim I made, and then it triggered you, and I'm right.
No,
and you know I'm right.
You are absolutely not right. That's why I clarified what you mean by easy. I don't know exactly what you mean by easy.
Does it take more mental effort?
Easy means I
more
don't
math,
have to get
and
her
more
completely
tracking,
drunk.
right? In
Maybe
order
for
to
you,
get
but
all of your
I
protein.
guarantee you it takes
No,
mental effort
no.
on my part.
Running away like a cowardly little bitch with insults
I'm right here.
is
I'm
not
right
is not
here.
doing anything. Answer the fucking question. Does it take more effort to be able to ensure that you get all of your macros on a plant-based diet where you have to track where the bioavailability of the protein and how much protein, getting multiple sources of protein, knowing that you're not getting all of the amino acids in like peanut butter per se, and tracking other protein sources that you're getting?
Fucking
Is that
love peanut
more
butter.
effort than just eating fucking chicken?
No, I don't think that is more effort.
Okay.
As into
Well, that's
eat some-
retarded.
eat some tofu or some quinoa.
You're a very smart, retarded person.
Yeah. Okay. sure.
Congratulations.
No, I will bite that bullet. Be careful. So I'm a retard. Okay. So explain to me why you're fat, and why have I figured out this problem? How come?
Why
how come
I'm
you're
fat?
Yes,
Again,
yes.
so
Explain to me.
I will do that after you explain why you're a cowardly bitch that's
have
running.
I solved the problem? Have I solved the problem that you can't solve? The retard here has solved the problem that you can't solve. So tell me.
You're correct.
Explain
we both
to me.
we both
Explain
have
to me.
autoimmune diseases.
you
Yours
have-
is Crohn's. Mine is mast cell activation syndrome. Right? You've done a better job of that without a doubt. Right? I got a lot of mass. I'm a super tall, fat guy. Calories in, calories out is certainly going to be most of the equation there, right? I love food. I love me some butter. You know what I really love? I love me some beef. And maybe I eat a little too much of it. In fact, this is evidence that I do indeed eat a little too much of it. So now that the second humiliation ritual is complete,
I'm letting
why
you
are
speak.
you still running from
No.
the fact that it obviously
you-
takes more effort to track your macros when you are getting incomplete proteins and when you are eating
you
foods
agree-
that have
you agree-
bioavailability
you
differences
agree-
as
you
opposed to just
agree-
eating fucking chicken.
You agree that the retard like me can figure out how to not be fat as opposed to you. You can't figure that out.
Yeah,
That-
I
that's a
can
true
figure it
statement.
out.
Oh, so
No,
what's missing?
no, it's a
What's
false
missing?
statement.
No, you don't know. That's a false. How is it false? As in, you don't.
It's-
so what's missing?
Because I've already explained it. Calories in, calories out. I understand that you're
wait,
trying
no,
to
no,
run away
No, I'm not
from
trying to
the
run away.
question.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to listen.
well,
No, I'm trying
I
to listen.
apologize. You're not. I don't. You're right. You're not trying in the
know you're not
colloquial sense.
compatible.
You
It's okay.
are.
You guys
You
are
are.
compatible. We get
You
it.
are
Okay.
running. You
Right,
are
absolutely,
running, and you're
absolutely. I'm
trying
running.
to
Wait,
make this about
so
my
tell
health.
me, so tell
Okay.
me, tell
Okay.
me
Sorry.
something.
Okay. So, oh yeah, since we're playing this game, is RFK a better steward of health in America than any other recent appointee because he is more physically fit? Or maybe it's about the actual knowledge and it's about the actual truth and
Okay,
veracity
no,
of claims.
You're going exactly where I want to go. Okay, so what is missing? As in, you don't know how to lose weight, or is it something else?
Oh, so this is another question you're going to run
yes,
from?
yes.
Why are you even
Yeah,
here if you don't answer questions?
I've
trapped you multiple times and you've run multiple times.
I do not think RFK
Calling
is
me
a better-
fat over and over again is
I
not
do
going to win
think
the
RFK
argument.
Jr. is a
Just
better
makes you
steward
look
of
like the
say,
health.
though,
cowardly
that-
bitch you are.
Okay, so I
Answer
answered-
both questions.
I answered your questions. I don't think RFK Jr.
Hold on.
is a better
In
steward of
Scott's
health
defense,
than-
when I saw him in person in November, he was much trimmer and he was very sprightly, which was, you know,
I'm a sprightly fat boy. I'm a
was a
giant,
sprightly fat boy.
sprightly
He was
fat
sprightly.
boy. All right.
Okay,
He
so
had a
is it-
lot of
is it the
energy.
fact-
He had a
is it
lot
the
of
fact- Is it the fact that you don't know that it's about reducing your calorie intake, maybe upping your physical activity that results to weight loss? Is it a knowledge gap? that's holding you back, Scott?
I've already answered this question, but I'll answer it again. I said I absolutely understand that it's calories in, calories out.
Okay,
Obviously,
well,
there's going to be
Scott,
some dietary
sure, okay.
restrictions that'll like
Okay.
affect your energy
Wait,
levels, etc. But
wait.
at the end of
Okay.
the day, it's going to be calories in, calories out.
Yeah, okay, great. So it's not a
Okay,
knowledge
so
gap.
answer the questions.
Okay. Well, okay. So if you want to restate your question, I'll answer it and then I'll follow up.
You already know it. I already know you got a steel trap memory. It's so great from all the plants that you're
okay.
eating. You have
But
this perfect memory, right? It's so good. Okay, so I know that you can remember shit from 6 months ago. So answer the questions you ducked and ran away from mere moments ago.
No, my trap door was open, so it was not
Welcome,
getting
Socrates.
If you want to restate it, if you want to restate it, I will gladly try my best in an answer.
So 2 questions, right? You kind of answered the second question, which is that you said RFK is not a better appointee than previous appointees just because he is indeed healthy, right? But follow up on that, right? Like why is it so important for you to run away from the first question, which you do remember, and to then attack my weight and attack on the basis of whether or not my claims are true or false?
Okay.
If it is true that my weight has anything to do with whether or not the claims are true or false, then we would assume that RFK Jr. is the greatest appointee because he is in tip-top physical condition, except for his whole fucking brain.
I'm not disagreeing with anything that you said. I only took contention with you calling me a retard. So let's go down. That's why I said I will bite that bullet.
I said a smart retard.
Yeah, sure. Okay, sure, smart retard, and I'll happily bite that bullet. So the smart retard, okay, can figure out something that you can't figure out. You said it's not a knowledge gap. Okay, you as in you know how to do it. I thought you were the only one. So do you want to explain to me what is the etymology of the word philosophy?
What? What? No, I'm not getting into this. You're still running from the question, and I will repeat it again. The question is, how is it just as easy to track your macros as someone that's trying to quote unquote get gains?
I do not think it takes any actual cognitive effort to eat tofu or quinoa or lentils. That's
okay,
it.
hold on. Guys, so I think
now that I've answered your question, now, so you want to explain to me like an idiot, okay, a smart retard, what is the etymology of the word philosophy?
I'm not going into the etymology of the word philosophy.
When
you're still not going to answer my question
in any means, can you explain to me the etymology of the word philosophy?
I'm not going through the etymology.
What's lacking in your ability to lose weight there?
No, this is what is lacking my ability to lose weight. So now we go back to the fact that you've already been BTFO'd on, but you're using it because it's a vibes-based argument. So again, you can keep interrupting me. You can keep running and dodging. But this is the most leftist, intentional misunderstanding so that conversation is impossible. And what it is you still will not answer the question.
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. This takes a great deal of mental energy for me to deal with, just like it does you. I apologize. There's I have no idea what the fuck we're talking about right now. Whatever.
Certain amount of quinoa and boom, all your macros are done. Is quinoa? I don't know this question. I don't actually know the answer to this, so I'm going to let you flex that superior knowledge of proteins. Is quinoa a complete protein?
Yes, actually it is.
Yeah, I know lentils are. I know soy is. So quinoa is. So how much quinoa do you need to eat, and how many calories? What are the macros of quinoa, and how many calories do you need in order to quote unquote get gains? Right. Let's assume the person is 200 pounds, right? And they're trying to get they're trying to get to 220, right? How much do they do that? And then let's compare that to a chicken breast.
Yeah, I believe if I remember correctly, pound for pound, or in terms of protein density, it is essentially equivalent to chicken. Yes, quinoa is. That's why.
And the same macros.
It depends on like, as in like protein and fats. Those
no, it's just like I'm just saying carbohydrate, protein, fat, and like calories, right? Like just the major ones, right? Like we don't get in all the nitty
different
gritty.
Food, so I can see. Yes, it has different. The different food has different macros. That is true.
Are you going to answer, or are you just going to deflect again?
Well,
because
restate your question. I heard the question though.
So-
The same macros. That's the question.
So
I heard.
how many, like, what are the macro breakdowns? Why is it that quinoa is just a replacement for chicken breast? It's a complete protein. Is it 100% bioavailable? I mean, nothing is 100% bioavailable. What's the bioavailability of the protein compared to chicken? Do you know?
I can't, off the top of my head, I can't remember.
That's super fair, right? But like, is it close to chicken? Is it like close to 100%, or is it like 70%?
Like, first of all, I don't want to get into how these bioavailability scores are measured, because like that's sort of a dubious, ambiguous metric, anyways. But
right, but we know that plant protein is less bioavailable than animal-based protein, right? We know that.
Depending on what specific plant you are talking about, I would not necessarily disagree.
In general, right? Like, you don't know off the top of your head the bioavailability of quinoa. In general, right? You're going to have to get more protein eating plants than you would from eating chicken, right? And we're going to assume it's going to be more calories and more carbohydrates than chicken as well.
Not necessarily.
Let's let him lactoid. Lactoid, what do you want to say?
Okay, let's look it up.
Okay, I want to say a couple things. So I just gorked it, and Gork is telling me that quinoa has much less protein than chicken breast does. Cooked chicken breast has approximately 31 grams of protein per 100 grams, and cooked quinoa only has 4.4 grams of protein per 100 grams, so about 7 times less per equal weight. That's what Gork is telling me. I Googled it, and Google seems to be confirming Gork, at least based on the
I will take it at face value.
So that's what I'm getting.
Yep.
And secondly, I just wanted to say,
counting the carbs and the calories, right?
Sure, I am enthused that I now have this rock solid argument as to why I should believe RFK over Rachel Levine, who is much better shape.
That was not that's not the argument.
Okay, why did the guy with worms in his brain, how was he able to figure out how to lose all that weight when Rachel Levine couldn't?
Well, so that was not my original argument. As in, what spurned this off is him calling me a smart retard. Okay, and I'm more than happy to bite that bullet in terms of, if I'm the smart retard and I can figure out something that he can't, I say that says something about him. And that's why he's the one. That's why he doesn't want to define philosophy, because that makes him look bad. Okay, he recognizes it's not a knowledge gap. Okay. He has all this philosophy, and yet, despite all this knowledge, all this philosophy,
no, I don't want you to subvert the fucking conversation.
Exactly,
because
it's all
anything I give, you're going to attack.
It's all subversion when it makes you look bad. Okay, I understand, because you never want to look bad. Okay, but again,
you never want to make a positive claim because you're a fucking coward. All you do is sit on these panels, farm. Don't actually make positive fucking claims. Sit on the fence and then find a way to try and attack and nitpick.
My location.
I want to ask one question. Could it be, Corey? And I would attribute this to myself as well. Could it be that maybe it's not a lack of knowledge figuring, in terms of Scott being unable to figure out how to look as good as RFK? Could it be that shit just tastes fucking good?
Yeah, bro.
Donuts are really fucking good. It's not like a math question that I'm having a difficult time figuring out. I just like it.
Are you saying my taste buds are inherently different than yours, and that I don't like things that taste good?
I mean, your taste buds probably are.
Well, you are a vegan, right? So this is already confirmed.
Yeah, I'm technically an imperfect vegan since I consume whey protein. But yes, I overall am technically not vegan, but I aspire to be largely vegan. But if you think,
why would you consume that? Is it because it's a little difficult to get all your protein?
No, I use a mix of both Vega protein powder. It just so happens that Vega protein powder is more expensive than whey protein.
Can I ask one more question? If it's just as easy to get all the protein from a vegetarian vegan diet as it is like a meat eating diet, and this is a serious question, why is it the fact that I see constantly people who are on these kind of vegan diets and vegetarian diets have a hard time gaining muscle? They complain about it, and visually they tend to be just smaller people, and they tend to not be able to bulk up as fast as meat eaters. It just seems to be a common trend.
It could be a cart before the horse situation. It could be like the type of person that chooses.
Also, most people are. That's like asking why are most people obese or overweight? Most people are just ignorant.
Yeah, but hold on. But if you have a really obese person, and it's you look at them and they're eating all sorts of shit, I would attribute their diet to the fact that they're really obese. But if you have a vegan who's having a really hard time gaining muscle, and again, this seems to be a pretty consistent trend I've noticed, even people who, kind of to your point, Scott, people who went vegan and then struggled a bit when it came to like bulking up as much as they wanted to before, or as much as they were able to before. I mean, yes, this is anecdotal for sure. I could probably find stats on this. I don't think I'm wrong. I mean, are you denying, Corey, that when we look at like the muscle mass of a vegan compared to a meat eater, that you're going to see a higher, like an easier time gaining muscle mass amongst the vegans?
When total protein consumption is controlled for, the answer is yes. There will holding all variables the same, then there would be no
Do they
difference.
struggle to get enough protein compared to meat eaters?
Well, that nullifies my example in terms of like holding total protein consumption the same.
Yeah, but if it's harder to hold total protein consumption the same,
so
maybe
if you're asking the question, if it's hard, that's why I attempted to clarify. I would not characterize it as more difficult to meet your protein requirements on a plant-based diet.
I have a stupid
okay,
question.
So long as you just
harder.
eat giant bowls of quinoa
hold
until you're ready to throw up, you'll be good.
It's not harder. You're saying it's not harder but it's just something that consistently a larger group of people struggle with. It's just not harder though.
It's like asking the question, like, is going to the gym difficult? I do not think it's difficult.
But a lot of people.
but-
Yeah, but
hold
is it difficult? Is it more difficult to go to the gym if the gym is right down the street or 100 miles away? Like,
Or to
that's still
not go to the gym
what
at
are you
all.
talking about?
Of course, it's harder to go to the gym than not go to the gym
I
at
asked you to
all.
clarify in the beginning of what you meant by that was my original. I think one of my most original questions of like what exactly.
And I
you mean.
clarified
Yeah,
several times. I said that it requires more mental effort to try and
I
track your
don't think that's actually
macronutrients,
true.
track the bioavailability, because different
let's
plants
go-
have different bioavailability, to track your macros,
If I
to track
may.
incomplete proteins and make sure that you're
Question.
getting all of the protein
ahead.
that you actually
Go
want,
ahead,
not
Gary.
just the protein. Like when if it's meat, you can just look up how much protein is in chicken. That's how much protein you're getting, minus 5%, right? Roughly.
Yeah.
Okay, but if I look up the protein on peanut butter, even if I read the back of the peanut butter and I eat a fuck ton of peanut butter, it's an incomplete protein. I have to eat other fucking sources of protein.
That is
That
irrelevant.
is not irrelevant.
It
It's
absolutely
more
is irrelevant.
difficult to do. It
No,
requires
it's not.
more.
No,
It
no,
requires
you
more
absolutely-
effort
let's
in order
let
to
it-
do that.
You absolutely
like-
do not need to take into account this bioavailability, whether it's
let's
90%,
let-
80%. Like
let him-
you're talking about like a difference of like 5 to
Let's
10
let
grams.
him grade.
Yeah,
What's the
If I
etymology
can
of
ask
the
a
word?
really
I do wanna
stupid
move
question
on to
about
the
this
actual
because
question.
I want to ask, because it's been a minute,
Nonsense.
almost 30 years since I was in college, and but isn't there something to do with the way that plant proteins counteract the testosterone in your blood in males, where that prevents them from getting the same gains? Is that true?
No, unless you're like eating kilograms of soy, even then that it's I would say it's not a foregone conclusion that there will be any.
Well, I
type
didn't
of
ask if it was a
difference
foregone conclusion. I said, is it something that is true?
No.
Okay.
Again,
All right.
even
Generally,
if you're eating,
hold on. There is some research to suggest very little of that, and that is from a highly processed diet. And vegans tend to eat a much less processed diet than the standard American diet, which is one of the reasons why they're fucking healthier.
and I want to actually go back to lactoids. I think pretty good question. As in, you just said that it's just food.
What is the etymology of protein? Answer it now.
Yeah,
like,
I think that is a good
is that the
question.
question?
No. So you think your answer is just food tastes good, therefore I eat it. Well, why can some people control their food intake and others can't? You think that's
Because
just
I made a value judgment that I'm
It probably is smoking space, man. It probably is.
why am I able to exercise more self-control than you? Or even
look, maybe
Scott.
my limbic system is just more powerful, right? I see a goth girl and it just triggers it, right?
Yeah.
And I was like,
Scott,
oh shit.
Scott literally admits. Okay, let's do the logic tree.
Are you
A,
in the
not
goth
A.
girls lactose?
The logic tree
Oh, a
on
little
this
bit.
subversion thing that you've
Yeah, of
done
course. Again,
to
all-
run
all
away
subversion-
from
all
the fact that you
subversion-
got
all subversion-
BTFO'd by
Is it the
someone
black
way less
leather?
educated
All
than
I
you.
gotta
subversion-
ask.
all
Is it the black
subversion-
leather?
God damn,
makes
what
people
is even
fat.
the point of a college
And the
degree
black
if you're getting
makeup,
Is that
BTFO'd
what it
by
is?
someone that's
I
never
know-
even taken
fair
a
enough,
nutrition
man,
course?
fair
I know
enough.
Scott.
They're terrible
Scott
for
now,
you, but
I know Scott.
They
why
like bad
you struggle- Yeah, I know why you struggle to lose weight because you think if you just say it,
They
that
like
makes it true.
motorcycles,
You just
though.
stand in the mirror and say, "Hey, I'm skinny. I'm in shape, and therefore that makes it true." So therefore, you saying I'm BTFO, that must make it true. Okay. So
No, it's true
that's-
because it is true.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
how,
I think
that's
it's
how
bad for
truth
you in
actually
plant
works.
protein.
It's true.
Why don't we-
I understand that a
Yeah, I
leftist
understand.
struggles with the
I
concept
understand.
of objective truth.
Yeah,
Everything's just a
exactly.
vibe to you, but you know.
Let's go through it. Let's go through it. So
You know?
A, not A. So if it's not a knowledge gap, what is it then, Scott? What is it? You know,
I've answered this question several times.
yeah,
so
This is your distraction from the
Okay,
fact that you got BTFO'd on this subject.
Let's
There's
move
a
on
difference
to
in
the-
bioavailability of
I-
nutrients.
I-
There's
I
a difference
will
in
answer it
incomplete
for you.
proteins,
I will
and it
answer
requires
it for
more
you.
effort.
I will answer it for you. Okay.
I've answered the question
no,
multiple times.
no,
I
you
hope you
haven't.
can
Okay,
answer it with
alright.
that steel
No, you
trap.
Okay.
I said because I fucking love beef and butter and that I have a hard time controlling myself on it.
Yes,
It's a willpower issue. Do I need to say it over and over and over
No, no,
again?
no.
Is the humiliation ritual good enough for you to answer the question?
no.
You cowardly little
Again,
bitch.
I'm cowardly, even though you will not explain.
I don't know how much you
lift,
lift, but I'm pretty sure I can sit on you and you'd fucking die.
That's probably true. Yes, you are fat. I started with that, so I'm not contest that. Okay, as in for the audience. Okay, Scott's all about philosophy. Okay, if you didn't know the etymology of the word philosophy, that's a lover of wisdom, and despite all of Scott's wisdom,
Or lover of
despite-
knowledge would be probably more
and
accurate.
despite all his knowledge, he can't seem to stop shoveling things down his gullet. Okay, he has all this knowledge, all this philosophy, and yet he has no self-control whatsoever.
I'm glad
Okay,
that you
let's-
believe contradictions are
let's-
true. I'm glad that you don't know anything about nutrition. You only
My
pretend to know
virtual
about it
biology,
because
don't
you're
need it,
coping.
okay.
You're coping because you're a
We got it.
cowardly little gay
Guys,
vegan,
fellas,
and I'm
fellas,
glad that, and
I
I'm,
know
and
you're
I, you know
angry,
what, and
John. I know
I'm
you're angry,
glad that
John.
you have admitted once again via contradiction that RFK is the greatest appointee ever because he gets gains.
Absolutely, and I've also demonstrated you don't know philosophy
fellas,
or even
Sure.
the etymology of the word.
fellas. Let's just
Can
let's,
Lactoid and I start talking goth chicks again? Because that was a way better conversation.
let's move on to the next to the actual topic.
They are the junk food of girls. They're just-
They are the That's funny. That's funny.
My stream is making fun of me, and they said, "Dude, this audience can answer the question better than Corey can because every time you introduce a food into your diet, we get no streams for 2 weeks."
That's
That is true.
That's true.
I try a new food, and then I'm like, "Oh fuck, I'm sick. This sucks."
Yeah. But okay. So we're done. All right. All we learned from that is Scott's a fatty fat. So, and so,
And that
He's a
Corey doesn't know
self-admitted
anything about
fatty
being
fat.
a vegan, despite being one.
True.
Chippen,
Yes.
you be careful out there, my man. You be careful.
but okay. But we're gonna move on past that. Unexpected.
I'm sorry, a bad vegan because he struggles to get enough protein, so he has to use animal sources to get some.
What?
True.
That's okay. We're moving
You've
on.
all seen the
Moving on.
pictures.
Thank you all for for this. Okay. Thank you all for all of this. It was another experience. Our pre-debates tend to be quite entertaining, honestly. And I can't predict these things, right? I wasn't planning on talking about the things we were talking about previously, but made for a great conversation. So I'm very grateful.
All he wanted to talk about is how sexy he finds Christy Noam. We get it.
That's right, indeed. But yeah, I'm grateful to my very excitable panel, who can make anything into a topic, make anything fun. So shout out to you guys and anyone at home. If you've been enjoying all this so far, right? The pre-show to the actual show, right? Which lasted almost an hour and a half, as is per usual with us, then consider following the channel. I haven't done so yet, right? On whatever platform you're watching this on, YouTube, Twitch, or Kick.
Ladies and
or
gentlemen,
consider
remember that
channel
this
as
show
well,
is
right, like
viewer supported.
dollars our
Please,
way.
please send those super chats often and well.
with a membership, right?
I won't be able to
Twitch subscription,
answer
or,
them during the debate,
super
but I
chats.
will
We'll put your super chat on the screen.
I
We'll have a
will
conversation on it.
as soon as I
Sometimes we
possibly
spiral
can.
on
And of
those
course,
as
when I
well.
can take a break, I
So
will
if you want
address
to be
them.
part of the conversation here.
This should be fun. It's already been a little bit of fun, but it's going to get better. So tell a buddy and bring a friend.
Victory,
and,
Xerxes,
hopefully
for
we'll get into
resubbing
it.
on Twitch for 31 months. Thanks for following for so long. Much appreciated. Shout out to you, Viceroy. Did I say Victory? Did I say Victory or Viceroy? Viceroy Xerxes. Thank you for being with us for such a long time.
Next super chat, you have to make sure that you describe the etymology of the word viceroy.
Should.
Thank you.
I don't know that one, to be honest. I
I got to be honest. The protein thing was interesting to me because I know that, and I eat meat, but when I was, especially when I was losing a lot more weight than I currently am, I couldn't eat enough protein for what I when I was in the gym because I was, I needed like a lot, and I ended up having to start using protein powders and things like that to supplement. So I'm very interested in how Corey thinks that he can get enough protein to actually make gains, but we never got there because we were.
I'm happy to have the conversation.
And you can do that off stream, like DM each
Yeah,
other.
yeah. No, I mean, I'm not that interested, but I was just curious to hear that during that conversation. Just never got.
Someone in my chat said that's why Corey is skinny. It's not the diet. He's just super disciplined. Every time he encounters a question, he runs for 10 minutes.
Yes. How come I have the discipline to run?
Banger.
Okay.
I did enough running in the army. Fuck running, dude. Like no matter what, I'm out.
Very wise.
Fuck that.
I agree. You shouldn't do any exercise. Unwise thing.
We are moving on.
Fucking impact on my joints suck.
We are moving on with our lives, and we want all of you to be healthy, no matter which way you do it. Right? If you're managing an illness or you're managing your diet or whatever, hopefully you're making healthy choices. Okay, so let's get started. And first of all, shout out to our friend Socrates, who was out there doing praxis while we were doing this. But maybe we'll touch on that later on. But thank you for being here, Socrates.
Thank you.
We're gonna jump into the topic. You guys can do your opening statements and greetings you want to do at the same time. All right. Okay. So, on Saturday, ICE officers killed yet another Minnesota citizen. That's incorrect. That's what I wrote down. But apparently, it's Border Patrol. Border Patrol killed the citizen.
Is it just me or does Socrates
the day before that incident, Minnesota held the largest general strike in that state.
Is that just me?
Years. Strike aimed to protest ICE operations in the state. Some are calling to massively expand the use of that tactic. In modern times, Americans have rarely engaged in general strikes or any other kind either. This is especially true when compared to other developed nations. This was not always the case. However, even before Trump's return to office, there has been a coordinated call on the left for the tactic to be used to force concessions from the government. Are you supportive of the Minnesota strike? What about the larger set of demonstrations and acts of resistance since ICE arrived? Do you support workers using strikes as a bargaining tool? And if not, would you support a government or even a corporate crackdown to discourage its use? And someone before I jump into it, someone just sent me a super chat. Testicle Johnson says it's not gay if it's genetically grown in a lab.
That is true.
I actually don't. Where did that come from? I'm actually confused here. What's that?
I think it's an allusion to I think what Grid brought up in terms of eating plant proteins and soy and decreasing your testosterone.
That was a legit question because I was just curious about the effects of the various plant proteins on the production of testosterone. I wasn't being hyperbolic.
Sure.
No,
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
you are fine to eat any plant proteins. It will not affect your testosterone levels.
I've only just noticed, and I wish I didn't. Testicle Johnson's avatar. Those were
Just now?
I just captured that one.
It's a squirrel with big nuts.
Yeah, I completely missed that. Thank you for that, Testicle Johnson. Thank you
How old are you? Because I feel like that's an old internet meme, like that every millennial would just kind of.
And Testicle
notice.
Johnson's been around for a hot minute. He's been in your orbit for quite some time.
I'm pretty sure it's Fairy Queen.
No, that's different. I'm pretty sure this is a different individual. And they're Canadian. They're giving Canadian money.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So back to it. Yeah. So BP in coordination with ICE in Minnesota doing their crackdowns, doing their raids or whatever, right? In operations. Another individual is killed by them. Maybe we can get into whether it's murder. In fact, we're definitely going to get into that. It's going to happen eventually, right? And there's plenty of a video on this, and then there's a response from the government, right? From Kristi Noem from DHS. And there might be some updates, some really interesting updates that happened like just tonight. But we'll touch on that later on. In any case, that happens. But before that happens, yes, we had this like massive general strike. There were like 50,000 people in Minneapolis. The streets absolutely filled, right? Huge demonstration. That seems like it's like getting lost in the shuffle with with more dead American citizens. And businesses shut down. Like workers were out there making demands. And this follows, right? That it's follows a larger conversation within the labor movement to have a general strike. The head of I want to say the UAW, but maybe it's the other one. He's been calling. He was recently elected like a few years ago, and he's been quite charismatic on the Democratic side. He's been saying, "Hey, we need to have a general strike." He's been trying to organize that for a few years from now, a massive national strike, and that could have huge consequences for whoever's in office if such a thing happens. The U.S. used to do this. We used to do this, right? We used to have big general strikes, and general strike would be like not like just one like workers from one company or one industry striking. It's like the town, right? It's the state. It's the general population doing the strike. That's the big difference. You see this in France. France strikes a lot. They strike a lot, and they get concessions during that, right? There's a powerful labor movement, but labor movements have been demobilized here in this nation. So, like, should that come back? What do you think about that? We'll touch about on all parts of Minnesota incident, but I do want to touch on the labor thing as well. So we'll go to our friend, Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean, to address the labor thing specifically, I have the exact same position that I've always had, which is that I'm okay with people striking, but you should also be able to get fired if you don't show up for your job. A consensual relationship works both ways. You have a job with your employer, or you have a relationship with your employer, and your employer has a relationship with you. You are not your employer's slave. You can walk off the job site if you want, and in the same way that the employer is not your slave, in that you don't just get to keep your job if you don't do what your employer expects of you. So that's my general proposition towards strikes. Now, in terms of this particular strike over ICE actions, do I guess, just more subjectively sort of agree with the fact that they are striking over these ICE operations? I wouldn't do it personally, but if you have people who feel strongly about not wanting ICE in their area, I don't think that is like crazy. I don't think it's immoral. If that is your preference and you want to demonstrate to say, hey, look, I don't support this, go away, that's fine. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. And then I'm guessing probably at some point we're going to be talking about the shooting that happened the day after. Yeah. That's going to, has been leading to sort of escalations of this kind of public action in Minnesota. And with that, I think that's bad because as is the case with every noteworthy shooting that's happened, people have just knee-jerked without getting all the relevant facts. And we saw this with Kyle Rittenhouse. We saw this with Mike Brown. Basically every single time. With few exceptions. The actual incident is wildly different than all the protesters just believe right away. And that leads them to take mass action that otherwise they wouldn't even believe in. Or it leads them to take actions that are immoral, like rioting and destroying businesses. And I'm just hoping that doesn't happen.
Okay. I'm curious what facts we might be missing. So I can't wait for you to elucidate us. Thank you so much, friend. Let's go to Scott.
Yeah, much the same on labor, right? Like, if you want to strike. Like, I don't see any problem with the concept of striking. Like, obviously, I'm not a big fan of like wildcat strikes or violent strikes, things of that nature that we saw in the turn of the century. Because a bunch of commies were, mad that, were mad that they weren't wealthy. But I mean, obviously, Or maybe they were mad because, you know, Pinkertons went into their village and, like, you know, went into their little mining camp and killed a
Fucked
few of
them
their
up.
family members,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, it depends on a person to person basis. Some of them are commies and they're mad. Some of them are mad because, you know, their wife got killed. Yeah, but you know, I think obviously like the most sane reaction here would just be to abolish the NLRB. There should be absolutely zero protection for workers legally who strike. Like if you're a business and your labor can be replaced by another person and you don't show up, then you know you quit. Like that's like it's so stupid and just absolutely anti-liberty, anti-freedom, anti-freedom of choice, and just absolutely evil that we protect workers who strike from being fired. And we recognize their right to unionize and things like that. Absolutely insane. Like there's no reason that like unskilled labor should have a union because their value is their labor can be replaced by another person. They don't bring any value. They haven't done the work to be a valued member of the employment, right? Like somebody like, you know, like Corey over here, right, who's done the work to have like a very specialized set of knowledge. If he felt like he was being mistreated and a bunch of people that was, you know, like him that did the same, you know, relevant work in the same area thought that they were being mistreated, then yeah, they could band together and form a union, and it would be very likely that it would be very difficult to replace somebody like Corey. Right, you can't just like pull any random person off of the street, and they're going to be able to train to have that level of knowledge. Same would be true of like welders, for example. But you know, like Walmart employees, like they can't be replaced. Like they need a right to unionize. They need to be protected when they strike. No, this is the government protecting, you know, these con organizations, which are workers' unions and unions in general. It is giving them special protection because they, you know, donate towards their campaigns and they make NGOs and the political class very rich. And currently, what they want is the importation of a bunch of cheap labor to get rid of their own workers that think that they're fighting for the rights of the individual because they want to maintain all of the welfare systems that cause third worlders to come and flood this country because they're given a bunch of goodies to come here as opposed to just coming here because there are jobs here. You know, so in terms of like, do I support this specific protest? No, I think this is an astroturf thing by the media. You know, like, you know, Obama and Biden put in all kinds of things. You know, the reason that ICE is even able to be activated in this way is because of legislation that Obama put in that none of them gave a fuck about and wouldn't have given a fuck about because he had a D next to his name and he was the cool black guy. But now that the media has activated and the NGOs have activated and the corporate elite want them protesting against ICE because they want cheap labor and they want to maintain the welfare state that makes it easy to import that cheap labor. They get their nice little printed signs that were made and they get in their little Telegram groups where they're given instructions by people that they don't really know that tell them where to go. And this is a completely non-grassroots, completely non-worker based activation of a bunch of useful idiots for the corporations that are just sucking the leather boot of daddy government and corporations because Trump orange man bad. In terms of the shooting, yeah, I kind of agree, right? Like, I think that I want more information to come out. That being said, of the available information, Kristi Noem obviously 100% lied to the American public and tried to paint him as if he was a mass shooter. She should be hung publicly in front of the White House and her body should rot. And then we should be able to know exactly what plastic surgery she had because all of her real flesh will be eaten away by the fucking flies and we'll be able to see what was shaved and what was implanted in her disgusting corpse. Like fuck her, fuck politicians, fuck them all. But yeah, I mean, if it appears to be as it appears to be currently from everything that I've seen, it looks like, Border Patrol, got spooked at some protesters, shoved somebody they shouldn't have shoved, chased them across the street, have no idea what they're doing. They're incompetent. Then they shove this person down or shove them hard enough for them to fall down. They started a bar fight instead of actually acting like some type of police officer or federal agent.
By the way.
Yeah. Just to add more details, right? As if I'm not long-winded enough. Sorry, Corey. I know you'll be brief, so it's okay. You'll make up for it. you know, and it looks like Alex Pretty, you know, engaged in the same bar fight that these people started, and then, you know, once he got into a fight, they disarmed him, and then untrained idiot cops, you know, ended up blasting a bunch of holes in the guy because, you know, they can't communicate and they don't know what they're doing. So, I mean, but, you know, incompetence of the state is a pretty normal thing. That's why you should never vote in socialists, because they only want more of this.
Thanks for that. Two things. On one, Twitch, I disavow any calls for violence whatsoever. Lackwood does too.
Disavow.
I didn't say civilians should be activated to do
I
it. You know, there
disavow.
should be a legal process of hanging traitors. I
I
mean, if the government
meant, like,
investigates
you know,
themselves
being
all the
treated
time
like
and
like
says
a
nothing was
Christmas
wrong,
ornament
right?
hung
Well,
from
the
a
government
tree.
can rewrite the
That's what
fucking rules for this treasonous bitch and fucking hang her up.
Okay, understood. And two, I the one thing I
We
can
used to do a
definitely-
lot worse for a lot less back in the day when
the
America was
one
founded.
thing I can agree with is that my good friend Corey did do the work. He is a skilled worker, which is why he can tell you the etymology of philosophy. All right, go ahead,
Yeah.
Corey.
I did.
Bro, anybody can.
Maybe not. But I will keep it brief to get to the open. So I'll just answer the prompts, as in, am I supportive of the Minnesota strike? In general, I am supportive, especially the larger set of demonstrations and acts of resistance against ICE and Border Patrol. And like, yes, I am overall generally supportive of workers using strikes as a bargaining tool. And I will leave it there for now for the open.
Thank you. One person respects our time. Let's go to
I never said I was a person.
okay. Let's go to Grid. Love to hear what you have to say.
All right. Honestly, Scott's a tough act to follow, but I'm gonna try. So I don't actually know that there was actually a strike. It seems like more like a day off. Government offices were closed, schools were closed, all of these things were closed, and that allowed these people to take time off to go down and walk in sub-zero temperatures, which we don't know how many there are. I've actually, I've seen the reports, and then I've done some looking, and nobody can agree on how many people were actually there. So I'm not really sure this qualifies as a strike. It seems like a gifted day off, maybe with pay. I don't know. I haven't dug into it that far, and I honestly don't give a shit enough. Other than that, I don't know. I mean, this seems like a big nothing burger. What I would like to see, and I'm surprised Scott didn't mention, is I would absolutely love the federal government to turn off the tax money that is paid to these states that do not comply with federal agents and federal laws, such as, especially on immigration and other things of that nature. Just turn off the spigot, okay? They don't get any more money, no federal funding, no highway grants, no nothing. Zero. Absolutely. I'm shocked, I tell you, that my man
I did
Scott,
it earlier on your show.
you did do it on my show, and we'd already said it, but he came in an hour late, and he said it in a much better, more eloquent way. Yes, absolutely. Just turn off the spigot. If you don't want to follow federal law, fine. That is your choice as a state. Not going to argue with you. Just don't get any money. That easy. And but at any rate, I'm sure we'll get into a lot more going forward, and we'll have some fun with this.
Thanks so much, Grid. Alex.
All right, so I'm not really going to talk too much about the shooting, because I know that's probably going to be the biggest topic of discussion possibly, but I actually did prepare a statement, so I'm very boring like that. So our Constitution guarantees not just obedience to law, it guarantees accountability when power threatens the liberties of individuals. For generations, Americans have used strikes and collective action to uphold constitutional rights, from labor walkouts that want economic justice to civil rights actions that ended segregation to modern movements demanding accountability from institutions that overreach their authority. Today in Minneapolis, we saw, over the past couple of days, we see the same principles in crisis. Federal immigration enforcement is surging using Operation MetroServe, which they have deployed thousands of ICE and Border Patrol, or for short, just say DHS agents, so we don't confuse the two, agents into the city. the largest such operation in Minnesota's history, and in the process, 2 U.S. citizens have been fatally shot by federal agents, including ICU nurse Alex Preddy. These deaths have sparked widespread public outcry because local leaders, civil rights advocates, and communities feel that federal force is being used with insufficient accountability, transparency, or regard for civilian safety. Just as past strikes used disruption to force overdue reform, this strike and protest movement is a constitutional expression of collective voice, demanding that federal authorities respect civil liberties, answer for actions taken in our streets, and use only powered ways uphold rather than erode fundamental rights. And I yield the rest of my time.
Don't worry, okay? Our friend Lactoid also usually prepares an opening statement. He's also boring like that, so you've got company there. Let's go to our friend Socrates. Very happy to hear what you have to say. And Socrates, if you could also tell us like what you've been up to just before you came here, that might be useful as well.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I've been moving. You can see I'm in a new spot, but I was just on a couple calls discussing the situation. I'm not going to give too much details. It's nothing super special, but there's a lot of just regular people organizing for what to do when ICE comes to terrorize your community, and the kind of community coming out to support each other, to support people who are specifically targeted by ICE, to support people who may be targeted by ICE, people who are afraid of being targeted by ICE, people who are undocumented, people who are citizens, who are brown or Latino. People in Minnesota are afraid to take their kids to school. Just regular, even white people who are citizens are getting attacked and harassed by ICE, just, you know, going about their daily lives, just being a car on the street. So this is something that affects everybody, and it's really incredible to see the way people are coming together. It's very scary times, but it's very hopeful times. Seeing a general strike after 100 years in Minnesota, tens of thousands of people coming out, all of the unions. I was on a call last night that included union leaders and organizers. Unions are the people's power. They're workers' power. That's why it's been eroded. And yeah, I mean, I see, you know, laughing, but maybe you like The Weeknd. I like The Weeknd. I think The Weeknd is pretty cool. I think the 40-hour work week is pretty cool. Hey, I think this is my opening, so I don't know what the rules are on that.
No, the rules are.
Oh, I'm sorry, you called me out because I was laughing. My bad. I'll let you continue.
Are you done? You're done? Okay. I like 40-hour work week. I like 8-hour day. I like overtime pay. I like paid vacations and holidays. I like health plans. I like protections from unfair firings. I like safety and health protections on the job. I like fairness in promotions, job assignments. I like sick leave. I like higher wages for union members. These are all things that the people who came before us, people who are still alive today, fought really, really hard to get. These weren't just like, oh, we kind of decided somehow as a society we should have these things. This is exactly how this happened, is people, and as was referenced earlier, in situations a lot more intense like this, literally battling corporate goons, having wars against corporations who are trying to push people under their thumb. This is how it happens. And we can see, we don't know if it's an exact direct line of the effects of this strike or in general backlash from the public, but Greg Lockjaw Bovino is going home, possibly early retirement. There's rumors that Kristi Noem is maybe going to get axed, coming from the top. So we don't know if this is the exact results of the general strike, but these are things that really do have an impact, because even with all the AI that's being pushed to try to replace workers, we all know it's a bubble. We know it's not going anywhere. We know that people actually working in the productive sectors of our society, when garbage men go on strike, we know that everything stops, right? So there's the kind of like, you know, white supremacists, wannabe fascists like Trump, and then there's the kind of corporate elites that don't want to see the actual country fall to pieces, and they are willing to put some some pressure on their puppets like Trump when they see a lot of people standing up all together. And that's at the broad level. At the smaller level, when ICE sees themselves really, really outnumbered on the street, they're more likely to not resort to violence. And we see why they're attacking somebody like Alex Preddy and trying to kill people who are filming them. Because imagine we didn't have those excellent different video angles of Alex Preddy being executed on the street. It would be the witnesses' word against these officers. So we can see why they're trying to harass and detain and kill anybody who's filming them, because they don't want any other angle on this stuff. And the backlash against Kristi Noem for telling these obvious lies, we can see it, but we wouldn't have that if people weren't filming. People weren't putting themselves in harm's way to give us these images. So this is our call to action. You know, even if you're feeling like you're on the right side and, you know, never get tired of winning, you know, just keep looking at what's happening. It's not too late to join the movement, but it's too late to say that you didn't know what's going on.
Okay. Open to the panel.
Go ahead, Scott. I know you want to.
I just had a question for Alex. You know, in your opening statement, maybe I misheard, and I'm sure because you have an opening statement, you can just like pull it up.
Sure.
What was your claim about economic justice in the beginning? What do you mean by the concept that we have like rights enshrined in protests for economic justice?
Speaking petition going. Okay. I don't think I have said anything about economic justice. Let me see if I can find it. So, but you don't want to talk about like economic justice, like what that means by that, like what's important.
Well, if you mentioned
I meant that like what you mean by that if you mentioned it.
Oh, what I specifically meant, like for example, like the rights to like fair wages and whatnot, because at one point in history, people were getting paid like well below the poverty line, and they still kind of are. But at one point in history, people were basically getting paid pennies. You had child labor laws and stuff like that. I would say that actually is in line with economic justice. This is the things that we're basically talking about right there.
You know where the 40-hour work week came from? Anybody? Ford Motor Company.
Henry Ford.
Henry Ford did
that. Well, yes and no. Henry Ford was like the first major corporation to do it because he knew that it would make his workers more productive. But he had seen the results of Ulysses. He had seen the result of Ulysses S. Grant instituting it for federal employees, right? So so like the true start of it would be, you know, the butcher Grant, you know, and him putting forward for government employees this, right? And
no unions involved. There was no unions.
Well, unions protested for it, and Grant then, you know, capitulated because apparently he can be both a butcher and a coward. But right, but then it was instituted. It was instituted first by him. But yeah, Ford was the first to recognize. I mean, because like weekends were kind of already common, right? In terms of having Sunday off for religious reasons, right? So the concept of having a 6-day work week was you know, because Christians valued that, and Christian employers also valued that. And then you kind of, you know, eventually you get a lot of protests, but it's not until the value of labor goes up that it actually even makes sense. Like unions didn't do jack shit to get us the weekend. I mean, yeah, they protested, but they protested for 40 years before anybody actually instituted it because their labor wasn't valuable enough to justify it. And once their labor was valuable enough to justify it, i.e. Henry Ford, because he wanted all of his employees to be able to afford to buy one of his own cars, because he knew that if he could expand it to all of the employees and get costs down, that would benefit not only his company, but that his workers would work better, and that would be better for America. He was a Christian philanthropist, and in many ways, and also kind of a bit of a fucking racist.
No,
But-
he was actually a real racist, like a real one, not like a pretend.
He actually legitimately-
moderate.
Right. Yeah, that's well. I was, tongue in cheek here, right? Like, let's not glaze him too much, right? But it was the economic productivity of labor going up. There's not really much that labor unions have ever done for anybody other than ruin our lives and try and constantly push socialism and fuck every union leader. They're all pieces of shit.
Yeah, I mean, this is total bullshit.
Should they get the
right?
Christine Ohm treatment?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same
No, they
thing.
haven't aggressed upon anybody. Like if they've stolen money or committed some type of fraud,
Gotcha.
like maybe, like, and I'm
I
sure
mean,
that would
aren't
apply to
unions
like
fraud in and
many of the
themselves?
unions.
That would apply to most of the unions.
Yeah, aren't they fraud in and of themselves?
No, I mean if you're in states where the state is, forcing you to pay union dues, like in the North, right? Because the state supports unions, even though unions like to act like they're antagonistic to the state. They're corporate bootlickers is what they really are. And union leaders are just, they just suck. They're professional bootlickers, right? So they're definitely pieces of shit, but unless they've directly like lied about what it is that they're doing, I mean, most union leaders are putting out pamphlets. They do say where their money goes. It's just that, in northern states, you have no choice because the government forces you to pay these pieces of shit. And in the South, you have a lot of uneducated people that think that it's actually
Socrates,
beneficial.
you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, this is bullshit. This is just.
What am I wrong about?
I don't know if you have something to like support all this crap, but this just like anti-union stuff. Okay, well, there's hundreds of thousands of people who've been doing general strikes for a long time. The New Deal was passed that codified this in law. There was in Chicago, in Baltimore, in New York City.
Right.
People have been protesting for this, and yes, it took some time to make it happen. Yes, there were probably complicated economic forces that caused that to happen.
Generations.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
where are you drawing the conclusion that 60 years of protest,
40-hour work week or the 8-hour work day, that this just like, oh well, as soon as capitalists just noticed that the productivity of the worker was such that the material conditions made it make sense to just grant the workers an 8-hour work day, then they just did it. I mean,
right? That makes more sense. It's obviously more logical. It's totally historical and obviously more logical.
That doesn't make any sense.
So here's your claim. So I'll challenge you this, right?
Please.
Right. Like my claim is that there's supply and demand in labor, and that supply and demand is true, and that as the value of labor increases, that they are given. Do you disagree that supply and demand affects labor?
It's like it feels like a vacuous statement. Like I don't know what that. I was just highlighting that because I don't know what that can.
Right. So, like historically speaking, right? Like after the Black Death, right? We get an expansion of workers' rights and individual liberty in the UK. We get the Magna Carta. We get the inclusion of the, because the value of labor goes up. The value of labor goes up because there's less supply of labor because so many poor people were killed, right? So my contention is that history shows that time and time again, that when the value of labor becomes productive enough, that people get paid more or they get granted special privileges. And when looking at the American, I absolutely agree that they fought and that they protested. Sometimes they committed violence, sometimes, like robber barons, if you will, though many of them, I believe, have been castigated wrongly. Many of them absolutely were. That 60 years of protests and then eventually a thing happens is not a very good evidence that the protests and the strikes are what gave us that thing. But what I think is much better evidence is that over time the value of labor increases, and when corporations, especially some of the biggest corporation like Ford Motor Company, right, when they institute it and they give their reasoning, is not because there's no direct strikes or protests that were directly tied to Ford's decisions. In fact, he came upon that without those strikes or protests because he felt that the labor was more valuable, and then he felt that he could get more out of his workers and make more money by giving them a weekend off as opposed to just a Sunday off
And attract better workers.
So like my problem is that you have this foregone conclusion that because I don't know why, maybe you can give me like a really good argument or evidence that the 60 years of protests affected change despite it spanning multiple generations, whereas I have evidence of economic like law under free markets. Obviously, we have a mixed market economy. We always have. So there's going to be some give and play there. But that is the reason that we have things like the weekend, the workday, etc.
Sure. So you can just assert that the tradition of protests and the movement for a 40-hour work week had nothing to do with Ford just deciding to do that. You can assert that, that's fine. But the law that you talked about of supply and demand, if I want to hire my workers and I want to hire them at a certain pay, and that's what they're willing to accept, then that's what I will pay them. If they withhold their labor in a coordinated fashion such that I cannot hire them unless I assent to the pay that they demand or the working conditions that they demand, then I will be forced to pay them a higher wage. That's very
you've shifted the
logically
goalposts.
straightforward.
Yeah, but
No, you've shifted the
goalpost. Please explain.
Right, because what you are defending is whether or not an individual strike in a moment in time can get concessions from the employer because you're putting
and I never
pressure.
said that. That's a total mischaracterization of what I said.
It's not a mischaracterization at all. It is the logical conclusion of your claim.
So many times that I don't know that this exact strike led to these. I most of what I said is caveats.
No.
You
Because
can say,
what
the
you are
logical extension. Okay, but what did I say?
Yeah. Well, I'm in the process of explaining why you're wrong and how you've shifted the goalposts, because the conversation is not about whether an individual strike works in getting concessions from an individual employer. There's no doubt that if you have a strike and you're not easily replaced, right, because it's difficult to train, that is going to get some concessions from that individual employer in that moment of time. They may be temporary, they may be permanent, etc. That's like, I don't think anyone that understands basic economics would disagree with that. The contention is your claim that the standardization of the 8-hour workday, the weekend off, worker protections, that safety things like OSHA are because a tradition of protests and striking over an 80-year period. That is what I am arguing against. I'm not arguing against the idea that strikes in the immediacy might get concessions from the employer, and I'm actually for those, right? Like, I do think that is a communication signal both to the employer that the employees are so dissatisfied at a group level that they collectivize in such a way that it harms the immediate profits of the employer and forces the employer to realize that they're not paying person at a wage that they're willing to work. But your concession is, I love all of these things that are now standard, and this is because of this generation spanning section of protests. And I'm saying that it is far more explainable that the major, like, I wouldn't do a univariate analysis on this. I wouldn't say unions had zero impact, but rather that the major reason that we have those things is because the productivity of labor has increased through the industrialization, through increased education, through increases in technology that increase the productivity of labor. And that's why we have these new things, because of a basic understanding of supply and demand.
So just to clarify, you believe that, yes, a strike at a given workplace can lead to worker demands, or some worker demands being met at that workplace, but that strikes everywhere cannot lead, or can maybe be only like a very minor
I see
factor.
So
wait, just because you talked for a little bit, I just want to get
you were asking a question, so I was trying to answer it. Not Cool. Go ahead.
But when you look at the New Deal, FDR was talking about, hey, I'm putting these things in place to save capitalism from you dumbass capitalists, because if I don't do this, they're going to tear you limb from limb, and we're going to get a French Revolution, and you're going to be out on the streets. So I'm doing these things to prevent the retaliation of all of these workers. That's what he said. I'm not saying that one quote, whatever.
Yeah, there was definitely socialist movements, and he introduced socialism to quote unquote save capitalism, right? But there's an important distinction here. Why would a strike work? The only reason that a strike could ever work is if you are not paying your employees at a price, or giving them, benefits, that are a part of this cost benefit analysis of, like, choosing to be an involuntary interaction with you as an employee enough. right? So the strike actually doesn't
Wait.
have
So
the
there's-
impact. Oh, no, hold
Not
on. Oh, no,
necessarily
no, I'm
true.
gonna finish.
Okay.
I'm gonna finish, right? So if
Uh-huh.
let's say your employer was paying enough money, right? Like let's say your employer was
there's a
overpaying.
fundamental flaw. I get what you're saying, but there's a
Right,
fundamental
no,
flaw.
let's say your employer was overpaying you 5% more than you were actually worth, and then you go on
Doesn't
strike.
exist.
Right, almost certainly exists. It's absolutely true that some workers are overpaid.
I can
It would be
illustrate that.
insane for that not to be
concept
true.
is faulty. I can explain this.
No, it's
Yeah,
well then
I mean,
I mean then you just
pretty
don't. I would love to hear your argument as to how it's impossible for a worker to be overpaid. Because I find that bonkers. But maybe you have something that'll be fun to get into. But no, what I'm saying is, let's say, right, this thing that can't exist, which is an employer is paying an employee more than their market rate, and they're doing so at a loss. If that cleans it up for you, right? And then your workers go on strike, okay? Unless you have some very specialized labor that I can't easily replace you, then I can just bring in scabs and I would actually operate at a profit. And there would be no reason to ever hire you back again because I was overpaying you. The only time that a strike can actually gain concessions in the long run is if the value of your labor is worth more to the corporation than the cost of bringing in new people and training them. And so ultimately, the strike is just a means of expression of the fact that the strike does nothing until the productivity of labor is going up to the point that it is worth giving them these benefits. And therefore, the entire striking culture has had little to no effect of the actual calculation of the value of labor and getting these benefits. These are just the means of communicating with the employer that their labor is actually more valuable and that it needs to match where it is in that current moment. It would have equalized without the commie nonsense.
Yeah. Okay. So you can talk about this at a purely abstract way, and I really don't want to do too much of that. There's a lot of other aspects of this conversation, but in our world where CEOs are getting hundreds or thousands of times base worker pay at the point where corporations are extracting massive billions of profits, where Elon Musk is becoming a trillionaire, right?
If he increases the value of the stock by 20%, right?
Sure, yeah.
Which he's not going to do, but okay.
The idea
Well,
that
I just mean
there's
that's how he would do
isn't
it.
any money available. There simply isn't wealth anywhere in the economy to pay people more than what they're getting. We know that that's not true, right?
Well, hold on.
But
that has nothing to do with
that could be true.
He was talking for a little bit, so I just want to have a few sentences. Okay. So what you were saying with scabs coming in and undercutting those movements, yeah, that's definitely a thing that happens. But when you have a really effective, functional, mutually aid sustained general strike, and you don't have a massive supply of people who are because of the devastations of not having healthcare, not having childcare, not having food, not having rent money, are forced into becoming scabs. When you have good mutual aid networks that prevents that from happening, and you have effective general strikes, if the entire productive population, if every sanitation worker, so many steel mills, but every worker across the nation says, we're not going to do this until these demands are met, at a certain point, you do have those very wealthy, at this point, billionaire, multi-billionaire elites saying, okay, we can back off a little bit. We're getting some pushback on how hard we're pushing people down. That's the thing that has the impact. When you have a huge number of people in a sustained,
hold on, but you haven't. I'm gonna jump in just one more time. You haven't actually argued against. You haven't actually argued. No, thank you. I will in just a second, but I just want to point out you haven't actually argued against any of my claims whatsoever.
I'll leave
that was a long speech
to decide if I contradict.
Well, no, it's just a fact. You didn't actually argue against any of my claims.
I gotta let some other people
in.
But I gotta let some other people in.
You just said magic words and pretty things, but you didn't argue against the
I
claims.
did say magic words. Abracadabra.
I'll go letting, grid. Yeah, grid analysis.
A Harry Potter fan, I see.
Yeah, I don't. I'm actually gonna. I'll give two examples. I almost bought a company last year that is union. We didn't buy it because it was union. because right, and that company's out of business now. Those people no longer have jobs. This is what unions do. Those people don't have
Universally,
jobs
every time.
okay? They don't have jobs now because when we went in and said, "Hey, we're going to take this non-union," there's and if we're well, we're going to make a new corporation. It's all new. We buy the assets. It's an asset purchase. The old company ceases to exist. Your union deal is gone. If you vote in another union, we'll just close down and the end of it. They didn't believe us when the union rep came to us and said, "Hey, you're going to have a union here no matter what. This is what's going to happen." And I said, "Okay, we won't buy it." And that company's gone now. Now, a friend of mine in Ohio, which is a heavily union state, owned a company for about 30 years. They made like industrial cabinets of some kind. And union came in and he told every employee, he said, "Look, you're free to vote however you want, but if this shop goes union, I'm shutting it down."
Okay.
They voted in the union.
Thanks for your support.
They literally voted in the union.
By the way, just so we're clear, you might not be able to legally do that under the NLRB.
They voted in the union, and he locked the doors Monday morning and shut the business down. You can't stop somebody from going out of business.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I mean, this is
and
exactly
hold
what we're
on.
talking about, right? So
I've been listening a very long time. Just hold on. And my point of this is that you said, and very clearly, that when you have all of the management making all of this money, right, and employees seem to make very little money comparatively, that's a problem. And obviously the employees.
I was talking to CEOs specifically. Management is can be more gray.
Okay, sure, but you have all of these people who are making a ton of money, right? But those are the people who are putting things at risk. Those are people who have equity shares that have something to, if the company fails.
No, they get golden parachutes. They get tons of money if the company goes under. Look at 2008. All those CEOs who were running the banks, who were destroying everybody's home ownership, they all got golden parachutes. They all
God,
got
I know, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we had capitalism and we didn't have that problem, unlike the things you support?
Right. But
people would have gone to jail. Businesses
just
should
to be
have failed.
clear, CEOs are workers, and those goals.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not afraid of
protection.
criticizing.
It's this very interesting dichotomy. And I guess for me, it's always boiled down to is I pay people what they're worth, right? And I paid people a lot of money, like a lot.
That's great.
I don't know that am I the only person that's ever written an actual paycheck to a bunch of people. I mean, I had 60 people working for me at one point in time. That's which is this very small company, but
I've had people work for me, but not like I send them paychecks and I send them PayPal. Like not paychecks.
Yeah, exactly. Same difference.
Right. Yeah. So all right. So when I'm I don't.
He made sure to keep it under 100 because of the laws. As soon as you hit that 100 mark, it's like, oh, you gotta match health insurance. You got a lot of new things kick in at 100 employees.
He's not wrong.
He's like 60.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But I mean, I paid people
if you as
what
a
they were.
business owner didn't have to provide health insurance. Wouldn't that be such a headache off of your shoulders? Wouldn't that be
agree.
wonderful?
He should not have to provide health insurance as a business owner. Agreed.
Yeah. What if it was just provided by the state?
Well, hold on. What if hold on. I like this. I like this line of questioning. I want to answer this. For two companies, I didn't provide any health insurance because every single person that worked in that building was 1099 contract employee. Every single fucking one of them. They didn't have health insurance. They didn't receive workman's comp.
That's a beautiful story. Do you tell that every Christmas?
I'm just you're the one that's saying these unions are the way to go. But if you keep pushing employers to do things and cut their throats, this is what we do.
To try to underpay people, try to put their health at risk. I know
this is what we do.
They're the real victims.
This is what we do.
They'll just go to China,
I can do that too.
At that point.
I mean, that's where all of our scientists are going since we caught NIH.
Let's go to Alex. Alex has been waiting. Socrates, check your DMs. Alex, your turn.
All right, so this has been a very interesting conversation, but there's a reason as to why unions are actually important. a few years ago, BNSF, which is Burlington Northern Santa Fe, which is a rail line, it's one of the largest rail line companies that runs across the country. They actually had a worker strike because they had a problem within their company. The problem was, it's like there was a certain like system they had in place. I can't remember off the top of my head. I haven't pulled up, but if I keep going back and forth, I'm going to get confused. Basically, what it was like a deduction system. If you had to take a certain amount of time off,
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know if they auto renew or whatever.
It was a
I
deduction
don't know what
system
happens
essentially.
with that. So
and after a certain amount of time, you were suspended for a certain amount of time, and they would come back, and then the tallies that you had was actually lower than it was before. The workers and the unions were trying to get it to where they were actually trying to make it so where they don't have to worry about that anymore. They didn't get deducted because you can't predict when you're going to be sick. Let alone the fact that rail workers are actually expected to be out for weeks at a time, come back, and then just kind of turn around. Now, listen, rail work is a very tough business. It's not easy. Not everybody can do it. But the thing is, BNSF and other rail companies are trying to take drastic shortcuts. They're trying to condense the job of the engineer and conductor down to one job, which is dangerous. They're trying to cut down on why? Because their profit is not there. Now, the issue we're talking about is that unions are still essential. Now, listen, if you've run a business, you don't need unions. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean that unions aren't necessary. Unions have made sure that people get health insurance, dental insurance, making sure that their kids are provided for, so that way they don't have to worry about going in debt, because our country pays the most in healthcare costs than any other developed nation, but yet our quality of care is among the worst of any developed nation. Now, a lot of companies and corporations are saying, well, listen, we take care of our workers, so what if we just paid you a little bit more money, but we don't give you health insurance, we don't give you dental insurance, and you work in a very vast, big business like oil business or ship container business, something like that. It's not going to really guarantee anything, because then where's the incentive? Especially
contractors do that every day.
Well, but the thing is, like, it's driving up healthcare costs are still going up. Cost of living is still going up. And yet you say, all right, I'm just going to give you like 10 extra bucks on your paycheck. Because like Murray Industries, he's a coal miner, basically. I know I'm gish galloping, but like this guy basically said, hey, listen, I'm not going to pay. I'm going to gut all these OSHA safety regulations, but I'm going to give you a bonus here. And it was like 10 cents basically. So this is the accountability we're talking about, where there are these people out there. It's like, yeah, he's got all these billions of dollars, but if he's not willing to take care of his workers, why the fuck should anybody work for him then?
Because they want a paycheck. Because he'll write a check at the end of the week.
But the paycheck,
and a check at the end of the week is better than the unemployment line in most cases.
But the paycheck doesn't actually help you take care of your financial needs. Like, it doesn't help you make you, it didn't help you during, like, for example, the cost of living is still going up, but your paycheck hasn't increased. And like, for example, you need health insurance.
I know a lot of contractors right now that do not have any form of health care. They do not have any form of anything. And they're probably making more money right now than they ever have.
Well, I just a quick, like point of, I guess, preference, privilege, whatever, right?
Sure.
I think it's I think it is important to note, right, that passenger railways and freight like work in kind of an ecosystem together, right? Freight train companies own a majority of the railways, and one of the ways that they supplement their income is through passenger train systems. And like, I just feel like if you're trying to give like an example of how capitalism is like failing in a certain area and needs to be buffed by unions and things of that nature and fought against, maybe not use an example where the only passenger railway system is owned by U.S. Congress.
Ooh,
not necessarily, because you have to understand something. Because like, if
no,
you're just gonna say, no.
Yeah. I thought it was owned by Warren Buffett.
No, all of the preferred stock is owned by the United States government.
I did not know that.
But anyway, as I was saying though, regarding this, like, if you're just going to tell me it's like, okay, well, capitalism, great, no restrictions whatsoever, that's not a good argument, honestly. There has to be some
argument.
No, there has to be some level of regulation, essentially, because
you can't say market regulation.
No.
Why?
Regulations are actually necessary, because without regulation, you've got situations like, for example, I can pull up an actually good example about this. Like the triangle.
While you're doing that, can I ask Lactoid a question? While you're pulling that up. Hey,
Go
Lactoid, you're an attorney, correct?
Yeah.
Are you a member of a labor union? Do you guys have a union for attorneys?
Sort of.
What
I would
benefit
argue
you
the
got?
bar association sort of operates like a union.
It's like a
but
guild, maybe more or
it's-
Yeah,
less.
guild.
well,
yeah.
but the line here between
Professional
union and guild is like pretty.
Mhm.
It's,
Or a cartel.
I wouldn't call or cartel. Unironically, yes.
It
Unironically,
is.
yes.
like
I think that the bar associations fit very much closer to a cartel, but I think cartels, unions, guilds, all these kind of share a lot in common. So
I mean, thank God for Texas. They won't need to pass the bar anymore, right? You can
Johnny
just-
Dollar, good to
you
see
can
you.
get a lawyer off the street.
sure.
So,
Look,
I'm gonna
just to be clear, I have long been in favor of removing the requirement that you be licensed with the bar in order to practice law, despite the fact that it would hurt me financially, right?
I agree with it for most things. Real estate.
Yeah, I benefit.
Isn't there a TV show about that called
there's
Suits?
plenty. I don't watch lawyer TV shows.
Look,
so
if
I
you,
can't.
if you've got a great memory, I mean,
It
but
drives him up the wall. Yeah.
no,
I
it's
actually love
just like
Suits.
it's like how
terrible.
the
I love
doctors
it.
don't like watching medical shows. I mean, I totally
Yeah.
understand it. Because you're just like, oh my god, it feels like I'm at work, but I'm not at work.
Mhm.
But what the bar association does, in large part, not entirely, but in large part, is it creates an artificially restricted economy, right? It creates an artificially restricted pool of people who do this service, which allows us, as lawyers, to charge you guys ridiculous fees. Because if there was more competition, then we could not get away with charging such high fees, especially if, for like lower level grunt legal work, which is most of the time what people need, can be handled by like some paralegal alone, which, by the way, lawyers are paying to do the work and then signing their name on and then handing it over with a inflated bill to begin with. And this system is really possible because of the kind of cartel nature of the way the bar association works. But I would argue that unions, especially unions that get exclusive contracts with the government or with dominate specific industries, operate almost entirely the same way, right? Like if there's only one place to go in order to accomplish an a certain goal, and that place is a unionized facility, that union has tremendous amounts of negotiating power to negotiate, a whole bunch of shit for their workers, raise that price up, and other people can't compete because they don't have that exclusive contract.
So Scott did a thing on the medical field not long ago. It was the health club.
Healthcare lodge system.
Yeah. And it was the
Right.
same thing, right? That was just
I mean, essentially,
like
to make an
exclusivity.
incredibly long historical thing short. The AMA and most of the medical regulations and laws that we have in place are, they were designed to benefit the rich and the wealthy elite, as opposed to because poor people were, collectively negotiating for the labor of doctors, and they felt very offended by this, and they felt that it was dangerous, and minors and fraternities were creating, vastly cheaper forms of healthcare. But of course, the current healthcare system, is one that is made by the rich to benefit the rich, as opposed to a free market capitalist system, right? Where you could, where you would come together in fraternal societies and pay dues. I mean, like the difference. I mean, they were claiming, several states made them illegal. They started putting regulations on them that were burdensome. Because it was too cheap, right? Capitalism makes healthcare costs too cheap, so they needed socialism to save the wealthy elite, which is usually the case when socialism comes in. And that's just the history of the healthcare industry in America. That if we had a free market again, we would have drastically cheaper healthcare costs.
Can you show me where this free market healthcare is working right now?
We don't have free market healthcare system.
No,
I'm
like
just
where in the
explaining why
world?
that was
Where in the
destroyed.
world?
Yeah.
We
I
don't.
mean-
I don't think you have one.
Right. Like, I mean, it's one of the most regulated industries in the
So
entire
it's like
world.
a hypothetical.
Truck driving is
It
also.
was-
Well, it's not a
one of the
hypothetical. We
regulations.
have historical examples where
Yeah, but
capitalism drove the prices of healthcare down
And-
so low
and
that doctors
actually,
started
I'm
petitioning
gonna-
the government
But
to
there's also-
regulate.
I'm going to back
to
Scott up
regulate.
here a little bit. That while it's not a free system, however, China has been deregulating certain aspects of healthcare over the last 20 years. One of them being dentistry, and that has actually the quality of dentistry has gone up, even though it's free market and there's no union or any. There's no. I mean, obviously, there's some government interference because it is China, but when they
China's a mixed bag because they don't have IP, right? So in some ways they're more capitalist than us.
they are
but in most
exceedingly
ways they aren't.
capitalist, and literally the minute they deregulated dentistry and said, okay, it's we're it's no longer state only facilities. The second they did that, 30, 40 dentists went private, and they started building. And actually, there are corporate dentist outfits in China now that are huge.
Which is it's just important. It's difficult to state the lack of IP regulations. Very, very minimal IP regulations make some of the equipment that is necessary in healthcare drastically cheaper. Right. When you have companies that own the rights to MRI machines and, just go to any hospital, there's so much medical equipment. And then they have, there's like no right to repair because of the patent system on this. So they have their own mechanics and their own people. And so the government protections that are anti-capitalistic that they give towards these corporations is like a problem that isn't seen as much in China, which drastically lowers.
And that's the problem with social
lobbyists. Well, that's also the problem with lobbyists. Like you got big pharma people that are basically buying the influence, but that's a totally different bag of cats. But to kind of answer your question, because I didn't want to forget about this.
I want to come back. Yeah, let's get back to it.
Right?
Now he's had time to look it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
So,
that is the Austrian class analysis, though. That's very important that you point that out, the lobbyism, because that is how socialism works, and that is how corporations gain power in an unfree market by regulatory capture of the state, so that the regulations benefit the wealthy elite instead of a truly free market.
But the same issue though is that like without regulations, essentially you have issues like the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire, where they didn't have any safety regulations and people burned up in there. If you don't have regulations keeping companies in check, like for example, truck driving, one of the most heavily regulated industries in the entire. Do you think there should be regulations for truck driving?
Well, bringing up truck driving, I think is really interesting. No, obviously, right? I think the market should regulate this. Well, I think truck driving is a really interesting example because truck driving could have been so much more in this country. We could have had so much economic productivity. But again, kind of going back to the railway system, there were government protections up until the 1980s that made it incredibly difficult to have any trucking across the country because the government regulated most trucking to only be interstate, as opposed to allowing them to cross the state, because this bullshit idea of like interstate commerce that the government is allowed to impact. And so we actually kept trucking from being able to lower prices of goods and services.
Good to see you, man. Welcome in.
Because
I'm on panel, so I'm not interacting with you guys as much.
Of the railway industry,
I'm
rail
trying to do
freight,
my
until
best.
they finally realized
as always, guys,
in the 1980s
remember
that was an
Super Chat.
untenable position. They finally,
stream.
let loose a little bit, and that drastically reduced the prices on so many goods, and allowed us to live a more prosperous life.
Send those Super Chats in, send them big, send them often.
And so I feel like that's one example of how regulations on trucking industry have deeply impacted and harmed everyone in America by driving up prices and making the cost of production so much worse.
Well, not necessarily, but here's the reason as to why. Because those regulations are in place for a reason. Like, for example, in order to get a CDL, what are some things you need to do? You need to go through a certified course. You need to have a certain amount of hours on the road. And then before you actually become certified, you have to actually prove like 40 hours out on the road with a certified trainer. These are all necessary for a specific reason, because everyone's been making a big stink about certain people driving like, people that are not citizens. Those are regulations, and I'm okay with those regulations because you want to make sure that people are proficient of driving within this country, just like in any other country. Essentially, regulations are there in place.
No,
yeah, but those.
I agree. I just don't think the government should be involved.
Why not?
You should let the market do that.
So
I think insurance companies would be way more efficient at determining the skill and the risk assessment of drivers based upon their skill. Like that is what insurance companies do.
No, but the problem is insurance companies, they don't really give a shit about the people or the companies. They care about one thing, and that's making a massive profit. They don't like
based. That's what will be more efficient.
Right. Yeah, but hold on. But if they get sued and they lose out on that profit, they're probably going to be
that's the risk, right? That allows them to be super efficient in determining what is actually the right level of skill.
Why do you have maritime law?
We're going to put all
why
these
do we have
rules
the
on the
maritime
company,
law the way it is?
otherwise, we're going to get sued.
Well, I can't comment on maritime law because I don't know.
It's easy. Lloyd's of London, who's been insuring ships since the fucking East India Company, said there has to be a standard for ship captains. There has to be a standard for your ship before we will insure it. And they have forced international standards for every company that wants to actually have insurance, and nobody will do business with someone that's not insured, or very few. I mean, I'm sure that there's some fly by night shit, but
Well, isn't it the cargo that's insured actually?
no, it's the
Well,
ship
so-
itself.
I thought it was like the cargo and the ship was like separately insured. I could be wrong.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
I'm
what
sure that there's all kinds of deals,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
Lloyd
I can't comment on maritime. So.
explain
Lloyd
maritime
specifically
law
insures
to all of
ships.
us.
Well,
This
I'm
is
not
your
gonna.
specialty.
I don't know specifically about Lloyd,
maritime
like,
law. No, that's what
maritime
we
law.
want from you
It's-
now.
Yeah.
So yeah, maritime law is a little bit of a meme.
And I think we're kind of getting away from the topic though. Like,
yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit,
Yeah.
but
Just a
what
little
I think what they're talking about is that going to get insurance, especially as a company, isn't so simple as just like, oh, I've got insurance. There's a bunch of rules that these companies have in order to get insurance with them, and especially whatever risk pool that you qualify for, because insurance companies don't want to insure a liability that's going to cost much more than they're able to get from them in terms of premiums.
I can
Ultimately,
elucidate this a little.
real quick. Ultimately, is this going to be enforced by the state? I think so. I think ultimately private lawsuits are enforced by the state, right? If you get a judgment, who's going to enforce that? It's going to be the state. But this is still a different kind of enforcement, I think, than large amounts of very minute regulations that don't keep up with changing industries, that don't keep up with innovations in specific industries, and a lot of those regulations are noted for
Burdensome,
being innovation stifling for a reason, right? Because they will regulate something, and if the industry changes to no longer need that, there's always going to be a delay before the law catches up with where the industry is currently at.
So I want to ask one thing, and very quickly. I don't want to make a big thing about this. I want to ask Scott one thing, but then I want to recenter this conversation because we moved
Back on
far afield.
labor strikes and general strikes.
Sure. Yeah.
Are we going to talk about the incident
but-
too at all?
Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely fine.
Okay.
But just one question, and I'll just take your answer, and I won't like make a big back and forth. Maybe we can talk about it later. But the civil rights movement, like you had a whole point about like when protests are actually useful. Specifically, you're talking about strikes, but like the civil rights movement was
Yeah, that's right, Mullet Baby. That's why
where,
Tennessee has changed
it
its
was
laws
decades in
regarding
making,
the
right?
CDLs
of
and
fights,
driver's license.
and starts and stops and a lot of failures. Would you and like the civil rights movement was also a labor movement that was a component in that. Would it be your contention that like that only succeeded because now like the labor of Black individuals was such that it forced the state to respond, or anyone else like corporations as well, right? I mean, the power of their
The civil
dollars,
rights-
right, in terms of
I mean,
customers.
There's going to be some truth to that. I think the civil rights movement is a bit unique, right? Because we're dealing less so with an employer in a voluntary transaction.
You're not wrong, Johnny
and
Dollar.
their
When I was
ability to engage with their
looking at
employees
insurance for
versus
my company, my companies
state
weren't really
impositions,
worth
right?
enough
Because it is important
to
to note in the Jim
self-insure, so
Crow
I was
South
able
that
to get
it was
insurance. But
not
once you
just
get to about
that, like the civil rights
that
movement is,
$5 to $15 million
guaranteeing
value
certain, quote-unquote,
valuation
rights,
range,
which is
a
really
lot
just
of companies will
violation of human
self-insure
rights, like
because
the civil
the
rights movement
premiums
was
that you
horrific
would have to
failure in
pay
American
a
philosophy and an abandonment of the
insurance company
Enlightenment because
is
it enshrines
off the
protections
rails. It's just insane.
against the rights of individuals to freely associate.
So
but it's
they
important
do, in
to
fact,
note
use the
that was a
self-insure.
double-sided coin, right? That there were actually employers that were secretly hiring Black people, that there were employers that, because of Jim Crow South laws from the state, were forced to not be able to, forced to separate people. They were forced to have, if they even wanted to, petition to be able to have Black people there, they had to have separate water fountains and separate bathrooms. They couldn't have communal spaces, right? Much of the laws of the Jim Crow South were an imposition on not only on the labor, not only on the people, but also on the businesses in their ability to freely associate. And then the pendulum swing is, of course, to get rid of the freedom of association based upon, on the basis of race and things of that nature, which, I think was wrong. But yeah, I would say that there is also some truth to the fact, right, that there is a growing value of labor and a need for that population. and a frustration not only from the people but also from some of the employers that is certainly going to lead toward that success.
Okay, I'll leave it there. But thank you for that. Oh,
So-
Socrates. What?
Yeah. So I mean, to get to back to the broad topic, ICE continues its rampage. I do have some questions. So I have 6 questions. I'll put them out, and if anybody wants to butt in any of them, I'm interested to hear. So, 1, does the First Amendment protect free assembly and filming cops? Does the Second Amendment protect the right of a concealed carry holder to bring a gun to a protest? Is Alex Preddy, a VA nurse who treated veterans, a terrorist? Does it make sense to detain Indigenous Americans, and where should they be sent back to? Is there any line that ICE or DHS should not cross? And at the point that ICE and DHS have killed more Americans in the first month of the year than undocumented immigrants, at what point do they become the problem? So, open to anybody. Any question? I can put these in. The other
Yeah, I'm
chat
writing
box.
them down.
Yeah,
Hopefully
if you could,
we
yeah,
can see.
put them in the group DM so that we can just take a look
Mhm.
at them.
All right.
Does
Well,
that work
I
in
wrote
the
them.
StreamYard?
Yeah, just
Or-
put
in
it
the
in
Discord.
the Discord. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Mhm, mhm.
All right, I'll answer them. 1, yes. 2, yes. Although I'm surprised that Democrats believe this after
Believe it when it's
the
convenient. Yeah.
the Rittenhouse situation, where
So
the
you're
number one
saying
objection that I've gotten
you-
was, well, he
you-
brought a gun to a protest.
You do believe that the First Amendment protects against filming, and then the second one
Protects
does
for
Second Amendment protect the right of concealed carry holders to bring to protest? You say yes. Okay.
Yes, yes. The Second
Yeah.
Amendment protects the right to keep and bear arms. I just,
Okay.
again,
In accordance
think
with state
it's-
laws.
I just think that it's hilarious, once again, that this is all of a sudden, like, once again, Democrats are very pro 2A in this very niche case, when Kyle Rittenhouse, again, the number one objection that I got, besides crossing state lines, again, hilarious, enforcing a border, was possession of a firearm at a protest. 3, is Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist? No, I don't believe so. 4, I could be proven wrong, but from what I've seen, I don't think so. 4, detaining Indigenous Americans depends. There could be circumstances in which you'd want to detain Indigenous Americans, just like you would want to detain anybody, sure. 5, any line that DHS shouldn't cross? Yes, of course. I think everybody here, even the most extreme, like, get them all out of my country, I think even they would be like, yeah, if they started, like, just, opening
minute.
fire into people's houses, that probably
but
wouldn't be okay.
but before, like in terms of the Indigenous Americans, it seems clear. And Socrates can correct me if I'm wrong. That he means like should DHS agents, immigration agents, detain Indigenous Americans, and then where should they be sent back to? That's seems to be what the
Well,
implication. is here.
wait, we're talking about
Send them to
detaining. We're
America.
talking about deporting. Are we saying should Indigenous
Mhm.
Americans be deported? Yeah, if they're Indigenous, if we're talking about like people like Native Americans born in America, they would
Yeah.
not.
Socrates, yeah,
They'd be,
do you wanna-
they'd be American citizens. They wouldn't be deported anywhere.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Socrates?
And then, yeah, I mean, 5. You start to answer. I was just curious. You're doing an awesome speed run, so I'm just loving hearing your responses.
Sure. Any
Okay.
line the DHS shouldn't cross, of course. I think everyone agrees with that. Even the most hardcore MAGA person is going to say, no, I don't want ICE just like, rolling down the street, just firing into people's houses. I mean, that's like an extreme example. I think for me, the line is much before that, like for most people. But again, I think everyone's going to agree with that to some extent. And then 6, considering that DHS has killed more people than illegal immigrants within this first month, does this indicate that DHS is some sort of problem? Not necessarily. It would depend on the circumstances of those deaths, which is, I'm sure, what we're going to talk about at some point. And we have talked about before regarding some of the other incidents. And then also, I don't think we're talking about a time scale here in which we can honestly evaluate if we're talking about the first month within a specific localized area.
For the 5, I'm actually curious what you think about the warrant thing.
I got a problem with that. In
got a
terms of
problem with
being
that?
able to go
Yeah.
into a house without a warrant. Yeah,
I
I'm
just
not a
start
fan of
like grabbing people.
that.
Yeah, and
Now-
so hold on.
now I understand that was like there was a memo about that. I haven't seen indication that they're doing that yet, And my belief is that
Yet.
if they tried, well, here's my belief. My belief is if they tried to do that, that would quickly be stopped. That's my guess. And if it,
Well,
for whatever reason, isn't, then I'd have a problem with that for
And
sure. Yeah.
okay,
and,
so
and stopped by who, and also how would that interact with question 2?
By whom?
Legally speaking.
Well, no, legally
Yes, sir.
stopped by the courts. I'm not talking. And sure, there probably would be an increase of use of force incidents if they started doing that, right?
I mean, they've been using force the entire time. Like they've been used, like the force has been used against the citizens, like literally the entire time. But I actually want to. I'm glad you brought that up. In terms of the warrants situation, right? So I want to catch up the audience in case they don't know, right? So there's a secret memo floating around. There's a secret memo supposedly within ICE, within DHS, that says that you can go into these. It has an alternative route to go inside a person's house, and it's an alternative way of like explaining to ICE officers like what their abilities are. That doesn't seem to quite align with like federal regulations. And with this secret memo, this is according to insiders, right? One person who's supposedly
People familiar with the president's thinking.
people. No, not for the president, right? Within immigration officials. But
I'm making a joke because media
yeah.
would just like report whatever rumor they heard, and then they would use something like people familiar with the president's thinking.
Yeah. So anyway, they've said, like immigration officials have said that this memo is secret, and you can't. There's not copies given to anyone, right? There's only a few people in the upper echelon.
Has anybody filed a
have
FOIA?
that. One sec. Only a few officials have it, right? And then they relate it to you. Like you have to, if you are going to see it, they just show it to you. You can't take notes. You can't take a picture or anything, right? You can't. From there, it's orally transmitted to everyone else. That's what they're saying. So it sounds like a secret memo that they don't want anyone else to know about. Don't want anyone else to have copies of. But they're telling that they're training their officers on this secret memo. So that's the issue there. Also, there's an issue of the warrants, right? You should for officers to enter into a home. You need a judicial warrant, right? Judicial warrant signed by a judge. Now ICE is using administrative warrants, and these aren't warrants at all. They are basically forms. I believe it's the I-250 form that's signed by an ICE official, some other ICE official, a form given to them to another ICE official that says you have permission. This is not legal, right? They call it administrative warrants again to confuse individuals, and they'll show it to people within their homes. Oh, I got a warrant. They don't have a goddamn warrant, right? It's bullshit. And so they've been using this to illegally enter homes. J.D. Vance, and this is where I was going to with all this, J.D. Vance made a stirring defense of all this. J.D. Vance tried to obfuscate what was happening. J.D. Vance, the known liar, obfuscated all this and tried to pretend that, this is not happening. We have administration applied to, maybe have administrative judges signing administrative warrants, but I don't know. I just kind of want to move past this. He's been trying to obfuscate this issue and defending the practice. I can bring it up. I can bring up the actual video of him doing that. J.D. Vance, the liar. So I'm wondering, at one point, my question here that I'll leave it off here. I'm wondering, Lagtoid, at what point do you finally stop supporting this individual, right? J.D. Vance backing what seems like, maybe you have a different idea, right? A lawless organization who is making up their own rules, ignoring the Fourth Amendment, I believe, and J.D. Vance backing them and lying about them. At what point are you against the lies? At one point do you stop supporting J.D. Vance?
When he says tax lactoid more.
You've asked me a couple of times this. My answer is still the same. I'm as long as he's running against the likes of Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. Not yet. Not yet. If he was running against somebody better, maybe. But as long as he's running
okay.
against Tim Walz, not
So,
yet.
Yeah, see, my
What if
problem
he's
with
running
that,
against
Chris,
somebody that mugs him?
the-
Huh?
My problem.
Did you think
my-
about that?
My problem with you like to it is, once again, you pretend to have these values, these principles, but it's basically team sports with you. Red team versus blue team. That these things never come to play when it's people who are promoting, protecting, and advocating for massive state violence. Libertarian lactoid backs them. Oh, I don't know. Tim Walz might be on the other side of the ticket, right? And so he's got to vote for them. He's got to support them. When it comes to them violating civil rights, libertarian lactoid tells you, well, there's no other choice. I still got to back
Can
them,
we-
right?
can
My
we
red
stop
team's
that?
got to win.
If you're going to keep saying that, can you throw some sarcasm in the word libertarian a little
Sorry,
deeper?
I'm attempting.
Appreciate
I'm
it. Thank you.
attempting.
Because
I'm
real
absolutely
libertarians over
sorry,
here
Frank.
just say fuck ICE and fuck politicians.
I agree. I agree. Real
Thank you.
libertarians. That was my implication, friend. Sorry. Real libertarians, like
Classical
Scott,
liberal lactoid. Classical liberal
classical
lactoid.
liberal lactoid, supports them no matter what. So I'm just saying your principles are bullshit, lactoid. That's the point I'm getting at here.
Sure. Well, so a couple things. First of all, I'm glad to hear that Scott, he believes that true libertarians say fuck ICE, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure your evolution to being an open border libertarian was pretty recent. So I'm assuming that you weren't a true libertarian for how long have we been doing panels for? I mean, how many years has that been?
Since we've been doing panels, I've always openly stated that it should be illegal to deport anybody unless they were a criminal. But yes, my stance on border
Criminal according to
enforcement
the
specifically.
State? Wow.
No, not criminal according to the state. I mean like a natural law criminal.
just-
Like I've like Tren de Agua or something, right? Like I've no issue with one gang taking out another gang. But yes, it is true that I have removed from a bordertarian on that position because I realized the flaws in Hoppy and
You
border
evolved into a
invitees
true
system weren't-
libertarian. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
had some
that's
unlibertarian
nice.
beliefs.
Or once he
It's
was
a
lost,
process.
now he's found.
Yeah, he was a socialist, right? And then he became
Well,
a libertarian.
I
So there's hope for
the,
me
The
yet.
difference is that
There's hope for me
I
yet. Maybe
derived
I will
those
evolve.
principles. I derived those opinions from the NAP. I had done so incorrectly, I believe.
Erroneously beforehand.
But you deny the NAP, right? Which
Yeah,
is
but
kind
hold
of
on,
like part and
but in-
parcel of not being a libertarian.
But in erroneously applying the NAP, you were committing yourself to some modicum of socialism, weren't you?
Yeah, for sure.
And one drop
This is an
rule.
evolution.
Right, sure. And the one drop rule means that you were a
I
socialist. that whole
started prime
can you
time
answer that
panels
question?
as a minarchist.
Well, hold on. Can you answer that? Like up until you changed your mind
He doesn't
because
like
of that
questions
one
that make him
drop,
look bad. Just
you
FYI.
were a socialist that whole time, weren't you?
No, I still argue that I had not denied the NAP. Like you can be incorrect about an opinion, but if you're intentionally denying the NAP, that's different than a one drop rule.
Well,
like
Black
people
Devil
can have
unintentionally
wrong
denying the
opinions,
NAP.
right? Like we
So
can
if I accepted the NAP,
plenty
and
of
then just-
NAP theorists, plenty of NAP theorists, right, are going to disagree on like homesteading principles of sound on property and like how that works. And like there are plenty of things I'm probably wrong on some things right now as we speak, and that those opinions will evolve at some time.
Well,
But I'm not
scoriate you then.
rejecting the NAP, right? Like
Well, but
you're
my question
rejecting
for you
the very
then-
thing that is
okay.
the axiom of
All right.
libertarianism.
It seems to me though that earlier you've described me as a socialist because I've held anti-libertarian beliefs, right? And holding any of them would appear to designate me as a socialist because of your literally one drop rule that you implemented.
That's okay.
with
He's called me a socialist at least
with
5
socialism.
times today.
I'm not offended. I just think it's again a little funny. A little funny because it would seem then, Scott, that if I were to simply keep all of my same prescriptions and all of my same beliefs, but then say, assuming that you believe me, that they were all motivated by the NAP,
which obviously I wouldn't, right?
sure, but assuming that you would, all of that was motivated by the NAP. Now I'm a true libertarian in your mind, right?
Well, I think you'd have to do an investigation, right, on like how you're deriving all of these anti-NAP things from the NAP.
Through dumb total mental gymnastics, blah blah blah. But you still believe me when it comes to me believing in the NAP and genuinely believing that all my beliefs stem from that.
I would believe that you believe if presuming I believe that you believe in the NAP, but that you're wrong on a bunch of shit, right? Then I would believe that you're a bad libertarian that believes in socialist things
But a
that
real one.
needs to be educated.
A
But a real
real
one.
libertarian.
Potentially,
Potentially.
this is potentially like this is a fun thought experiment. I do agree, right? Because it's like the essence of being a libertarian is the axiom of the nap, and so the question is can you be wrong, right? Unintentionally wrong.
Okay.
Right? You can't intentionally be wrong.
It feels very religious, by the
can
way.
we get back to
the
the
central,
topic?
regardless of the denomination, the central figure you have to accept is Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Once you then you're a Christian. Okay, everything else, bells and whistles we can argue about. Fair enough. One
Plenty
question
of bad
I wanted
Christians out there, right?
So
Plenty of
hold on.
Christians that are
I
wrong.
want you to address what I said about your
I'm going
principles
to.
of
I'm
electoral.
going. Yeah, and then I'm going to ask a question. Okay.
I didn't take it.
Yeah. Well, fair
the
enough.
investigation,
Yeah. I mean, I think that you can be politically, and this is you obviously, because you didn't vote for the Democratic ticket in 2024, maybe have a different perception about this, that I'm not going to be able to get you on hypocrisy on. If you did, then I would get you on hypocrisy on this, just to be clear. And I'm assuming that everyone else here voted for one of the two major parties in the election besides Corey, of course.
I illegally voted.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So
How many
so
times?
That's what they've been looking
So
for.
if they attack me for this, then I'm
Dozens.
easily going to be able to get them for hypocrisy. But
Yeah.
you, it's going to be harder.
coming to Virginia soon.
So I don't think that you're being hypocritical here. My perception of principles and values is that you can hold them and they can serve to guide you, but there's pragmatic realities that exist within the political sphere. And for me, unfortunately, I've sort of come to accept after voting for the losing libertarian candidate for 2 election cycles in a row that I didn't want to have a worse option have an advantage than a better option. Do I mean a good option? No, I mean a better option. So do I recognize that this thinking ultimately is a thinking that supports a 2-party system in the first place in the aggregate? Probably, right? But unfortunately, like, the argument is, it's a pretty convincing argument still, like, that is the reality we live in. The turd sandwich with the douche. And I made a calculated decision where, yes, do I think that, no, do I agree with everything that they've done? No, of course not. And I think I've been pretty good at sticking to my principles and criticizing the administration when they do something that I disagree with. I have been very outspoken about some specific things they've done that I think are particularly bad, both on these panels and also on Twitter. That doesn't mean that I think they're going to be better than Tim Walz, who I think is genuinely awful. I think Tim Walz is very bad. And there's few people I can think of who I wouldn't vote for over Tim Walz, actually, to say it up front.
You
would
can
you vote
trust
for
that-
me over Tim Walz?
100%.
So you
Let's
can
go.
you can understand. I don't understand your level of animosity towards Tim Walz, right? However, you do
Legalize
know,
murder.
you do know my animosity towards Donald Trump, right? And so I understood what the stakes were, and I didn't vote for either, right? Like, fuck Kamala Harris, fuck Biden, fuck Trump. Like, that's the only way of doing it. And like, so I'm not trying
It's
to
getting
beat you
more
up.
libertarian every day.
Well, and this
boys.
is a problem. Like, like I said from the very beginning, I'm not going to be
Yeah.
able to get you on hypocrisy here. Like, the way that you operate on this is just a different way of thinking. I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong. It's just a different way of thinking, right?
Yeah.
Like you have this. You're going to be able to say that, like, yeah, like I'm uncompromising, even in the face of certain political realities on this thing, right? I will not,
Yes.
in your opinion, you will not vote for a genocide, no matter what.
Absolutely
Like,
not.
that is your position. I understand that.
Absolutely not. And so, like, and I'm not going to try to beat you up over the vote, right? That's in the past and moving forward, okay?
Mhm.
And that's what I'm concerned about is moving forward. I'm not saying, hey, like, disavow your previous vote. I'm talking about disavowing this individual now in the future, who honestly keeps lying since then.
Who's going to run against?
So,
Who's going to run against them?
like,
Well,
this doesn't make. But
wait.
no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I
My-
disavow any lies that he said. Yes.
My friend. Here's the issue, right?
Fuck, this is
Like,
getting
at
circular.
some point,
What's
right?
up,
Like-
Charlotte
like,
Nightstar?
You have
Good to see ya.
there must be
What's
a,
up, everybody?
A lower
This is
limit,
Circular as
right,
fuck.
to what you will accept, right? And the reason why I focus on the libertarian aspect is because as a supposed libertarian, right, you're supposed to be against state violence, but here you are, like. You haven't been cheerleading this, to be clear, right? Like you've said, like you're not like some sort of hardcore immigration like hawk or anything like that. No, you've said that, right? But you've defended it like the entire time. You made excuses for it the entire time. And the person in the White House, one of the people in the White House who's been pushing this and advocating for it, right? J.D. Vance, you support. At some point, what is the limit here, right? Like, can he go solo? What can he do to lose your vote?
There's some limit. I
What's
don't
the
know
most
what it is.
socialist vice president we've ever had in American history? What's your limit, bro?
You made that claim before, and then I brought up like, hey, what about FDR? And you walked that claim back before. You're going to tell me that the FDR ticket, like that,
did I not say modern? Did I misspeak? Because I make the claim often, and it's usually of my lifetime.
When does the cutoff for modern history?
That's fair, because technically it's like modern and then postmodern. Okay, yeah. I mean,
what's the etymology of the word modern?
Yeah. I mean, since Bill Clinton, right? Like in my lifetime, right? Obviously, FDR, Woodrow Wilson would be more socialist.
I think you could.
I'm talking about the guys that nationalized industry and Intel by 10%.
Sure.
I'm talking about the people that are running, scams with Larry Ellison and Oracle for TikTok's acquisition. I'm talking about the people that instituted the greatest tax increase since I've been alive in the form of tariffs. Like, these are hardcore socialists compared to any other president before them. And the reason and they've done nothing meaningful to get.
You think more than Obama?
Here's the problem. I agree that many of Obama's policies were deeply socialist. But the problem is
Obamacare.
Any of the ones you don't fight hard to get rid of are ones you're tacitly supporting, right? It's kind of a progression issue. The country is getting increasingly socialist, and you don't do everything you can to fight against them, and you only fight against them a little bit.
They are fighting. No, stop. They are fighting against Obamacare. They've tried. They tried to repeal it.
Trump
has
failed. Twice
had
all
they tried
of a fight.
branches of government.
They yes, and it's
Concept
difficult.
Of a plan.
Yes, and they got betrayed by whatever the fuck his name was, John McCain. Like, yes, there was an attempt.
Dead?
Yeah.
Not in the first.
Not at that vote.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't dead then.
Yeah.
He's dead now, right? Or
he's dead. He's dead now.
As far as
okay.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, he's dead now. Yeah.
I'm not.
But his mom is still alive, by the way.
That's crazy.
Holy shit.
Just throwing that out there.
Another thing that Trump did was he reduced the individual contribution, or what is it, the shared responsibility contribution payment. He dropped that down to 0 because that was within his discretion. He's
done some
pushing
pro
against
market
expansions of that. Yeah, so when you're saying the most socialist president, or I guess vice president here, I mean I don't think so. And if
he has
that
different
is the
values
case,
than left-wing socialists.
If that is
I
the
agree
case,
with you on that.
Yeah, if that is the case, it's only by virtue of the fact that we are trending towards socialism, and every president's been a bit worse than the priors going back a long time.
I agree. It is a 2 steps forward, 1 step back situation.
Yeah,
but on top of that, nationalizing industry and having the largest tax increase in my lifetime is pretty fucking socialist.
Yeah, sure, and I am not going to defend government acquisitions of Intel.
He's all for
right.
He's all for socialist. Right,
and I'm not going to
defend
tariffs.
Defending him by being like, well, who's worse, man? I still support him because Tim Walz would be worse.
Have I defended the tariffs ever?
I don't believe so. I mean, we've talked about them a lot, right? So maybe at one point you defended aspects of them, but not.
I've criticized,
right? Like in terms of like,
sure. I defended some very niche, like defense-related tariffs on China specifically. I wholeheartedly opposed tariffs that were across the board, and I've consistently done that, both here and once again on Twitter. Like, I am not above criticizing this guy for the things that I think that he does wrong, but what I'm sensing a little bit is what Prime is trying to get. Yes, I disavow all the bad shit. Yes, but What
Yeah.
I think is
That's
happening.
all you had to say.
I said
Not
that.
quite.
I literally said before
Not-
I
no,
disavow
not
all the
quite.
lies.
No,
I
that's-
disavow the bad
I
shit.
wanted more of that for me.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
know. I know Prime
Yeah.
wants more than that. That's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to explain. What I think
Ugh.
Prime wants me to do is disavow the person and make some sort of commitment that I'm not going to vote for them again, regardless of who they run against next time. Am I right, Prime?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that's what he wants,
And
Scott, and I'm not going
saying-
to give that to him right now.
Saying at some point that they like, can there be something that disqualifies them, right? And can you name that right now? Can
Yes,
you name it now?
yes, right now I can name it.
Sure.
If they pack the court, that is a disqualifying action without question.
All right. Okay.
So
Um,
That's-
so
and then I had a question I wanted to ask for Socrates here, and
Oh.
really that
I,
makes the
and
panel.
I'll let you do that.
Um,
I just want to say this one thing, and then you and Socrates can have
Okay.
go back and forth, right? So it's something I just want to say to you personally, Lactoid, right?
Yeah.
Lactoid, you know, and you've seen me do it, right? You've seen me bring the same energy to liberals, right? Because fuck liberals, fuck their
I don't think you're
hypocrisy.
critical.
Yeah. Fuck their hypocrisy. They talk about these morals, these values, these things that don't exist, right? And they prove that all the goddamn time. And so I bring the same energy, but like it's not a dislike towards you. In fact, Lactoid, I tend to like and respect you a lot more than any of those fucking liberals who are supposedly ideological closer to me, right? I think the reason why I push you on this is because, like, I've said this many times before, I think you're better. And so you've never seen me push Gibbs on this because Gibbs is a
He said
moral
he can
monster,
fix you.
right?
He can fix you. That's
Yeah,
what
he
he's
can
saying.
fix me.
I
But
can
But he can't
fix
fix
you.
Gibbs, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
No, Gibbs is
so that's-
unfixable.
That's why I have these interactions with you, right? It's because I respect you so much. So I'll leave it there. All right.
Well, I know. I appreciate that. And yeah, I like I said this like multiple times. I'm not going to be able to get you on hypocrisy on this because the way you view this is truly different. So Socrates, the question I have for you, and this is in direct. It's actually going to be a repeat of one of these questions that I sort of hinted at when I was responding. Do you believe the Second Amendment protects the right of somebody to bring a gun to a protest?
Yeah, I do, and I have a question for you that's related to what you were just talking about, but I don't want to cut short what you're talking. These are separate, but both. Okay, there we go. Focus. Yeah, I 100% do. I think that there's like.
Did you with Rittenhouse?
Sorry.
Did you with Rittenhouse?
Yeah, I did. I supported his right to do that. I never said that he like should have been arrested for that or that was like illegal or should be illegal. I question kind of like the motive. So there's, I'm a pretty liberal, small L. I don't know. I grew up in a very liberal area, city, not a lot of guns. Have shotguns a little bit. My if anyone wants to talk about my credentials, I played a lot of first-person shooters. My first shot with a real gun ever was a bullseye with a pistol with iron sights. Guns are really fun. I found out when I shot one, guns are really fun. But there is this like weird streak that I hear in a lot of people where it's not like, okay, a gun is a tool. It's really fun in like a recreational context. When it comes to people, it's like a last ever resort that could ever happen. There's people, and you hear this all the time, and I'm sure that like, other 2A people are like, yeah, I don't like these people either. I don't want them at my range, whatever. But people who are like, oh man, if somebody busts into my house, I'm going to shoot them with so many guns. I don't care how many toddlers are, in the neighbor's house behind my drywall. The people who are just like salivating to have a legally justifiable reason to shoot somebody. That was like a tiny bit of the vibe. I don't know if that was accurate to Rittenhouse or that was media portrayal. I wasn't like obsessing over that story. That was the thing that like put off some kind of sus meter. And then there was like the question of like his age or the state lines, or that was just like question mark. What is the legal process around this? But yes, in general, people who are showing up like in 2020 to the Capitol who are protesting masking, who had guns. The only thing that and the only thing that I ever heard from liberal people was not like, oh, arrest these people for having guns. Oh, they shouldn't be able to do this. What they were saying was like, it kind of feels like if you had somebody who was black, who was protesting for a liberal cause, who was just having a gun in this situation, that they might get a very different treatment, and it wouldn't be this kind of hands off. And then on Saturday, we have somebody who has a concealed carry permit, who never brandished,
Maybe didn't have on him,
who was never threatening anybody, who was executed, and the justification was, well, he had a gun, and then people are saying, well, why did he bring a gun to a protest? He must have been up to something.
People say a lot of different things.
Let me explain.
That's the issue that I have.
Just quickly, super chat, then I'll go straight to the ULAC to it. It says, thank you, my listening library. Says, the big problem with Rittenhouse is people felt he came there to fight. Thank you, my listening library, for that. But this stuff shows with everything else.
Yeah, and there's a distinction, because somebody could show up with a gun in a situation where there might be tension, and if I think that their thought process, and it seems reasonable in that circumstance, that they're holding a gun to say, hey, like, stay away from the situation, and it gets complicated, escalating, de-escalating. But if my subjective interpretation is that it seems reasonable that what they're doing will and is likely, and they want to deter people rather than looking for a fight, then I'll be very supportive of that.
Just a quick question. Even if he was, quote unquote, looking for a fight, would it be wrong? Why would that be wrong?
I want to hear what Lacto.
Yeah. So I mean,
it was there to protect private property, right, from communists trying to burn down the city. Wouldn't that be a good thing?
Okay,
if
but
he was looking for a fight,
that's going to take it to a whole different avenue as to like property, like whether blah blah blah. Yeah, the property kind of element, and whether you can.
It'll get into like logic and reason.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that.
I understand that you want to get into like the logic and reason, which, by the way, I'm going to agree with you on most of that. But right now, I'm focusing on the very important topic of liberal hypocrisy, which I care about very deeply.
Fair enough.
So according to a YouGov survey that I saw, post acquittal of Kyle Rittenhouse, 3/4 of Democrats thought that he should have been convicted. 3/4.
Well, how do you feel about what I said?
Well, no, I'm gonna tie this in. So 3/4. There were statements made by top officials, including the governor, the lieutenant governor. Lieutenant governor made some pretty brash statements actually about the situation and the acquittal, and the arguments that consistently kept coming up was, well, he brought a gun to a protest. What did he expect? Was he was looking for a fight? He was looking for an excuse to use it. He was showed up to a protest with a gun. Why else would somebody show up to a protest with a gun unless they were looking for a fight? He crossed state lines with a gun to a protest. This is the number one, by far, objection that I get when I say, actually, look at all the evidence. He was incredibly hesitant to use the gun. He only used it at the last possible moment. His actions throughout the day were indicative that the gun was there for self-defense, and the fire extinguisher and was there to protect property. The fact he was cleaning up the graffiti that was on buildings, that was for the purpose of protecting property. The fact that he was running around giving medical aid to people, doing nothing but pro-social shit. And the gun was there to defend him, and he used it at the last possible moment, even when he flashed it at somebody who was chasing him, and they continue to chase him, right? You look at all that, and still the objection comes, well, why did he bring the gun in the first place? Why was he there? Why was he there in the first place with that gun? And I always thought those objections were fucking crazy. And I shared the rage and the perceived hypocrisy when you get certain people from the administration, like Kash Patel, who made similar statements. You don't show up to you don't show up to a protest with a gun and 2 magazines unless you're looking for trouble. Which that statement has been rightfully disavowed by most 2A organizations. I think it's fucking crazy. I disavow that statement in its entirety. That's bullshit, right? But I don't see how Democrats can. Now, maybe you're the exception. Maybe you're one of the 1/4 that has been consistent the whole time.
Well,
but I know there's 3/4. I know that 3/4 of people weren't. They weren't consistent on this. But right now they're willing to use this and say, well, it shouldn't matter. We care about the Second Amendment. We care about guns. But they don't. They They don't care about the Second Amendment, do they? Did they? But they do now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very fair to call that out. I think it was kind of a salacious news story that subjective interpretation of like, what did this individual have in their mind of what they were trying to do. There's questions of like just kind of like level of competency. I think there's a number of people who maybe saw that and were supportive of 2A, but we're just like not 100% sure that this was like a good situation, or thought that he was a dumbass for having done this. Not that he shouldn't have the right to, or that you know, anything legally should have happened differently. But this subjective interpretation of like literally what did he want to happen? Was he hoping that this would de-escalate things, or was he hoping that he would get to shoot somebody, which I think you'll acknowledge is a desire that exists among some people that, you know,
it exists among some people, but all the evidence in that case indicated to the opposite, including how selective he was. But here's the thing: using your logic, couldn't Republicans? And I think this is what a lot of, what especially Kash Patel and what some of them are doing, is they're saying this guy came here looking for a fight.
So that's when you compare these two cases, are there any significant differences in the circumstances? So there's one big difference. Kyle Rittenhouse shot and I think killed. Right? Is that? This is like literally
shot 3
like
people,
10
killed 2
lifetimes ago.
Yeah, shot 3 people, killed 2.
Killed 2. So he killed 2 people, shot 3 people. Alex Peretti never drew his weapon, and he was killed.
I understand. Yes, I understand he never drew his weapon.
So that is
the question.
That is a difference.
Yes, but the question is bringing the gun in the first place, right? Which he did.
Yep. And then the other thing is, his actions at that point. So, I mean, if you're looking at, so if you want to evaluate, like, what is your kind of subjective interpretation of a person, which is what this comes down to, because I think we both acknowledge, legally speaking, okay, Kyle Rittenhouse, I don't know when it comes to like state lines or age or whatever. I'm whatever lawyers or the court say, I accept.
He was allowed to have the gun. The judge allowed that charge.
Then he's legally. I'm not contesting any legal aspect.
Just like Preddy was legally allowed to have the gun. Honestly.
Yep. I mean, yeah. But the subjective interpretation of just when you look at this person holistically, what did they attempt to accomplish? That's. I mean, we can go through those facts, but to talk about Alex Preddy, he was a VA nurse who was treating people in the community. His last words were, "Get away from her. Are you okay?" He put his body in between somebody who was shoving this woman and was just saying, "Hey," he was trying to de-escalate and was just
hold on.
Hands up.
He wasn't just somebody. It was a law enforcement officer in their official capacity.
It was a DHS
just hand wave that shit.
It was a DHS thug, a guy that shoved a woman to the ground that was blowing a whistle. Like
he's a law enforcement agent.
You might not like federal police,
fundamentally
but they are law enforcement.
This is fundamentally what it.
I don't really give a shit. They like
no. So assault from police is perfectly legitimate in your eyes.
No.
That's what
they're authorized to use force when they are. Huh?
What force was necessary to push a woman that was blowing a whistle?
Did she not approach his car?
No, she was standing.
Yeah, then you've not watched the fucking video. Then I can't take anything you say seriously. You are absolutely fucking bonkers.
Do not shout. Okay, sir, lower your volume. Okay, we're back to normal. Okay, so she was standing in the car, blowing a whistle. Guy comes up and shoves her. Alex Peretti.
That's not how that fucking happened, you idiot.
Anyway, let me finish.
There's more
it's okay.
context,
It's fine.
Alex.
Okay, fine. You can say it's more context. Anyway, DHS agent then pepper sprays him, maces him completely. 8 more thugs come around, start kicking the shit out of him.
But details matter, motherfucker.
Yeah. Start pistol whipping, kicking the shit out of him.
They did not pistol whip him. That's, again, you're making shit up. If you're going to talk, speak intelligently.
I am speaking intelligently.
You are not. You are making shit up.
Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't see them hitting the guy in the side of the face with a fucking pistol. We didn't see that, did we?
No, you did not see that.
Yes, we did see
No,
it.
you did not.
Don't you
Hold up the fucking video right now. Put it. Let's show it. Let's go.
I don't
Come
know.
on.
I don't think we can show it on Twitch.
Yeah, we can't
You
show it on
literally-
Twitch, actually.
You can't throw shit on YouTube either.
Yeah.
But there are copies of it on YouTube. So I
So wait,
don't know.
so here's just some context here.
Yeah,
There's
from
two- there's
people,
two-
from bot farming accounts or other people that are big enough
No,
to be able to talk to their YouTube rep and shit. But like somebody like
maybe.
me that's like, in the middle of the night with 30 viewers, right? I'm an incredibly
especially-
small
My YouTube
YouTuber.
rep.
I'm
Okay,
gonna get
we'll,
fucking
yeah,
fucked.
we'll leave it alone.
Just so we're clear, and I've watched I've watched every angle, and my take on this, by the way, is I'm still waiting on more information before I come to a solid opinion as to what happened.
Yeah, I'm in that. I'm
But
kind of in that boat too.
But I do think that there is enough here that the people who are jumping to conclusions, as again always happens following one of these shootings, I think that's just irresponsible, right? So
Yeah, what are we
there's
missing?
there's two women involved. There's two women, and then there's there's Alex Petty, and then there's the ICE officer. These are like the three kind of main parties involved. You see Alex Petty. He walks out in the middle of the road, and he's got a video camera. You hear whistles everywhere. By the way, these whistles are, I think, a real problem. We're talking about like likelihood of raising incidents of potential for mistake. Try to work with a constant blaring of whistles in your ear the whole
Fuck
time.
that. Oh,
No, you can say fuck that, but if I can't even fucking watch the video without getting a headache, imagine being there.
Oh
So,
yeah, the poor
yeah,
ears of the ICE
Yeah,
officers,
no,
like,
the poor ears. I'm just simply
Yeah,
saying that it is a
bullshit.
human reality
I-
that if you have blaring
whistles weren't there-
squealing in your ears,
If the whistles weren't there, there is a
Better
large
communication.
possibility. There is a large possibility that the officer that got the gun away would have been able to say clear in between
Maybe.
the shouting of a gun and the accidental discharge.
maybe.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
that does make the situation more
Those-
chaotic.
If the
Yeah,
whistles
and does
weren't there,
make-
and
and
the
does,
people weren't
but-
filming, if
if
everybody's
No, the
assault
filming,
these-
the
if they
filming's,
didn't assault these
stop.
women
The
and
filming's
men
not
in the first place.
stop.
Yeah,
Okay, the
filming
filming's
is
not
I'm
an
not
issue.
defending ICE here.
The
I'm
filming-
just
the
being
filming-
objective. Like,
Okay.
The filming's not the issue. The whistles are an issue. We can fight about that in a second. I think blaring, screeching noises is absolutely going to raise the likelihood of mistake. I think it's a problem. So we have the blaring whistles, and then we have a car that's passing and has to drive around Alex Petty. And behind the car, there's a woman with a brown leather jacket on, who it's not exactly clear what she did to provoke the ICE officer, but she is leaning forward, and the ICE officer is his attention is fully on her, and he's walking towards her. So then she starts walking back towards the side of the street that Alex Petty first walked out on, and he starts walking in front to get in between the ICE officer and the brown leather jacket lady. This parka lady then runs from the other side of the car that's parked there right on the curb. And if you're watching the video, you're seeing exactly what I'm talking about, and runs essentially sort of in front of the interaction. The ICE officer reacts by shoving that woman to the ground into the snowbank. And then Alex Petty walks over, and he does put his hands on the ICE officer, on his shoulder, and then a little bit on the front of his chest.
It's almost instantaneous, though. His
It's
arm
very
is
shortly
there.
afterwards. It's very shortly afterwards. Yes. It was in direct response to this. Then the ICE officer pulls out his mace, starts spraying people that are there, and then all the other officers get involved. And bring him down. Now this is the critical moment that I think Scott mentioned, which is I can send the video if you guys want it. There's a French site that has the uncensored version. At 42 seconds on that video, you hear distinctly gun, gun. You hear somebody yell gun, gun. And in direct response to that, one of the ICE officers, who's not the one who pushed the lady, by the way, or got physical with Alex Petty, you see one ICE officer almost it seems like almost in a panic manner, draw his gun, and then you hear one gunshot, and then there's a short period of time, and then you hear a series of gunshots. Here's the things that are the main thing that's unclear to me. What did that officer think at the time of shooting Alex Petty? And was that first shot an accidental discharge from the SIG that the other officer was walking away with, or was that part of the
SIG Sart
initial officer
P320
shooting?
is famous.
It's got
for fucking
a problem for
accidental
misfiring.
discharges.
It's got a but it could have been a defect with the gun.
Well,
It also that specific gun does have a problem. It also could have been an accidental discharge from the officer who was walking.
With and it's grainy. It's really grainy, but it really looks like when the officer's walking away, he has his finger in the trigger guard of that weapon, and all
Which would be irresponsible. to be
Yeah,
clear.
and I mean I just think it's irresponsible. I think it's bad gun handling. I think all of those things are
assuming that's right.
assuming, and I don't know that
The
accidental
video's
discharge
too
happened.
grainy, and
I don't know that.
It is a
I also
surprisingly
want to know.
grainy video.
I also want to know the just like everything else, just out of curiosity's sake, to be more accurate about the case. And this is kind of funny because I think this became popularized with the Cal Rittenhouse court case. Right, is an understanding that is this cell phone footage from something that utilizes AI interpolation to try and clean up images.
Yeah.
And if that is the case, are we
We're already
actually
seeing
seeing
that.
the finger in the trigger well? Are we actually seeing the discharge of that little
Yeah.
smoke, or is it AI
I'm gonna-
interpolation?
We're seeing
not-
that with the headless ICE officer that's been making its rounds.
Yeah,
on
so
Twitter, by the way.
I'm
That's
gonna-
AI.
I'm going to say just really quickly that while SIGs have a I think undeserved kind of legend right now about discharging in the holster.
I got a
that
SIG.
model.
I got an X Defender. I love my
Yeah,
SIG.
it's
but
just that
one-
model, the 320.
Yeah,
It's that specific model is
While the
no
P320 has, I think, an undeserved reputation right now of discharging in the holster.
Mm.
Outside the holster, that trigger has to be depressed for that gun to fire. There's no possible way, period, outside the holster. The trigger has to
Wasn't
be
that
moved.
air-
I mean,
with it.
there's always like a 0.001%.
Wasn't that
chance.
airman killed when his gun was sitting on the
No,
table?
that was
like,
that
kinda
guy
far away from
murdered that guy and tried to pull it off on the thing. That's totally been thrown out.
Did they find that?
That,
first?
yeah,
Did they-
that dude's going to prison.
Oh wow.
I mean, the law. I mean,
Oh, okay.
obviously he's got
I
to be
didn't know that.
convicted first,
I
but
didn't know
they've got
that
all
either.
the evidence. I think he's confessed to it. He was trying to play it off and put it on the
So-
SIG.
So
Here's
Shit, I
the
didn't-
here's the issue.
critical. Just one last thing. The critical piece of evidence that I think is we want to know when that shot is and what the officer who pulled the trigger knew. And apparently, I just found this out just before this debate. Apparently, there's body cam footage.
A lot of
that
body
has
cam
not-
footage.
that has not been released yet.
Yeah, and they're
That's
going
finally
through it
been
now.
But here's the thing, like when you actually watch the footage, right? You'll see like the officer in the gray jacket pull the pistol out and walk away. You see the agent behind him switch his hand, I don't know if it was like mace or pepper spray. He switches it from his right hand to his left hand. He goes to his pistol and pulls it out, and then shortly after, that's where he depressed
Yes.
it. So he was
Yeah,
right there
because he hears gun.
Yes. If,
No,
if you listen to the
because-
audio, listen to the audio
Yeah,
on that video.
because he hears gun. And
No,
cops
the
pull
gun was
guns
already
when they
gone.
hear gun. I'm just,
No, the
I
gun
mean,
was-
what,
the
what,
gun was
you an
already
idiot? You not understand this?
No,
How
hold on.
hard is
the
it?
gun was already gone. The gun was already
Did he
gone.
know? Did he know that?
He can't know that.
Stop.
He was standing right
Did he?
there.
Did he know that a
He
gun was
standing right
gone?
there.
Also,
Did he think there was a second gun? Was his vision obstructed? We don't know this.
Yes.
Like
almost all cops, you just go interview some, they will tell you that if they find a gun, they assume a second gun. They just
So-
assume it.
So my question for Lactoid, I didn't want to ask this before we'd spent at least a little bit of time on the question you wanted to ask me, but
yeah, go ahead.
my question for you, which I think gets to, I think a lot of the core of the frustration that maybe me and Alex and Corey and Prime have is, let's say that you get to the point. So you were saying when it came to what Kash Patel was saying, that you vociferously disagree with this.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for you to vote D.
Okay.
I'm not, but aside from voting differently, aside from expressing on a social
I've been-
media platform,
I've been
like this,
unfairly
that you
left out of the
disagree.
group of people that agree with this.
Oh no! You know what? Yeah, come with. Well, actually, you'll be. part
Scott
of this
doesn't agree with
because,
anybody,
but
so
other than voting differently, other than expressing, oh, I do disagree with this. What will you do now to try to push for something to change? Right? So there's people who say, hey, it's the middle of an electoral cycle. I didn't vote for this guy in the first place, but I want to express I think this is bad. I'm going to protest. Or there's people who say, oh, I'm going to boycott some company that's working with ICE. So there's, I can't remember the name of the airline, but boycotts were able to get them to cancel their DHS charter.
Yeah.
There's one bank, I think, that has stopped working with them. Citizens Bank is another that's currently being pressured to stop lending for
the
ICE
Gestapo.
facilities.
Great, right?
Yeah. So, but like, voting is something that happens, either mid-cycle or kind of main cycles. That's one day that you go out and vote for one person or another. And you can tell us, hey, I don't agree with this. But what kind of actions would you take if you felt strongly enough that something had to be done? What actions would you take today? If you don't think it's a general strike, if you don't think, what would it be? What actions would you take, or what actions would you recommend?
I support a complete and total stoppage of all federal funds to Minnesota immediately.
Okay, so you want the government to crack down. Okay, that's great.
But-
so for me, if you're asking like, I'm not going to give.
I got a gleam.
I'm not going to give you a very satisfactory answer here. If you're asking me to like be other than expressing my opinion and voting, which is the vast majority of political involvement that I have right now.
What is thy praxis, sir?
In the first place, like I'm not going. The
Give
most
me thine praxis, or you shall be, castigated on the seas of hypocrisy.
The most I did in terms of like actual like physical praxis, I suppose, is what you're referring to, is when I thought the stakes were extraordinarily high at the 2024 election. Other than those specific scenarios, you're probably not going to be able to motivate me to boycott or go out in the middle of winter and protest. I mean, just
so
speaking.
if you think that what the federal government is doing wrong, let's say, put yourself in the mind state of somebody else who believes that, trying to punish a state that doesn't support you and is defying you and trying to cut off federal funds and send goons to attack people on the street. Let's say you thought that was wrong and that was like a fascist play. Your only response would be stating for the record that you disagree with it and then voting maybe for somebody different, maybe for the same people in 4 years, depending on where that weighs.
I even though I disagree with it, I think fascist goons is a step too far. I think there's probably a level that you believe this is at that I don't agree with. I think and I think also, and lefties talk about this all the time when they're trying to justify the fact they buy designer clothes or computers. You can only do so much, and my energy.
Don't call them fascist goons. You have to match the energy of the article Prime sent us that was totally not biased. That said Donald Trump's paramilitary forces.
Yeah,
paramilitary.
The Gestapo. Yeah. They should have wrote Gestapo.
The Gestapo, yeah.
So I just think it's funny that when they're Trump's ICE agents, they're paramilitary forces, but when they're Obama or somebody else's, then they're just.
If I had infinite time and I could balance,
I just thought it was funny. It was like,
and I could
feel the hate,
and I could balance my full-time job and all the social media important shit that I do, of course, as well as all my other pressing family and personal needs. If I could balance that with also the political activism that I think is important in combating what I see as a problem.
You should run for office.
And also making the time to go to a specific ICE protest in which I didn't feel like I was supporting people that I thought were terrible, but also making it clear that I thought ICE was like kind of going too far. Maybe I would do that.
It could be super nuanced. It could be like, I support ICE generally, but these particular actions go beyond the scope of what I believe.
If I put that on a sign, if I put that whole thing on a sign, and I were to go to one of these protests where I said I support ICE, but generally I think they're going a little bit too far, what would happen to me?
You'd be well.
I mean, you might get pepper sprayed. I
might get pepper sprayed.
Yeah,
because you don't. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? Do you know what Lactoid has done for this country? When he goes to Starbucks, he always orders his drinks with no ice.
I pledge loyalty to the Constitution.
Being the change you want to see in the world.
Hot drinks only. Yeah. Look,
I'm
not calling.
No, he got a cold brew coffee with no ice. Do you know how brutal that is?
I'm going to tell you what would happen to me, Socrates. What would happen to me is I get put on one of these signal groups that's currently happening in Minneapolis, in which, like, very specifically, like a doxing and harassment campaign that these people have white networks about and are currently targeting not just ICE agents, but media figures that are perceived as being supportive of ICE agents,
or just random white people that are driving an SUV,
or random white people. Yeah.
So then my follow-up question is, if you, and I mean, Scott, Grid, feel free to put yourself on one side of this fence or another. If your advice to us who feel that this is going too far is do nothing, don't general strike, maybe tweet once that you think this is wrong, and then in 4 years, maybe vote
wait,
for
I
somebody
think
else
you're-
or don't.
Well, I think
Why
you're prescribing
should we-
something that
Don't
I'm
limit
not.
it
Why
to
should we
one.
subscribe to.
Twice.
Why should we take any of this seriously? Twice. Okay. Wait. Okay. Once on X and once on Blue Sky.
Okay.
That's
See,
right, but
if you're
I-
on Blue
guess I'm-
Sky, I
maybe
can't
I'm
ally with you.
misunderstanding the
Like that's
question.
the problem.
so my question is, do you understand why we don't really kind of like
no,
take this seriously?
wait, here's why.
Does that make sense?
I had the same opinion, just to be clear. Like, I've actually had it's kind of a similar, a little bit different, but a similar conversation of people around the time just before January 6th of, oh, you expect us to just vote and to make our voices heard, we have to do something more. If something more is this,
Glowy.
no.
Hang Pence.
No,
Glowy.
If something this, maybe. If something if something more is what Minnesota and specifically Minneapolis has historically thought of as more, abso-fucking-lutely not. They should not do anything more because their definition of more has consistently been burning down the city.
So I will tell you why my I don't expect you to take me seriously in this. Genuinely.
I always take you
Um,
seriously.
Right, right. And right.
And I
like,
think you
there
look
is-
great, by the way. I don't know why people are talking shit about your weight.
That's just Corey. Not people. Just Corey.
I've lost a little weight, but mostly I've figured out what my triggers are and I'm doing a little better.
Got a good
I
hairline
have a lot
too,
more
by the way.
energy. Oh, appreciate it. But I don't expect you to take me seriously on this, right? Because my advice to you or to any other lefty, right, is that if you are of the individual that can eventually become an ANCAP that I'm preaching to you, and if you aren't, then I don't care. Because I am of the opinion that the US dollar is heading towards an inevitable collapse because it is based upon the US petrodollar, and that we no longer have that agreement with OPEC plus, and that we are $37 trillion in debt. And my job is to go onto these panels
Growing now.
and do what Liquid Zulu calls Isaiah's job, which is to preach to the remnant. I'm not here to speak to leftists and give them advice on how they can fight ICE, because I don't think that they actually meaningfully give a fuck about ICE. They only care about it from an emotional knee-jerk reaction in the moment because the media is preaching that that's the right thing to do. And I think that most leftists are not actually real in any way, shape, or form, or actually can have any of these convictions, because the overwhelming majority of them didn't give a fuck up until the moment that the media and the corporations started telling them. But there are some that do care and do have those principles. And of those people, if they are willing to listen to the correct philosophy of capitalism and private property rights, when this whole fucking thing crashes and burns and we have to rebuild the system because of an inevitable collapse of the dollar and all of these problems, then hopefully there will be enough people with true philosophical consistency that when we rebuild America, we rebuild something off of libertarian principles and don't make the mistakes of our
third time I've heard this
forefathers in
today.
going towards socialism. It's not the third time. I never mentioned Isaiah's job on the
That's
stream
true.
earlier
That
today.
part's new. That singular part is new.
I'm preaching to the remnant. But real quick, I just want
It's
to
that
answer
scene
your
from
questions.
Fury, right? It's like send
Right, I
me.
just want to. You had the 6 questions, and I'll answer them.
Yeah.
Briefly.
Number one, genetically resurrect Adam Smith. Okay. What are your
Right. Number one, no, the Constitution does not protect your First Amendment rights in any way, shape, or form. It's a piece of paper, and the government has proven over and over again that they'll wipe their ass with it. It only is a stoppage to the ever-growing, increasing authoritarianism of the state. Number two, the answer is exactly the same as before. If gun organizations and things actually gave a fuck, right, you would see the NRA or other guns rights organizations fighting vociferously for black people in inner city Chicago that had their gun rights violated, but they don't actually give a fuck about gun rights. They give a fuck about
wouldn't see
white
them go
conservative
against them when
people
the Black
writing them
Panthers-
checks, right? You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah.
Number three, the question was, should he be treated as a terrorist? I believe that socialists in many are outlaws, but he's in no way, shape, or form a terrorist because the actions that he committed was engaging in a bar fight that the Border Patrol agents started with their completely insane actions of following that woman across the street. That is the biggest point of contention for me, is that she did back up regardless of whatever occurred. And she did remove herself from the interaction. She was no longer interfering until they followed her, and then they pushed her again. Maybe they didn't push her that hard and she just happened to step back and slip on the ice from the conditions, but nevertheless they followed her and then assaulted her when there was no reason to do that whatsoever. And so when he stepped in, he was stepping in as, you know, and as we have this fantasy that men would do, right? Up until 20 years ago, every man, and until the Andrew Tates of the world came around, would say that this is what a man does, is steps in between another man that is abusing a woman, and that's what patriarchy looks like, right? Alec is a great example of why patriarchy is a good thing, and he engaged in that, and the unfortunate circumstances that follow between that is certainly not the actions of a terrorist, though the BP Border Patrol agents are obviously terrorists. They are the domestic terrorists, and they should be defined that way. Number 4, does it make sense to detain Indigenous Americans? Where should they be sent back to? I don't know what your point of this question was, but no, unless they do something worthy of being detained. It's a weird question. I don't get it.
So there have been,
unless you mean specifically the BPD, or do ICE have the right from a legal perspective to be the ones detaining as opposed to calling the cops? Is that what you're asking?
I think it's mostly highlighting the hypocrisy. I think there were at least 5 Indigenous Americans who were detained by ICE, who were ICE or DHS, and were detained and held, and this rallying cry of send them back to where they came from because they looked Latino, they look brown.
Yeah, I heard reports.
Kind of
I don't know if it's true.
Them back to where they came from.
I've heard reports. I don't know if it's true that one was involved in in a dispute at a Walmart where they were trying to get one guy, and the other guy was uppity or whatever. So they threw him in the van and then dropped him off at a Target 8 miles away. And I was like, if true, if true, fucking wild. I know it's a different story. I just mean but again, no, they're domestic. They're the terrorists, not Indigenous Americans that happen to be at a fucking protest.
And they're also,
is there any line that the ICE DHS should not cross? Yes, the line that they've crossed is existing. They should not exist. At the point that they've killed more Americans in the first month of the year than undocumented immigrants, are they a problem? Same as number 5. And then I just want to add a little thing. We get a little weird in the libertarianism, just a little weird. Practically, it's almost impossible to enforce. But from if ICE had a right to self-defense, which they do not have a right to self-defense, but if ICE had a right to self-defense, then there could absolutely be an argument that certain whistles are actually fucking loud enough to cause problems, and it is an act of aggression. Rather, you can't aggress upon an ICE agent because their job is literally to kidnap and traffic human beings. So whatever you do to them isn't unethical as far as the NAP is concerned. But if they had the right to self-defense, really loud whistles are a fucking problem. And there's nothing we can do legally about it. But if your boy is bringing a loud whistle, will you fucking stop that, please? It's annoying.
Only a good
to everybody.
Whistle.
Only a good guy with a whistle can save us from a bad guy.
Every time Scott says they're a gang that traffic humans, it's just, you've had to say it 6 times today.
True.
In my presence, and I think it's fucking hilarious every single time he says it.
I don't think it's funny that they're grabbing people off the street and sending them to other states against judges' orders.
I would agree with that.
Can I say one thing real quick? In Indigenous Americans or Native Americans or whatever, they don't have more of a claim of citizenship.
I think there's more irony in saying, "Hey, we're going to send you back to where you came from. You're a foreigner."
Yeah, if they know their
there's
citizens.
More irony.
No, I think they have a better claim to the land, but not a better claim to citizenship, because citizenship is of a country that they didn't want to create in the first place, right?
And
none of them fucking existed
till the 1920s,
when that was
right?
a thing, right?
Do not have Fabian explain what the NAP. We don't have 4 hours.
What the fuck is this super chat? What?
Drail,
why the fuck did you go to his channel and donate him money? What? What are you doing?
Hold on.
That's one of my viewers.
He wants you to spend
they're a genius.
5 hours on
Thank
this
you,
shit.
Drail. right, for being so smart and beautiful and handsome. But yeah, well, I guess they already
Trail's
know
already
for
back
that.
in my chat.
Thank you for the kindness, Trail.
Troublemaker.
He's
But
asking,
yeah, it's really. I don't need to give a 30-minute explanation. It's the initiation of force. That's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And just
Against
just
a
a note,
person
since-
or justly acquired property. If you want to like really get technical, that's it.
just a note, because you're talking about ICE dropping people off. This is something I found out about just I think today. I've been busy and sleep deprived, so I think it was today that they've apparently been sometimes when they drop people off that they've detained, they drop them off like without a jacket or a cell phone or ID in like a remote area that they could potentially. It's like minus 35 with wind chill right now in Minneapolis, and so there's volunteers who are coming out to
Yeah, I mean
get
that.
people
that-
to safety.
Yeah, I mean that
Yeah.
pales in comparison to kidnapping people and then sending them to third world
Mhm.
countries that they
Just
fled.
just another
Yeah.
thing that they're doing. That's
Just another thing.
but
that they're
but
doing.
that
Totally
is
legal.
that
Yeah.
is kidnapping and trafficking just on a
Just
lower
another
scale.
thing that JD Vance would do, and then Lagtwood wouldn't disavow. But anyway, thank you all. I do appreciate you. I want to really respect your time. This was a great conversation. We were all over the place there. We even had time to go over the nap, right, and have an argument. We had everything here, honestly.
Always time to take a
The
nap.
nap is the thing that I do too much, and it's why I'm fat. I want to make sure that Corey's questions are answered. All right,
Fewer naps, start running for more questions. Okay.
you got it, and I'll be in shape in no time, boys.
Thank you.
Be
for
careful
the
with the
kind people-
running, man. Your knees.
Yeah, there's something to be worried about. Thank you
Was
for
that
the kind people
Schwarzenegger, Running Man, or which was it?
who
That is his movie, The Running Man.
who supported who supported the channel. Thank you, Tessa Johnson, my listening library, and to Adriel for being so kind as to support us with super chats. If you haven't done so already, if you've enjoyed this content so far, hit the follow button. Hit the follow button right now. No matter what platform you're on. Be a part of this.
$5 comes in from the fuck it
Come back to the
button.
channel. We have a
Thank
lot
you
of
very
good-
much,
we have a
my
lot of fun-
friend.
fun times
I
here.
like the
We
whistles
got great
correctly
people. We got
being
great
annoying
guests,
and gay, but then
who,
proceeds
quite
to
entertaining,
speak
especially when they're
leftisms
pissed
for
off at
2
each other.
minutes. Lines are
And I
imaginary, but
find
not the
it
ones I
even
make
better
up.
when they're not pissed
Yeah,
off
it's a
at
good
me.
point,
in
man.
particular,
It's a good
right?
point.
No one yelled at
I like it.
me,
Appreciate
and Prime loves that.
Right, you didn't have to even mute anybody to defend yourself.
Exactly. All right, that's the only way I can. I have an advantage, and I'll press it every time.
Get that monopoly
Thank
on
you all.
force, buddy.
That's right.
You guys all believe in
It is
force
his
doctrine
private
now, by the
property,
way?
and we're engaged in a
Fan cap dream.
voluntary.
Does anybody not believe in force doctrine now?
I don't know what force.
I'm
doctrine
not
is. I'm sorry.
sure what that is, but
That's Andrew Will. Well,
you'll have to pay me $5 to
currently
hear
Andrew
about it.
Wilson,
It's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
stupid thing.
But yeah, sorry, I'm just I'm unaware of that. But anyway, thank you all. I'm going to give an outro to all our wonderful individuals. Starting with our good friend, who once again I'm giving him a hard time. Our good friend Lactoid.
So I'm channeling the spirit of JD Vance right now. Truly our savior, Lord and Savior. Before I give this outro, I'm Lactoid. You can find me on Lactoid TV. My take generally, strike's bad, union's bad. I agree with basically everything the anti-union side said. Boo, boo, boo unions. As to the particular incident, I once again, my criticism is not that it's clearly justified. My criticism is that consistently, whether it be with Mike Brown to Kyle Rittenhouse, even to Renee Good, consistently the first statement that is put out by major social media figures, and recently some of the like more, a little bit more veiled, but still bad enough statements put out by politicians, including Tim Walz,
And Christy
are
Nome.
very what?
And Christy Nome, right?
Sure, and Christy Nome, yes.
Okay.
But I think specifically I'm focusing on the Democrat ones here because these statements, I believe, are the kind that are going to potentially lead to riots. which is a well-known pastime for the people in Minneapolis for some fucking reason. Why does this always fucking happen here? Every fucking time, it's fucking here. And yeah, I just think that the responsible thing to do would be to wait and say, oh, there's some questions here that we don't know the answer to. I think already there's some questions that are coming up, which is, is calling this murder really accurate? Probably not, because in order for it to be murder, you would have to assume that the ICE officer knew that there was no threat and decided to shoot the guy, or didn't reasonably know there was no threat and decided to shoot the guy anyway. That seems to be somewhat unlikely based on the footage. There's a whole bunch of things that we just don't know yet, and I think it's important to do the responsible thing and not just call ICE murderers and demand mass action, which, I mean, by some of the definitions, including the Colorado Appeals Court, would potentially be insurrection, right? Let's not forget all the definitions of insurrection that were flying around the time of January 6th, including some legal definitions, including some definitions presented by some people in our very space. Under these definitions, what these protesters are doing would technically fall under insurrection. And I wouldn't want you guys to be insurrecting now, would I? So
Is that an active verb now?
Insurrecting.
that is.
I was just gonna let that roll.
I mean, I don't know. Fucking the
It
lawyer
is.
vocab always wins.
Insurrection.
Yeah, I'll just say this, and you don't have to respond or anything, but just that, I think it's fair what the pushback our friend Lacto is giving us, and that, like, what is the actual definition of murder? He knows that. What is the actual definition of manslaughter? He knows that. But we can acknowledge that the public doesn't know that. And so when they just say murder, right, they're just saying an unlawful killing. But yeah, so we'll leave it there. But thank you so much, friend. Let's go to Scott.
Oh, yeah. I remain unconvinced by any of the arguments here because I am always right. Even in the past when I was wrong, I was right then because I was a position of evolving into my ultimate form of rightness. Yeah, fuck ICE. I also don't have suicidal empathy for, like, protesting socialists that their only reason to dislike ICE is because the media has told them how bad it is, but in reality they could give a fuck about the tragedies of the world. They really just know that they want to be on the quote-unquote right side of history, and part of being on the right side of history is bleeding the middle class to death with ever-increased welfare and socialism that is tearing the country apart. In terms of Alec, Pretty, I think is it Alex or Alec? I thought it was Alec, but people keep saying Alex.
It's Alex. Alex Pretty.
Okay, like Russian, Polish or something.
Pretti.
No, I got the pretty part. Anyways, never mind.
Alex,
Doesn't matter.
Are you really asking me if Alex is Polish? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't fucking know either. Anyways, I had a weird look to him. I don't know what to tell you. Regardless,
Alex right here.
I do think in his actions in that moment, I think they were, as so far as we can tell right now, both heroic and kind of stupid. Right? I think we can all acknowledge that it is, like, probably a good thing to step in between jackbooted thugs, abusing a woman that was completely unnecessary, and also really fucking dumb to do that, right? Like, I mean, like, it's something's wrong with your self-preservation instinct if you're, like, stepping in between in a situation like that. But, nevertheless, seemed like all in all, probably a good guy for that. Even if his politics were one of, my enemy. And then lastly, I'll just answer your question, Grid. Does anyone here not believe in force doctrine? Yeah, I've never believed in force doctrine. I've always thought it was silly. Because I do believe that rights are something that can be objectively seen through logic, and that they do exist. And, when Andrew Wilson was first, kind of experimenting with this argument of, force doctrine in debates, I told him something that he, sometimes says now, which is, might doesn't make right, but it does make reality, which is contradictory to his force doctrine thing. And he kind of says them both, which is also kind of contradictory to the concept that God has commandments, and thus God is telling you, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal. So it's like three fun contradictions in his philosophy that I think he just kind of picks and chooses based upon the debate he has, because he's talking to socialists that don't have any consistency anyways, so it's kind of easy to do. But yeah, no, obviously I don't agree. Any libertarian worth their salt wouldn't agree with force doctrine that rights and laws are things we just arbitrarily made up and are then imposed by those with power. No, I think they can be objectively discovered through logic, through argumentation ethics, starting all the way from existence exists. But that doesn't change the reality that like power matters, and
Source.
you can talk about your rights all you want, but
Did you just
at the
say
other end of
source?
a gun. Yeah, he did. So yeah, so I'll answer that question on force doctrine. It was fun. You can find me on Fabian Liberty. Just Google Fabian Liberty, you'll find me.
I do like that that line you have. Might doesn't make right, but does make reality. I've heard you say it before. Did you come up with that, friend?
I think he was quoting Andrew, or maybe I don't.
No.
No.
Andrew Wilson has said similar things, and Jim Bob has said similar things after debates with me.
Yeah.
Sure, but he doesn't have a trademark because that's not real.
He doesn't
That's
have a
IP.
shit like this.
Yeah, use it. It's a good line. Use it. Just don't use it in conjunction with contradictory nonsense like force doctrine or believing in the Christian faith.
So I was just wondering, but did you come up with that? If I want to give you credit, if I feel like it, because I don't have
And royalty.
Yeah, no, I came up.
Don't
I
give
mean,
anybody
yeah, I mean,
credit for anything.
Okay.
I mean,
I was just
yeah,
wondering.
the idea originated in my head. It's probably
likes
parallel
intellectual
thinking.
property.
I highly doubt that someone hasn't said something that cheeky as long as the
Well,
fucking English language has been around. You know
I've
what I
always
mean?
heard
Like,
that might not always make right, but might does make.
yeah, might makes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I've heard. So
and I've heard
That's-
something
that's a
similar
good
to
one.
that before in the past, and I just changed it to might doesn't make right, might makes reality.
Okay. There's no IP, so I created that. That's my thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's go to.
Well, that would be fraud. Lying about being the creator of something would be fraud, right? You know?
Yeah. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, as always, an interesting and entertaining conversation. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And still think on average unions are largely good, although I don't think every union is good. I'm still sort of go back and forth on teacher unions and all that stuff. But yeah, and one last thing, maybe to correct the record, or rather, so going back like 2 hours now, but I think it's important to say where I think Lactoid looked up the wrong information about quinoa and he used cooked quinoa as opposed to uncooked or raw, where the uncooked or raw.
Bitch, are you eating bowls of uncooked quinoa, you fucking psycho?
Absolutely.
savage.
Because I knew my memory was not that faulty.
Damn,
Where
he
the
was
4
cooking
grams
quinoa.
per 100 grams is totally seems
I concede completely that it is absolutely
How much
your
protein per
honest
uncooked?
opinion that it is not easy, that it is
14
absolutely is easier to get fucking
14
plant-based protein, because to
14
you, you'll just straight
14
wolf down raw
14
quinoa.
Well, no, I never said. I said raw or soaked. 14 grams per 100 grams.
Or
That's
soaked.
about 14.
Which is less than half of that of chicken, correct?
Depending on if you talk about chicken breast or chicken thigh. But
Chicken breast.
I think 100 grams of chicken breast is around 20 grams of protein.
Oh, it's more than 30.
Yeah, it could be more than 30. I haven't.
It's
But
the
like-
most protein dense thing there is, other than like Parmesan cheese. But if you eat a brick of Parmesan cheese, I got news for you. You need help.
I
Or
don't disagree with that.
raw quinoa.
I'm sorry that I spread misinformation by referring to cooked quinoa instead of raw quinoa.
My bad.
Wait,
Yeah,
The
dude.
worst thing you've
Why
done
why
is
would you
fail.
assume he cooked his food?
Because F1. No, see, this I would say demonstrates your ignorance. You can eat, as in you can put it in salad. This is one of the most common ways to eat quinoa is to soak it overnight and then eat it, just like lentils.
No, I'm fat. I'm putting a bunch of butter on it. Like,
No,
you know
I'm aware. Yeah.
Right.
what I mean? Then it tastes good.
Like
But I'm
Mark
allergic
told
to
me.
quinoa, so
a great philosopher once says, "More butter, more better." All right?
True, very wise.
Mhm,
Love
mhm.
that.
Especially as a
Um,
father.
Let's go to our friend Grid. Grid, thanks for joining us and giving your opinions.
Yeah, it's been an interesting evening. I don't really I don't really want to tread back over all the ground that we've already tread over. I will just simply say that force doctrine has been defined by a lot of different people throughout history, including Thomas Aquinas, the Chinese philosopher He, or however you pronounce his weird ass name.
Dude, your wife is Chinese. You better know how to pronounce that.
Sorry?
I said your wife is Chinese. You better know how to pronounce
I could go ask her.
You've been married for a decade. You don't even know how to pronounce some names. Dog. Fucking somebody get this man Duolingo and save his marriage.
No, I don't. No. Anyway, I just think that it's a very interesting. I think it's a very interesting position that some people take regarding the force and use of force, and I'm always willing to discuss it. It's very interesting to me the lengths that we are going through to the leaps, twist, by all of the nonsense to either justify or to villainize the ICE agents. Do I think that they're 100% in the right? Absolutely not. I think there's a lot of procedural problems in what and I don't even think they were ICE agents. I think they were actually Border Patrol acting with ICE. And so I think there's a lot of problems with the way they handled the situation. But from a legal viewpoint, I think I'm until I see something, and I'm well aware that new evidence is coming out. We haven't even seen the body cam footage. We haven't, there's so much we don't know. So I'm perfectly willing to change my position on this later. But as it stands right now, it looks like it will be a legal. The guy had legally shot, so it is not murder. I carry a gun fucking everywhere. I have a gun on me now. I'd show you, but we're on YouTube. There's guns there. There's guns there. There's guns everywhere. But the one thing I don't do when I'm carrying a gun is interact in any fucking way with law enforcement. Cops don't like people with guns. They just don't. And you are not going.
Hate competition.
Yeah, they hate the competition. And the interesting, so when we talk about Rittenhauser, you notice that the pictures of him, the video of him walking towards the police, he's got his hands up, he's yelling, "Hey, I'm armed, don't shoot me," all of that, because he knows, because he's not a fucking idiot, that some cop will look at that and get bent and want to take a shot at him. I've had an officer point their gun at me. It doesn't feel good. You should always be exceptionally careful when dealing with law enforcement, because they can shoot you. And even if they have to go to jail, that does you no fucking good if you're dead. So while I certainly admire that young man's cojones of acting with the law enforcement, I think it was ill-advised, and it could have been de-escalated at several points. It just wasn't. And other than that, I don't really have a whole lot more to say about it until I see more evidence. I think that there's so many people have. We heard Alex tonight make several incorrect comments because honestly, things are still evolving, right? Things we don't know, and I'm not willing to, unless I've actually seen it. I'm not willing to talk about it. I don't know that the gun fired, right? I don't know that. I've heard people say it. I've heard people explain to me how it all looks. I don't know that there was a gunshot. I don't know where that gunshot came from, the first one. And until we know that, I'm unwilling to commit to any specific thing other than, as it appears right now, this is a legal but very messy and very problematic shooting. So that's it.
Thanks so much. Okay, let's go to our friend Alex. Alex, thank you for joining us and coming in. We haven't had you here in at least a long time, or I don't know,
very long time. Very long time. So first things first, Prime, thank you so much for having me, and I want to thank the panel. It's been a very interesting. Granted, it's always fun button heads with you. Even if we don't agree, it's always fun button heads with you. It's all in
I like. So, sorry, I muted myself. I don't have anything personally against you.
No.
So, yeah.
No. Yeah. I don't take it.
Certainly don't take anything that I say personally.
No, of course not. No. It's all in good fun. So, but anyway, So kind of going back to like everything we talked
$5
about,
from
I'm not
Fuck
going to talk
Button.
about
It's not
cooking
an
with prime
experiment.
K's. That was
You agreeing that
absolute
Mike
insanity,
makes
like,
only
talking about
proves
quinoa and
Morse
lentils, like,
doctrine
that was
true.
crazy. But
Who
anyway,
enforces your scene
when it
rights
comes down to the
in
topic of like,
reality?
you know,
And that's
workers' rights and
good
things like
point.
that, it's
Fuck it,
very,
bud.
very
Sorry I didn't
important
get to
we
that
have
earlier, my
these
man.
conversations because workers' rights are very
Appreciate
essential. If you don't
that
take care of your workers and
donation.
you don't pay them a good wage, you know, it wasn't Bernie Sanders that said that. It was actually Theodore Roosevelt talks about like how you have to take care of your workers, making sure that they have good, adequate healthcare coverage. So that's number one thing.
Which commie was that?
It was Theodore Roosevelt.
That commie. Got it.
Yeah, he's not a commie, but anyway. So last bit. So anyway,
I love
like,
Scott. I gotta be honest. I really want to dislike Scott sometimes, but you just can't.
But anyway, kind of going back into it. So even though I'm sure Scott has good intentions, he's living off in fucking La La Land, you know, ANCAP, oh fucking sunshine and rainbows. When the world collapses, we're gonna rebuild it after I roll out of fucking bed and eat my butter and steak and shit like that. You know, it's all fucking fun and dandy, you know.
Reppin'.
Because you know he's definitely gonna rebuild the world with his little. I think it's gonna look like that background, possibly. I don't know. It's possible, but until then, I can't actually take seriously into a hypothetical scenario that does not exist because he couldn't even answer what healthcare system has complete free market systems because they don't fucking exist. Because we are the only country out here that actually has mixed market and where people say private insurance or private healthcare is better, even though every other first world nation across the world proves it. Anyway, fine. Okay, so but every other first world nation seems to have that figured out, but we can't seem to figure it out. It's because we're fucking idiots, honestly, because our country is filled with morons. We can't get out of our own way, so it's going to stay that way. We're going to remain to be the most unhealthy nation. We're going to remain to be the healthcare, where healthcare is the worst in this country of any first world nation. When it comes down to the killing, you know, of what happened, the killing of you know, Alex Preddy, I'll put it to you like this: it's incredible how a guy like Alex Preddy, him and I have the same frame. It takes 6 to 8 guys to take him down when you can literally see bouncers at a bar manage to handle people the same size with no issue and people don't end up dead that way. But yet a bunch of, you know, idiots, a bunch of mongrels basically can't seem to figure out how to tackle. They can't seem to tangle and how to hold somebody together without killing somebody. And the thing is, there is a track record of law enforcement doing these things, and then they just kind of get off scot-free because of things like qualified immunity. But DHS has absolute immunity given by Stephen Miller and JD Vance, which is dangerous. You don't want to give any law enforcement absolute complete immunity. Why? Because that basically means they can do things that are against the law, which they are already doing things that are against the law. They're racially profiling people against the law. It goes against, and they're also entering door to door into people's houses. Can't do that. You can't without a warrant, essentially. But they're already breaking the law. But why not? We're living in the times of Donald J. Trump, which anything can happen as long as he says is perfectly fine and acceptable. And I could talk about this all day, but I'm going to yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much, Prime, for this great evening.
Absolutely. Okay, 2 things. One, I'm going to as well. I'm going to steal ice mongrels, right? That's going to be a new thing of mine. Thank you. I'm going to steal
Sounds
2
like Game
things
of
of
Thrones.
Alex's, right? Because
Ice
the next
mongrels.
time I want to disparage, disregard, ignore our friend Scott, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck is he gonna do with his butter and his beef?
Just to be clear,
Some of
ice
the few
can
things I
racially
can fucking
profile.
eat.
Just to be clear, they
But
can.
nobody can racially
Called
profile.
Kavanaugh
dude.
stops, right?
Okay.
Ice can.
No,
Yeah,
ice can. Yeah.
Socrates knows. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ice can do
Kavanaugh's
what?
iced.
Ice can racially profile.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
they're allowed, unfortunately. Yeah.
Even though it's against the law, but okay.
No, it's not.
Yeah, they can
The
racially.
Literally,
deciders
they
of the
want it.
law said they can.
the
The Obama
can
administration
they
won
can-
that court case.
Yeah, they can racially profile even off-duty police officers. That's fantastic. I'm so glad that we live in a country right now where, you know,
Thank
maybe
Obama.
because, yeah, well, yeah, guess what? Maybe every single
before
Christian, because
Obama.
they commit the most sexual assault, we should just profile all Christians as pedophiles, right? I mean, that seems to be the standard.
Do they?
Well, most Christians, Catholics.
Do you really
whatever.
want to get into that game? Because we could start talking about profiling gay people. Do you think we should profile gay people for being child molesters since they have a higher rate of it?
We're on Twitch. Okay, the Christian stuff, yes, but not the gay stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. We can attack whites and we can
right.
attack the Christians. We got to be careful about attacking the protected people from
Can we
the from
profile
logic,
the
right? We
cousin
don't want the gays or
Thank
the
you,
blacks or any of those people to
What?
engage in logic, man.
Oh
That'd
my
be
God.
scary. Twitch don't like that.
Is it profiling the cousin fuckers to talk about that?
Let's
Are we
go
talking about the
to-
Muslims or the Alabama people? Because I think
Oh, boy.
the
go to our
rates are
man,
higher in the
Alabama
Muslim
people.
community.
Roll Tide, Alabama.
Socrates. Socrates, thank you for coming through. You are always entertaining. I love to see how you argue. I love the angles you come from. You're really fun to engage with all the time. So thanks for being here, friend.
Thank you so much, Prime. Really appreciate you making time for this panel. It was a very important topic. I mean, don't let anybody shake what you're seeing with your own two eyes, right? When we're talking about policy, Nixon wanted to make his main policy universal healthcare. He wanted that to be his flagship policy. Didn't end up going forward, but that's what he wanted to push for. Reagan was talking about how we need to have a path to citizenship. George W. Bush was talking about how we need to have respect for immigrants, even undocumented immigrants in our nation. So these kind of lashing out from this administration, this regime, it's not a sign of strength. It's a sign of weakness. They're trying to distance from what they're doing with respect to blowing up the deficit, giving all their money away.
Another
to donors,
$5 comes in from Fuck It button.
trying to distract from the Epstein files.
Let's do it. With this standard, we can finally
That's
get
what all
rid of
these
public
news cycles are
education,
for.
and that
He
will
said
go
he was going to
long
attack the enemy
before
within,
Christianity.
which includes
I mean, you're right.
leftists, anybody who didn't vote for him, blue cities like Minneapolis, like Boston, like New York City, like Detroit, places that are shining examples of communities that are diverse, that live together, that are
Well, he's
economic
probably
centers,
high, so it's okay.
that
Calm down.
show as a demonstrable proof that we don't have to be afraid of people who look different, of people who sound different. It can be scary times right now. Make sure to spend some time with community, not just with scary stuff on social media or people who are going to tell you that nothing you can do can be worthwhile. Minneapolis is standing together and they're striking and they're chanting and they're doing community aid. You can help them out. Standwithminnesota.com. You can find a lot of ways to help them, and most importantly, to learn from them. Because if you're in a blue city, a blue state, ICE is going to be coming for you, not to spread fear or anything like that, but they've stated that they want to come after everybody. In my city, we're finding out that they're getting a lot more vehicles delivered, so they can start doing a lot more raids. And it's 100% true that the people who are standing up now are largely people who are not standing up when Obama's ICE was deporting a record number of immigrants who are black and brown, but they weren't attacking citizens. They weren't attacking white people. It's true. These are all things that have been going on outside of the nation and within the nation to people who look different. And now that when it was Renee Good, there were a lot of people who were saying, okay, but she's a woman, she's a lesbian, couldn't happen to me. And then they see with Alex Preddy, oh shit, he's a nurse, he works at the VA, he spends every day helping veterans, he's a man, he's a guy who is carrying a concealed carry with a permit. That could be me. And we see now more than 50% of people who have an opinion saying that they want to abolish ICE. We have the administration, the regime, saying, lockjaw Bovino, we're actually getting rid of you. We see Kristi Noem backtracking on the statements about Preddy being a terrorist and saying, okay, actually, maybe these weren't so great. We're going to look into these things. So all of their bravado, all of their threats, all of their violence, these are the reactions of a very weak administration. They have a lot of power, but they have a lot of instability. And don't make it easy for them. Even if they're not following the law, make them break the law more and more explicitly, because that shows a lot more people how nakedly they want to push for total authoritarian control. And the truth is that we can fight back, and there's a hell of a lot more of us than there are of them. Find people in your community, talk to 15 of your neighbors, and you'll be ready when ICE comes. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much. And we didn't really get to talk about it here, but it's been talked about plenty of times whenever we bring up immigration. But one day I do want to like tackle the Obama situation like more forcefully, right? Like I mean, you know what timing I'm on. Fuck Obama, right? There's just been a lot of talk about that in terms of like conservatives and like liberal hypocrisy, and there's always plenty of liberal hypocrisy. But I do want to tackle that head on at some point in time. Anyway, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much, everyone. I am going to raid out to a woman. Her tags are girl, English, findom, mommy,
Oh God.
boobas, and English. Uh,
Double English.
Twice.
Oh,
Twice
yeah.
over.
It's twice actually. Yeah, I actually noticed that twice. But yeah, we're gonna give her a try.
It's crazy that like we have like explicit whores on the internet that are celebrated.
God.
That's so crazy.
But okay, this is the second time. This is the second time I just tried it. That a channel won't let me raid them. I think they got protections. I got like maybe only
Yeah, some
defense.
people can make it to where they can't be rated.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. All
They get a lot
Well,
of,
If you're a
hate raids.
fandom channel, like that's probably a good idea.
Okay, we're gonna try another one. One of her tags is e-girl, and another one is feet. All right, let's see if this one works.
One feet or two feet?
Tags.
Tags.
Feet. Feet. One feet. Okay, it looks like it can go through, so we're just waiting for that to happen. But thanks everyone for coming through. This was a lot of fun. We'll be back. We'll do more of this, and off you go. All
Be
right.
well.
There you go.
Thanks everyone.
Hey, I was just curious, Socrates, are you able to name one person? Because you said many people were saying that because Renee Good was a woman and a lesbian, it couldn't be me. Are you able to identify just one person?
No, I wasn't saying like literally people were saying that. I'm saying
hyperbole.
in terms of the number of people that have come out in response to the killing of Alex Preddy relative to the killing of Renee Good.
Yeah,
That
fair
was
enough.
the-
I mean, it's a
yeah.
claim that I was just
It
like,
wasn't-
that's
it wasn't
an
like
insane claim.
People were
Because
saying
you said it, right? Like, I mean, you mean it like, I'm struggling to find the right word. It's been a long night.
Literally or
I feel you. As like
Figuratively,
a,
I guess figuratively would be close to it, but that's not quite not metaphor. There's a word I'm searching for that isn't any of those, and I've forgotten it.
as like a direct statement versus like
Yeah. Because I'm just like, that's a wild claim to make that a whole bunch of people were like, well, it's not going to happen to me because she's a lesbian and a woman. I was like, who the fuck said that?
I don't buy that. But
no, that's more of like a general statement as an inference
like
based
maybe
on
people
behavior.
were thinking this. I don't know.
Mhm. I'm not saying that there were millions of people on TV saying she's a lesbian, couldn't be me.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure there's a
massive-
few. I'm sure there's a few Nazis that have that opinion, but I don't think
Mhm.
anybody on the right would think, even think that thought.
Mhm.
I think like there's definitely some identity, like the right wing, full blown like Nazbol identity politic. Right wing socialist types might think that.
I mean, there were people. I'm trying to think like my brain is generally fried, but there definitely were. There definitely. I'm trying to think of like news anchors or whatever, but I definitely have seen comments that it's like, oh well, she was like a lesbian. She's like a leftist. She's a bad person because she's a lesbian, or she's some
Bro, you
some kind of
find me that
agitator or
person,
something
and
like that.
I'll find you a goddamn fascist. Right? Can we like just real quick, as a libertarian that is right wing, right? I hate how much the term fascist has been watered down by the left over the last 20 years, right?
So
Where everything is
right
fascist.
wing. That means that you support like the state or the king,
No,
or you mean
no.
like small c
I mean
conservative.
like when I say right wing, I don't mean like I sit on the
Very interesting. The amount of nonsense that I get to listen to. That was painful. Yeah, I kind of zoned out there in the middle. I had something else going on, and for like 2 minutes, and then I kind of got behind. So yeah. I got to be honest here. I'm a lot of this shit's falling on deaf ears for me, because I don't actually like have a problem with law enforcement doing law enforcement's job. Like I don't like law enforcement. Don't get me wrong. I've been very clear all day that I just don't like cops. Right? I just don't like them. And certainly, you know, there's a way to go about questioning or ascertaining the facts of law enforcement, but on the side of the road is just not the place, man. It just isn't, you know. Can anybody look? I maybe I'm just internet fucking stupid, but can somebody please find me an actual example, not some leftist bullshit blog where that ICE is dumping people out in the middle of nowhere? Can somebody find me that? Right. And by the way, at this point, I think it's Border Patrol. And I like Socrates a lot. He's a good dude. I think, you know, obviously I think he's kind of misguided. I think he's a little too lefty, but you know, whatever, that's fine. You know, he makes salient points most of the time. The problem I have with some of the things he said here tonight is it's just so fucking contrived. Right? It's just contrived. Like to continuously say that guy was murdered. No, not at all. And I see Uncle Fatty rolling in and, you know, saying, you know, that, hey, he was shot in the back. Well, sure. Okay. But was he a threat to that officer or his fellow officers? At that point, that officer had every reason to believe that there was a gun in play, and none of the other officers had their firearms out, and he was clear. I actually have a problem with that officer because he fired into a mass of people where his compatriots were. I have a problem with that. Okay, sure, he he didn't actually hit any of his fellow officers. Okay, that's, in my opinion, that's probably dumb luck. But he was, as near as I can tell. And again, I am perfectly willing to change my position on this if new facts come out. Perfectly willing to go the other way. However, as it stands right now, as near as I can tell, nobody can show me any evidence that this guy should not have been shot. There was a gun in play. Apparently there was a shot. I haven't heard it, but there apparently is evidence out there. I have not seen it, but I have to go with I have to kind of go with it at this point. Even if that's not the case, the second they said gun, and this guy is still reaching around his waist, that cop is going, I'm just telling you, right, wrong, or indifferent, that cop is going to shoot you. This is why I consistently come back to, if you are a concealed carry person, I carry a gun, I'm armed at this moment. If there was a cop fighting someone down at the end of the block, I would have deep second thoughts about involving myself in that, because I have a gun and I don't want to get shot. And I don't want a cop to shoot me because he has no reason to believe that I am not a threat. Okay? Now, if it works out for you and that's fine, you know, and you want to get involved as a citizen, that's fine. I don't disagree with citizens getting involved to some degree with officers. And certainly we've seen YouTube videos where guys come over and help cops out when, you know, they're needed. But as a concealed carry permit holder, I would have deep second thoughts about intervening in a cop, you know, arresting someone. Yeah. Again, right. Resolution is correct. You don't have to like it, but you don't fight cops on the street. They are a gang. Look, I will even go as far as agreeing with Fabian Liberty. They're a gang. Why do you want to involve yourself in gang warfare? Don't do that. You don't fight them on the street. You go to fucking court. And then if you're right, and I have been, then you go home. I've had an officer pull their gun on me. I'm here today. I literally had a gun in my face this fucking close. This fucking close. I actually, Stephen Akari, that thin blue line shit, man, that gets me every time. I'm sorry. I mean, I just, you know, again, and I'm not saying that all cops are bad. I'm not saying all cops are good. I'm saying that, look, it's all times. But again, why do you want to fight that on the street? Why do you want to fight that on the street? Why do that? If you're going to go and harass officers, you know, and this is actually something I give Joe Cool a lot of credit for, right? He is willing to go and put himself in harm's way to document police behavior. It takes balls, big ones. But he is willing to deal with the consequences. He's willing, apparently, to go to court. He's willing to go to jail. He's willing to do all that. Okay, great. He is. Yeah, fuck it button says there's always a court that does not require a casket. True. Lots of us have easily survived shitty interactions. Same here, Grid. They followed me until I pulled myself over again. Survived too. No prob. Yeah, I mean, that's it, man. Yeah, Joe Cool knows what to do and what not to do. That's true. And you have a bunch of people who have been encouraged to harass law enforcement, and that's a bad plan. That is a bad plan. Right? Let's see. Ronan Traveler says, I think law enforcement have become a lot of scared individuals, and if you were that afraid while doing it, go find another job. I don't actually disagree with you. However, that being afraid while doing your job, look, I don't actually have a problem if an officer has a good, healthy fear of a crowd. I would rather them have a good, healthy fear of that than to have false bravado and get themselves or someone else killed. Right? So there we go. So I mean, I've done some stupid stuff in my life. I have I've had interactions with law enforcement. I'm well aware of cops and the things that they can and very assuredly will do. So, you know, there's a point that we get to in all of these discussions that we always circle back to this point. If you are going to go harass an officer, you have decided, whether you want to admit it to yourself or not, but you have decided that you are willing to go harass an armed man. Do you understand that? I mean, let's all call this what it is. If you are willing to walk up to an armed individual and rely on their good nature and their training and their willingness to abide by a law that you yourself are not abiding by, if you're relying on that, there should be no surprise when you get shot in the face. Okay? I'm just saying you should not walk into those situations with any other expectation as then there's a 50-50 chance, maybe better than 50% chance, I'm not coming home. But I'm willing to, the risk is worth the reward. I get to go fuck with a cop or an agent. Yeah. The irony is to use this argument versus the ANCAP. If you agree, okay, it's a gang. So do what he did to a gang. And in this scenario, what reward do you earn? Sure. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's the same. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's all fine. Ronan says, I know a healthy set of real fear of being shot in war. I am not saying you should be in a cop's face to annoy them. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't think anybody's. And the thing is I don't think anybody that listens to me is really saying that. Like, I don't think that anybody would agree that the thing that you should do is walk up and harass police officers. Right? This has just not been ending well for people. Right? Like, but I'm going to be honest, and this will be probably the only time I ever really say this out loud. You have to give the cops credit because they have been the target of so much hate, so much vitriol, so much harassment day in and day out. Right? Day in, day out, would you do it? Would you stand there and let somebody blow exceedingly loud whistles in your ear, get in front of your car, and basically just harass you, right? Calling me names doesn't matter. But I probably could, because I have I have a lot of patience and I have a high tolerance for just people being dumbass. I have a high tolerance for dumbassery, right? I could probably do it. But can we realistically, let me rephrase. Are we at all surprised that this has happened? Are we? I'm not. When this whole thing happened, I'm like, yep, that makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. You got the fucking governor and the mayor and all kinds of other city officials, local officials saying, go fuck with the police. Go fuck with those dudes. And then they walk about, just peacefully, yeah, but pay lip service. But that wasn't but their heated appeal to society at large was go fuck with these people. What do you expect? What do you expect? You want to end all of this shit? Fine. I agree with Fabian Liberty. Pull ICE all the way out, pull out every federal cop, cut off all federal funding, cut off literally all government support, shut down any, shut it down and tell them you're on your own, motherfuckers. It's all you, baby. And then when those immigrants go somewhere else to get power and money, cut off all that the trillions of dollars that have been going in there, the billions of dollars that have been embezzled and all of this bullshit. When those immigrants cross the state line to get more of that because they can't get it in Minnesota anymore, fuck them up. Lock them up. When I was having lunch near a restaurant by the Whipple Federal Building, I saw agents getting food and they were removing earplugs at the cashier. So how bad do these plugs limit hearing? It depends on what type. I don't know. Are you in? Fuck it button, are you in? Or Mullet Baby, are you in Minnesota? Look, I'm just going to be honest with you, man. If somebody's outside my house, let's just all think about this. If you are trying to do your job and people are blowing fucking whistles and yelling and screaming and putting themselves in your way and generally being a complete dumbass, how long are you going to put up with that shit? Just be honest with you. You don't have to answer me. You don't. Just be fucking honest. Just be fucking honest with yourselves. Motherfucker. Dude. Sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, it was Mullet Baby. Fuck it button. I'm sorry. So, damn, son. Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to be on. Look, I'm not saying, look, I said this morning with counterpoints, right? I think this is a legal shoot. I don't think there's any, I don't think there's any spin that's going to change the fact that this officer is going to go to, that he's just going to be on administrative leave. They're going to investigate it. And they're going to find that he acted within parameters and done. Like I think it's legal, but I think it's messy. I think it's problematic, and I don't know how to solve it. Okay, I mean, Connor was this morning was talking about a bunch of how maybe you have maybe you change it from saying gun, you say disarmed. Okay, maybe that helps policy wise. Maybe that helps. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not, look, I'm just not the guy to really talk to about this, right? Like I'm not going to waver from this point off of this point unless somebody can show me legitimate evidence, right? That the cop that fired did not have a reasonable reason for his actions, which is very clear. He heard gun and apparently heard a gunshot. Now, I've heard the single shot on an audio track, and then I've heard the multiple shots from the officer. I've heard that. Now the question is where did that shot come from? Was it the officer carrying the gun away? Did he trigger one off into the ground? It certainly seems like that is the case. I don't know. It certainly seems like it. Could it have been a backfire from a car driving by? Could it have been? I mean, look, I can speculate all night. But you definitely hear what sounds like a gunshot. And once that cop hears that gunshot and he's heard gun, I mean, come on. Come on. It's just what's going to happen. Well, the question is, we don't know if it was the guy's gun. I will say that there's a lot of people saying, it's a P320. They fire. Look, a P320 outside the holster will not fire uncommanded. Okay. There's a problem with it when it's holstered that I believe has to do with either holster fit or foreign objects. Okay. Now I will tell you, I'll cover that, Mr. Alligator. I will tell you what I think happened. What I think happened from the video I've seen, the officer, to me, it 100% looks like his finger is in the trigger guard. Unlike most police weapons, the SIG P320 has kind of a light trigger pull. Okay? Kind of a light trigger pull. It's not stupid. It's like 4.5 or 5 pounds, but a traditional like Glock, police issue Glock is like 7 pounds. It's really long. It's a really long trigger pull. And I think the officer triggered around into the ground because he was fucking hyped up. He had adrenaline coursing through his veins at 1,000,000 miles a fucking hour, and he had gloves on, and he fucking pulled the trigger. That's what I think happened. I can't prove that, but that's what I think happened. Now, I have a SIG P320. I've had several of them. I've had many of them over the years. I've never had one fire uncommanded. Okay? Every single video that I've seen where somebody tries to prove why the SIG P320 will fire uncommanded, every single one of them relies on moving the trigger backwards. If the trigger has to be manipulated, that's not an uncommanded discharge. I'm just saying. You know, and literally to get the 320 to fire where they rock the slides, you have to move it back a specific amount to get it to where it will disconnect, where the sear will go forward, and at the same time unlock the firing pin lock. I've watched the videos from the Browning Spring Company, or whatever, High Power Spring Company, whatever the fuck it is. I have watched their videos and heard their explanations that it's weak springs or tolerances or something like that allows poor sear engagement. I don't buy it. I don't think that that's the case. I have multiple thousands of rounds through my SIG P320. It's been in several different frames. I have an aftermarket trigger in it, and it's never gone bang unless I told it to go bang. I will say that to adjust it, you need to be very careful because it is an adjustable trigger, and you can get that fucker light, very, very light, and it's very easy to AD just as you're pulling on the trigger and stacking it. There are some other things with the SIG that I could get into, but we can talk about that in gun prattle. But the simple fact of the matter is I don't care what anybody says. I don't care about internet legend. I don't care about guys sticking knives or preloading the trigger or whatever, and then rocking the slide back and forth to make it fire. It's impossible to have happened in this circumstance. There was nothing on this against the slide. It's I honestly, I think that the guy's probably a Glock user. A lot of federal agents use Glocks, and they have a heavier trigger than the SIG. And I think the guy fucking AD'd into the ground. Can't prove it. I don't know, but I'm just saying that's what I think. So we'll see. We'll find out, right? But I think the guy's SIG fired into the ground. And yeah, pretty interesting. Now, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure about the rest of it, right? Like, do I think it was right for the officers to, for the other officers to put rounds into Preddy after he was down? I don't know. I wasn't there, and I don't have video of it. I'll wait to. I'm going to withhold judgment on that until the body cam footage is released, if it ever is. At the end of the day, again, if you are, first of all, let me address this legally concealed carrying. I would say that yes, he was legally concealed carrying, because I am a constitutionalist and I believe the Constitution gives everybody in the United States of America the right to keep and bear arms, and bear being an operative word here, and therefore you should be able to carry a gun however you want, wherever you want, whenever you want. But the state laws of Minnesota require you to have your ID and your concealed carry permit on you if you were carrying your gun. Preddy apparently, on purpose, again, purposefully left his ID at home. That means he was not legally carrying his legally owned firearm. To constantly say he was legally carrying concealed is factually incorrect. Now, do the federal agents give a shit about that? No, because they don't enforce Minnesota law. Nobody gives a shit, right? Like, nobody cares. And the federal agents don't give a shit if you have a concealed carry permit or not. They just don't care. It's none of their damn business. If you have a firearm on you, so what? But it is disingenuous and a false narrative to say that he was legally carrying at that time. Because in the state of Minnesota, he was not. Right? It's like a $25 fine for not carrying the permit. There you go. See? I'm not yelling. I'm just talking. Glenn, you're welcome to come up if you'd like. I'll send you the link. Just hit me on Discord. But as near as I can tell, Pretty, whatever his name is, was not legally carrying at the time. He was, I don't know what he was thinking, right? I don't know. Mullet Baby says, and he was not following lawful orders as a permit holder, which is a civil and criminal fine. Yeah, see, again, it's just this narrative. It's an important part of the narrative. It is a very important part of the narrative for people to say he was legally carrying when at the time he was not. And again, I do agree with Fuck It Button. He planned his day with what he was thinking. And look, I was not aware of this. I read this somewhere else. I have asked multiple people to confirm that this is a thing. He was apparently a follower of Antifa. He's kind of not a professional demonstrator as near as I can tell, but he had demonstrated before. He purposefully left his ID at home so that if asked for ID, he could honestly say, I don't have ID on me. And therefore, law enforcement could not identify him, or it would cause him more trouble to identify him. And that's costly, to be honest. It seems like he was going to get unalived by police that day. I mean, literally, I've heard. I think it was Counterpoints this morning saying that it was suicide by cop. Somebody was saying it was suicide by cop. I reject that notion on its surface, but certainly it could, in fact, be the case. I don't know. I don't know the guy. I don't know what the guy was thinking. You know. Whether he was legally carrying or not, why would go to a protest armed being in that type of environment? You obviously have some sort of mental issue. All right, so I disagree. All right, Ronin Travelers, I'm going to tell you, I go everywhere armed as long as there are not metal detectors involved. If I went to a protest, I would be armed. The better question is, why would you antagonize law enforcement while you are armed? That's the better question. Now, assuming that he'd actually, and I'm gonna make an assumption here that in Minnesota you have to take some sort of class to get your concealed carry permit. Okay, I'm making an assumption. I don't know that, but I'm gonna assume you have to have some sort of class to get your concealed permit. I'm going to bet that in that class, the instructor said, "Do not engage with law enforcement if you are carrying, and if you are approached by law enforcement, immediately tell them that you have a legally possessed firearm on your person," or something to that effect. I just can't imagine a concealed carry class where they do not tell you. Cops are not comfortable with people having firearms around them, so the easier you make it on them as a concealed carry permit holder, the better off you are. It would be absolutely irresponsible for them, for a concealed carry instructor to not say that. Let's see. Yes, in duty to inform. If they ask, I'm compelled to admit. Sure, absolutely. They need to be approved locally by county sheriff, and they need a class and have to pass the test. Okay, I'm interested in what's on the test. Yes, the left wing now really cares about the Second Amendment, where this is the first time they blame the shooter, not the gun, like the past violence. That's true. We absolutely need better gun control, I guess. Fuckers. So I don't know, but again, way back many, many years ago, when I took a concealed carry class, one of the things that the instructor bored into my head, you live in California. This motherfucker lives in California. Oh, Illinois. Same difference. Same difference. Yeah. So my instructor long ago impressed upon me that, right or wrong, police officers often have an issue with citizens carrying firearms. They do not see you as the friendly neighborhood concealed carry holder. They see you as an armed individual that they don't know. So I would find it very bad if the concealed carry class didn't say that. Another reason semantics mean fuck all to me. So many people on the right will take the bait and pretend like leftists are using 2A to benefit all of us. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. I'm always up to semantics, by the way. Always. For 40 years, to all cops, it was this way trained. Gun equal crime. It is taking time for that culture to change. You're not wrong. You're really not wrong. And I'm freely, look, I don't think it's right. I think it's fucked up. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I've had a lot of positive interactions with officers when I've been pulled over and had guns on me. I've had a lot of officers tell me, hey, it's your right. Just don't reach for it, and I won't reach for mine. I was pulled over in Utah by an officer, and he comes to the window, and I said, he says, "Hey, license and registration and insurance." And I said, "I'll give you my driver's license, but my registration and insurance are in the glove compartment with my gun. If you want, you're welcome to reach in and take it out. That's totally fine." And he's like, "Thank you for telling me that. I am going to secure the weapon during this stop." I said, "That's perfectly fine, officer. Just give it back to me when we're done." And he did so. Because I don't want to get shot reaching into my glove compartment to get my insurance card and the cop thinking I'm going for my gun. Okay? Like, I don't want that. That would be a bad outcome that's a negative outcome for me. So while I'm certainly not a bootlicker, I don't want to get shot. You are welcome to not lick all the boots you want and risk getting shot in the face. Yeah. Yeah, right. I don't mind them securing it. You do mind them running it for no reason. It doesn't matter if they run my guns. They come back to nothingness. Nobody, we don't have a registry here. They're not signed over to me. There's, my guns are undocumented firearms. So fuck them, They can run them all they want. Right ahead. Not going to get you anywhere. My firearms identify as free spirits. Yeah, who's the bootlicker now? Right? Right. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, TVT, what's up, man? Sorry about that. I zoned out for a second. It's a game that has to be played with police. Folks who are actually familiar with guns and gun laws understand this. Those who only think they know have no clue. That's true. It's usually tell who is who in the conversation. Yeah. What's up? What is up at Los Avarice? What is up, my man? How are you? Rob Raid incoming? All right. I'll stay up a little longer for that. But I mean, I don't know. We've talked about this. I mean, I've talked about this now for days, We could talk about SHOT Show. Glenn, you could have come up. I don't know. Glenn may have left. I don't know. He may have just said, "Fuck it, I'm out." But I do think that there's I don't think that I don't think that a lot of people are being intellectually honest when they go through the narrative. They don't, they're just not being very honest at all. So, and that's fine. Look, you don't have to be honest. You can be dishonest with yourself. Just busy running at 100 all the times, man. Hey, man, I appreciate that, buddy. I get it. I get it. I've been very fucking busy. Very fucking busy. I mean, honestly, you know, Ras is making sense here, man. Like he actually, you know, that's, I mean, you know, I mean, I find it interesting that there's so many people that aren't making sense out there that are talking about this, like what we just heard from Socrates, right? Like Socrates, like what the fuck was he even talking about? And what's his name? Alex Kirsch. What the fuck? That guy was like, he made shit up. They were pistol whipping the guy. Holy balls. Like how, what kind of fucking rhetoric are you listening to? Right? Like this is insanity. You are in, it's absolutely insane to talk about, and the way he was talking about it, you know that he had never watched this the actual video. Right? Because you know, once he started, because you could see him over there watching the video, he's like, okay, I'm not, none of that happened. Yeah, I have not seen that, but I have seen a lot of AI bullshit over on Facebook. There was one where they have the guy in, like, they have a video, they have like an image comparing some Nazi dude, you know, putting a bullet in the back of the head of some poor prisoner, and then kind of almost the exact same picture with the ICE agent shooting down into Pretty, and but the thing is like the other ICE agent didn't even have a head. You could tell instantly it was AI slop. But I don't believe any of that nonsense. So what's up, Neurons? Come on in, guys. Sit down, have a good time. We're gonna talk. We're talking. We've been talking today a lot. We've been debating all day and yesterday about the Minnesota shooting. I've just about had enough of it. The robot leg. Yeah, that was funny too. You know, I'm certainly willing to discuss it more, but I'm kind of tired of it. But if you guys want to go into it, that's fine. If anybody would like to come up onto come up on the stage, the best way to do that is to go to my Discord. If you have my Discord, the mods post a link, and you go to what is called the waiting room, and a mod will give you the link, and you can come on up. You will, if I don't know you, you will need to cam up at least backstage. If not, if I do know you, you know, then fine, cool. Again, I've been debating all fucking day, and yesterday to some degree, but mostly today, about, we've been talking a lot today about the Alex Pretty shooting. We've been talking a lot about Minnesota in general, but I'm almost over it. But, you know, guys, if you want to talk about it, I'm willing to talk about it more. So I'm getting covered right now. Not sure if you want to cover it anymore, though. What do you mean I'm getting covered, Ahimsa? That casting couch is heating up. Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. Go to the waiting room, baby. Go to the waiting room. Ahimsa, would you like to come up? Ahimsa is a good guest. In the meantime, while we're waiting for all of this, Dusty's covering me. Well, he was covering me earlier. That's fine. Whatever. I'm positive that he'll have nothing good to say about me, which is fine. I don't care if he covers me or not. So it's probably good. I mean, I should probably watch it at some point. Ahimsa, has there been anything said that I would object to? Do you think? You think that I would cry about anything over there? He usually likes me. Well, I mean, you know, I usually like Dusty. That's fair enough. This is for Ahimsa only. Ahimsa, you're welcome to come use that link and come up. Ahimsa only. Thank you very much. Yes, please come in, like the stream. Feel free to super chat, donate. This is a viewer supported thing. Yeah. Unban your main. That's got to be Are We Not Men? Is this Are We Not Men? Unban your main. I could probably find my way to do that. Hey, give me 1 second, Are We Not Men? I don't remember. That's wrong thing. I got to go here. I think. Yep. There we go. And I got to go to. Give me a second. Are We Not the Men? Should I unban Are We Not Men? I did say earlier this month that all was forgiven, that I gave no fucks about any of that, anything in the past, and anybody that wanted to come on could. I will stand on that. I will absolutely, and I will. Yeah, let me find where to unban you. I don't actually remember how to do that, so give me a second. I thought it was in community. It's not there. That's not it. All right, there's that. Somebody fucking ban Radical Coder. I gotta be honest. That's kind of based. All right, you're unbanned. You're unbanned. Ahimsa, how are you? Sorry, I was unbanning the banned one. Ahimsa. We'll wait for Ahimsa to come back. You see the signal chat? I have not seen the signal chat leaks, but I am looking for them. If you've got them, that would be great. You did not know there was beef between me and Are We Not Men? That's because I don't really talk about it. I don't really give a shit. I don't really care about it anymore anyway. So. Yeah. Yeah, somebody banned Radical Code. I didn't realize that I wondered why he hadn't been on in like a long time. And but I just looked through the ban list, and sure enough, that fucker's on there. What's my take on USA leaving the WHO, the World Health Organization? About damn fucking time. About damn fucking time. Ahimsa dropped off. Maybe she'll come back. Yeah, I absolutely 100%. I'm good with that. Yeah, who banned Radical Coder? Whoever did it, boss move. That's a boss move. Ras Illusion. What's your normal name? Because I don't think you're banned here. But I can check really. I mean, I've got it up. I do have it up. I don't know. I don't actually remember who banned Are We Not Men. I did not physically ban Are We Not Men, but I did agree with it. It didn't work? All right, stand by. Stand by. Where the fuck was I on that? Setting. Community moderation. It did not work. Let's see. Well, I mean, you had a bunch of alts, so maybe I just didn't get the right one. All right. Yeah, it's because you got like a bunch of alts. I'm gonna unban all of your alts that I find. So who banned Imperius? What the fuck? That's funny as fuck. I got to start checking this list a little more often. Oh, they banned Kim before the storm. Damn. I don't know who's doing this, but they're pretty fucking funny. All right. Let's see if I got the right one this time. Ahimsa.
Hey.
There you are. How are you?
But good. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm very tired. I've been streaming since like 10 o'clock this morning.
I know. I heard you this morning on OGs, and that's what I was saying. They thought you were coming over to cover that too, but yeah. So the Minnesota thing with OG.
Oh yeah. But that was like I was only on there for like 20 minutes or so. I had to jump on Connor's, and he kept me waiting for fucking ever, which was fine. It's totally cool, but still.
I said you had a valid point with if the guy didn't have his license, then the concealed carry doesn't carry any weight in Minnesota. However, I'm going to still say it seems like a psyops to me. It seems like more division, and it just all the different camera angles and I don't buy it all. It's kind of like it's just everything just seems to be going that way. More division, more civil war.
Yeah, certainly there's that possibility, right? And I'm not ruling that out. I'm just saying that from my point of view, I'm carrying a gun right now. There's a gun right there. There's a bunch right there. I got 3 more over here. I've got a pistol in this box right here. I carry a lot of firearms, but I don't fuck around with cops when I'm armed. I just don't. I used the example this morning with Connor that even when I'm in the fucking gun store and just gun store employees before, they've been like, hey, I'll be like, hey, I'm carrying X today. And they're like, oh, really? Can I see that? I'm like, and I'll be like, don't you fucking shoot me. And as I pull my gun out, because I don't want to get shot. Right. Like that's what it is. And I just, I'm not fucking stupid. I don't want to get shot. And so I'm just like, I don't know that this is a psyop per se, but certainly the way the narrative is being spun is borderline insane.
It's absolutely insane. I don't buy any part of most of this. Straight up with why do they have so many Somalians that have been shipped in the last administration? Like that, none of it makes sense. And also, if ICE is so valid in Minnesota, which I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying it's Border Patrol. And why aren't they protecting the borders in California? You know what I mean?
Well, I think
they aren't. They have people that have been on that have testified. They've gone down there and they go right to Tijuana. Used to have the administration had people guarding the borders there. They're just not there anymore. So how do we have Border Patrol up here rounding up everyone, and yet down there when it's actually at the border, there's no one there. There's hardly anywhere near as many people, and even in Texas as it used to be. It's too convenient.
So I think there's a problem with Minnesota specifically because of the large amount of provable theft, fraud, all of that, right? With the Somali population and the way that all has happened. And I think it's getting a lot of heat right now, which I agree with you. I don't understand why Minnesota is getting all of this heat and catching all of this flack when certainly, Texas is doing, Texas, they're rounding people up in Texas, right? Like they're not fucking around down there either. You just don't hear about it. And you're not really hearing about California. Now, I don't think that California is, which they're supposed to be, but I don't think that they're complying with officers at the moment, right? I don't think that they're working with ICE, and I think that there's a battle there that I think will end up being fought. I'm just not sure when. It kind of has to be at some point, but the way that I look at this is Minnesota is such a glaring problem, and there's so much attention focused on it right now with all of the fraud, with the Somali issue, and all of that. That it's a natural first stop. But now look, they've been doing the same thing in New York City, and outside in the small cities around New York City. They've been rounding people up there, but you're just not hearing about it like you are Minnesota. I'm not really sure why that is. I'm open to discussion about why that is, but certainly
the media didn't even give Obama hardly any, coverage when he had people in cages on the border of Texas.
True.
And it is so hot down there. They didn't have air conditioning. They have like the alligator Alcatraz thing that they're making such a big thing out of. My problem with it all is what an absolute waste of so much taxpayer money. But I feel like, they should be securing the borders, but also securing our international interests so that all these people aren't wanting to come in here. Like their countries are more secure.
Well, fair enough. What I'm going to say, and I just remembered this about California. So California, ICE is deporting people out of California as fast as they can, but Newsom is at least paying lip service to the idea of working with the feds, right? He's at least saying, yeah, I'm going to work with you guys. Now we all know, right? Like he's not really working with the feds, but he's at least paying lip service. What Walz and Fry have done is, they're just really, really bad. And they're not paying lip service to working with ICE at all. Matter of fact, they came out and literally told their citizenry to fight back against the federal officers, which I think is, honestly, it puts both the pretty and the pretty good murders or unalivings or suicide by cop or whatever you want to call it. It puts those events directly at Walz and Fry's feet because they're the ones that came out and made a massive speech. We all saw it, right? Where they're fight against these federal officers, resist them, cause them problems, get in their way, stop them from doing stop doing their job. And then when they got called on it, they walked it back. Oh, let's go peacefully protest. Don't, just guys, just peace. But which was total horseshit. And they'd already made the call to action to fight against law enforcement. And so I personally think that this is the issue with Minnesota and why it's getting so much attention. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I don't know that I am. So.
Right. But I'm to go back to even the whole, because, we're similar age, but scale it back to the Department of Homeland Security.
Mm-hmm.
Is that even constitutional?
To scale it back to the DHS?
Yeah, the creation of it under Bush after 9/11 in order to make everyone afraid and therefore, take their power. All the TSA stuff and the deals.
Yeah, I remember September 11th. I was actually in an airport on September 11th.
I had friend in Building 7. It took me till 1:00 in the morning to locate my friends who were right around there. That was like one of the worst days of my life. I had one friend, thankfully, who worked upstairs in the Rainbow Room in that restaurant who had quit the month before, but he lost his girlfriend. So yeah, I remember it. But I mean, I still don't agree with like all of these supposed security measures when the security it's not, it's a farce. It's to put us in more fear. Just like all of this, it's more hype. At what
Well, I mean,
point do we quit?
certainly there's more emphasis on this. I think there's a couple of things at play here. First, I think because Waltz ran with Kamala, that puts extra focus on it right out of the gate. I think that there's a number of reasons here why this is getting more attention. I'll address the DHS thing in just 1 second. Blunt Rap says, resist him peacefully, he said from the start. Calls me a liar. No, he did not. He literally said, go fight. He literally said that. Unless you want to like say that the third speech he made was the first speech and the start, then you're obviously high. So please do less pot or whatever it is you're doing. You were surprised at the recommendation this morning for it. I'm sorry. What, I missed something. X5 Samurai, help me out here. What are you talking about? Watch notices Telemundo. Oh, here we go. He's got me. Obama won't halt deportation for parents of kids brought to the U.S. illegally. That's true. He did say that. Democrats demanded the Department of Homeland Security. Bush asked for Congress to fund an Office of Homeland Security and make Tom Ridge its officers. Democrat opposed it and demanded DHS instead. I mean, I was part of that. Not part of it, but I was in an airport on September 11th. I remember all of the things that happened. I remember when DHS was established. I remember when TSA was established. I remember all of this stuff. But we had Border Patrol and custom enforcement before. All we've really done that I can see is really been to kind of merge some agencies around and kind of integrate them so that there's a better sharing of information. And kind of ICE became, in my opinion, ICE became something it shouldn't, and that is it became a lot more political than it was previously, right? It had a job to do previously. Once it became part of Department of Homeland Security, then it became way more political. Would you agree with that, or do you think I'm off base on that?
No, it has been. And doesn't it answer directly to the executive branch?
Well, all law enforcement, in theory, answers directly to the executive branch. The president of the United States is, in theory, the top cop in the United States.
Right. But I mean, like with what Obama did after Bush created the Department of Homeland Security and expanding more power to the executive branch, Obama did the same thing with just executive order, executive order, executive order. We don't have a monarchy here.
Yeah, so what Obama really did was he expanded the powers of ICE to what they are now. Now, for some reason, there seems to be this rhetoric that Trump has expanded ICE's powers. He really didn't. He gave them a clear mission, right? He told them this is what you're going to go do. But he didn't expand their powers. Obama did.
He said he was going to arrest all the violent criminals and deport them. Right?
Well, yeah, correct. He gave them a specific mission, right? He gave them a very specific directive, which is his job. He, as chief law enforcement officer, that's what he's supposed to do. Now, here's the thing. Okay? That's his job. What he did not do, which he's being accused of, is expand the power or the authority of ICE. He didn't do that. Obama did that, and the Democrats know it. Now, they like to forget it conveniently. That's okay. I would too. But, and it's honestly, it's irrelevant really who did it. But during Obama's administration, the powers and the authority of ICE and its mission was expanded. We can't get away from that, right? And so, while I don't necessarily agree with all of it, I think ICE is. Look, immigration and customs enforcement. We need to have that.
I'm not arguing that. I think most, like Michael Savage, borders are a big thing with,
Yeah.
I think borders. Every country has the right to protect their borders. The problem is, in this country, we've always had certain level of immigrants crossing the Rio Grande to get into
Sure.
Texas.
Yes.
And I don't have an issue with that. I mean, I lived in Texas. They're really, really good citizens for the most part. It's after the last 20 years, they've started bringing in, I mean, it ran me out of Houston to a large extent when I started seeing kids getting abducted and then, they're traded, whatever, gangs too. That didn't happen before NAFTA. NAFTA opened the borders big time between Mexico, and it shut down their middle class. We decimated their middle class, so then they didn't have jobs and they had to come across the border here to get jobs. So we're not looking at our impact on them when our companies go down there and start, American companies, US companies go down there and then start, taking over their economy. And then it brings all the riffraff north and we have a problem. We haven't enforced these and but we spent money elsewhere. We spent a lot of money elsewhere.
Well, I think a couple of observations I would make is that true, American companies have gone south of the border, but that was at the invitation of Mexico. It's not like we just went down there and did it. It's very difficult, actually, for an American company to go to Mexico and start any kind of business. As a matter of fact, it's very difficult for an American to immigrate into Mexico, period, which is a weird dichotomy that we seem to have in this country. We're perfectly okay with the fact that if you, Ahimsa, go down to Mexico and you want to become a citizen, I don't believe, and this may have changed, but I don't believe that there's a way you could legally ever become a citizen of Mexico, ever. But they can come here and become a citizen. Okay. So it's a very interesting dichotomy. I don't know that it's worth dwelling on a lot. It's just interesting.
We took the land from them. We beat them out like in the Battle of San Jacinto. I mean, we lost at Goliad, we lost the Alamo, but we beat them in San Jacinto.
Sure.
Before that, it all belonged to Mexico as well as California. I mean, we took that. So I kind of get something and we have been a whole lot better off financially. So I understand people want, but it's not. I used to be able to cross the border. It's no big deal. But now you can't do that anymore.
Sure.
And a large part of that has to do with protecting the bigger corporations that go and have gone into Mexico. Sure, most of us can't. But I don't to me, NAFTA was pretty much like the EU. It takes the smallest and weakest countries and then exploited them and then spit them out, which is what the whole thing with Ukraine was. I mean, I don't think that, we talked about that last time. Most Ukrainians didn't want to join the EU. So they go and they create this civil war thing because there's more room to exploit them. I don't think spending more money is going to get us out of the problem where we're at socially.
Well, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Financially.
Just 1 second. Guys, if you want to come up on the stream here, the easiest way to do that is to go to my Discord. The mods will put a link out there. Go to the Discord, go to the waiting room, ask for the link. I don't know if there's a mod watching the waiting room, but there should be. And it's So anyway.
But anyway, I kind of understand why that guy would want to protect a woman who's just randomly pushed down,
Yeah,
I
so
didn't understand that.
Yeah, so this is actually something that's really interesting to me because Well, I don't think the woman was randomly pushed down, right? Like she and
Well, the
her.
right to protest is a part of our culture. We have the right to protest.
Yeah,
I've
absolutely.
protested before.
Sure, but
yeah.
The problem is if you watch the whole video, they literally approach the officer in his vehicle, and then he tells them to back off, and they don't listen, and he gets back out of the vehicle, confronts them. At some point in there, I'm going to make an assumption here in that that officer decides he's going to detain and or arrest these individuals, which is within his right. Right now, they could get arrested, take the ride, go to court, it could get thrown out, whatever. But they chose not. This is where it all starts going off the rails. Yeah. Once they started interfering with that agent, and I keep saying officer, I understand they're federal agents. I get it. I don't want to be too pedantic, and I don't want to be castigated for using wrong terms here. I say agent and officer, and I'm not talking to you specifically, Hims. I'm talking to the chat. I don't want to be castigated because I keep saying agent and officer interchangeably. But at any rate, once that guy has made the determination that, hey, I'm going to detain and or arrest these people, and gets out of his car to do so, they then they're still kind of, coming. I mean, I don't know. Then at that point, it seems adversarial on both sides. The one woman, I don't know what she does. I don't know where she pushes at him, throws something at him. I don't know what her deal was. The second woman is right up in this guy's face. He pushes her, I'm assuming to create space, because that's what cops do. They don't want you in their space. Before he, or right as he pushes her, Pretty puts his hand in, and it looks to me like he stiff arms the officer. Like he actually stiff arms.
It seemed like he was trying to make him calm down because he just pushed a woman down. I mean,
you don't calm someone down by stiff arming. Like that's not how that happens at all. It seems like Pretty kind of had already involved himself. I'd have to go back and look at the video again because I don't trust my memory here. But from my recollection in the video, Pretty's already kind of involving himself in this interaction anyway. Right? He's not like 100 yards away and he comes running over. He's right there.
Yeah, he was filming it ahead of time. He was
right there, kind of involving himself in it. So I don't really know what his motivation, and I don't honestly care what his motivation is. I don't care if he was trying to help the woman. I don't care. Right. At some point, the officer tells him to get back. He doesn't get back. The officer goes to CS gas, which this is where it gets a little nebulous, right? Because my understanding is that I was, this morning, somebody was telling me that the CS gas that they're using now, it's not that bad or whatever, but it still fucks you up. And I don't know. It looks to me like Pretty gets a pretty good snootful of it, and he is just kind of, I can't tell whether he's flailing or I give him the benefit of the doubt, say he's flailing around. He's just kind of disoriented. He's got fucking CS gas all over the place in his face. And the officer's telling him to either get, I have the audio, but I haven't had time to listen to it today. I don't know whether the officer's telling him to get back or to get on the ground, but at some point the officer, goes hands on, and then a lot of officers go hand on. And instead of proning out and, just taking the ride, getting handcuffed, all of that, instead of that, he fights back, and he ends up, then we have the gun come out, and we have apparently a shot. I don't know. It's kind of an interesting.
Well, I am going to say this after having a lot of cops in the family. Actually, my uncle was like right on the chief of police where you're at. So And one of my good friends in Florida has been chief of police. I've had a lot of cops in the family.
Sure.
One thing I do know is, unlike you, as a civilian going to the gun range, being target practice, all of that, cops are trained specifically for de-escalation before they ever fire their gun. You know, if you've got a person you're going to shoot at, you have to think about it. So there's no reason why there were 6 shots fired. There's no if they're trained properly.
Yeah, I disagree.
That is not
I'm going to disagree.
There's no.
I'm going to disagree because I know a lot of cops, and I'm going to tell you that once that gun comes out and once the decision's made to fire, they're going to continue to fire until the threat's neutralized. There
were 2 of them that shot, though.
Yes.
Weren't there? Yes.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So another officer took the gun off of the victim who was shot. The protester.
Yes, that's prior to the shooting.
Right. So there's no reason why they shot him.
Yeah, there absolutely is, because what they heard was gun, 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 or gun. I can in the video. I've been told, again, I have not had time to listen to the audio version. I need to, but I've been told, just in a debate about it, they hear gun, gun. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, even and I'm in the most charitable case, and I did this with counterpoints this morning. The most charitable thing I can say is it doesn't matter if this guy says I have a gun, right? All right, or this guy I had a gun and now the cop now has the gun. Cops are trained that if a suspect has one gun, expect a second gun. There's just be realistic. You know, I'm just telling you that, and I don't know. Maybe not all departments are like this, but I've had officers from Reno, Vegas, Nashville, certain places in California all tell me if they find a gun, they expect a second one. Okay. And then once they hear, hey, what's up, Dusty? Once they hear that shot, that's it. They're going to fire.
Yeah, but these guys aren't trained. They're not trained anywhere near as long. Like they're like what, 3 to 6 months.
We don't know that because we don't know how long the border. He's got to get his shit together. We don't know that because we don't know how long these particular officers have been on. I actually asked this morning. I asked in a discussion I had this morning about that very thing, and what they were saying. Because I cannot believe that they're going to put people who are just out of the academy with no experience in this environment. I just can't even fathom that. Like that would be so stupid. But so I asked, what did a former officer think about this, right? And he's like, yeah, it's probably more likely that it's like you got an old guy that's been there 10 years on the job, training 1 or 2 newbies that are probably a year out of the academy. They're not going to let somebody with 47 days of training go immediately to a frontline post. It's just not going to happen. I don't know what else to say about it. I think that people that are saying that are being exceedingly disingenuous.
Unless they're desperate. I mean, there's not a whole lot
but
of
they're
people
not desperate. They're not desperate. They've got a ton of officers to send there. Dustin says the one officer has 8 years in. I believe that. Can we hear you now?
Yes, you can.
Good. All right, cool. You fled out of here like you couldn't, like your audio was off or something. You didn't even say hi.
It was off. Yeah.
What's up, man?
Grid, I have some smoke for you. I'll wait though.
No, come on. Bring it on. We were just talking about the shooting, so I'm sure that's what you want to talk about.
Yeah. So your main what is it that you think makes this any at all valid? Like the validating factors of the shooting?
Seriously?
Oh yeah.
Okay. The fact that the officer says gun, and there's a shot fired, and officers respond to shots
by the officer.
Yeah, we don't know that.
Yeah, we do know that. We can see
I don't know that.
You can see it. You absolutely okay.
I don't know that.
Absolutely.
I've heard all day people have been arguing both ways. All fucking day, people have been arguing, yeah, there was a shot fired. No, there wasn't a shot fired. You can hear it. You can hear one single shot.
You can see it. There's a lot of angles. Don't worry. I got it. I got you.
I've seen it, and I said the same exact thing this morning, and I was not corrected, but it was pointed out that it's exceedingly pixelated, and you can't tell. And I've OG all day has been like, you can see the slide move back. No, I can't actually see the slide move back. I can see what maybe, but I don't see it. And I'm not willing to say that there's a shot fired. But let's just say the shot was fired. If the shot was fired, then there's no question it's a justifiable shoot. A cop hears a gun go off, they're going to shoot the guy. It's just the way it is.
It was the cop's gun that went off.
It wasn't the cop's gun that went off.
Yeah, because the other cop carried the gun away.
You got smoke for me. I got smoke for you, Dusty. Watch the fucking video. It's not the cop's gun that goes off. No, it is not. It is the suspect's gun that goes off.
Wait, did you see all different 4 angles of the footage grid?
Yeah.
Clear.
Hold on. We're going to watch
whether
this.
he thought a weapon was still on Preddy.
No, there's 4
he then
different
fires 3
angles.
more shots from.
The wrong sign.
There's 4 different angles now.
There's way more than 4. Now we have body cam footage coming too.
That's what I mean. When you get on the body cam footage, you can see the police officer.
They haven't released the body cam footage.
Well, it's a close-up one. New York Times did that one video I did. It looks like body cam, but it's really close. You can see the other officer.
Yeah, but that is not the gun that the guy is walking away with after he disarms Preddy. That's the gun that everybody says fired the first shot.
The guy walking away had taken Preddy's gun.
Yes.
His name is Preddy. That's how you pronounce his name, Preddy, like a predator. That's conveniently psyop-like.
I agree. All
right, Dusty, hold on. You got to back up a minute. The officer walks away with Preddy's gun. As he's walking away, I think I can see the guy's finger in the trigger guard. You agree with that?
Oh, you think the guy walking away with the gun had a misfire?
Yeah, I think he indeed.
No.
That's literally what everybody's been saying all day.
That's not what anybody's been saying except for
That's literally what everybody's been saying all day.
This is we're about to watch the first shot. You can see his elbow recoil.
Literally, OG broke this down this morning, and I'm like, no, that's not true.
Cop. I know that.
Continue.
I know that you want
continue.
The cops to be able to
continue.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's rewind and focus on
so
the agent who shoots.
Even if he did, this is the worst shot ever. He's shooting into a pile of people.
I agree with that. I said that this morning. I think it was a bad idea. I think there's just no. I have a lot of problems with the way this went down.
Okay, so again, how is any part of this justified? He shoots into a pile of people first, even if I grant you, which it wasn't a desk pop, but even if I grant you that the other dude had a desk pop.
Apparently, they're saying that showing him getting shot is actually against TOS. So, yeah, thank you. Hopefully, I won't get flagged on it. Whatever, it's fine. So, look, man, I've seen several different videos. The one that I watched this morning, and send me that, I'll watch it again. But everything I've seen is I've seen the officer walking away, fires a shot. That's what people are claiming. I can't see the slide move. I see people saying slide moves. I can't see it. It's very pixelated. And that's what triggers everybody else to go bang, bang.
So let's pretend that is what happened. You don't think that these cops should have a standard to know who the fuck they're shooting at? You don't just get to start shooting people because you heard a gunshot.
Okay, let's put this in perspective. They have a guy on the ground.
Yes.
Right? Let me
who's pinned. His arms are pinned.
I gotta save this link. Calm down.
His arms are pinned in the video. It's very obvious.
So they have the guy. They have this guy on the ground.
Situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Why is this? All right. I'll deal with it in a minute. Sorry.
If his arms are pinned, how would he have gotten the gun? That makes zero sense. There's 6 of them controlling him, and he's pinned down. How would he even be able to get the gun to shoot the gun at them? Even if he has a second gun.
I can't tell you what each officer was thinking. You can't either.
No,
you guys are literally prescribed. You guys are trying. This is my problem with the whole thing. I don't fucking know. I think legally I think that this is going to be ruled a legal shoot. I have a lot of problems with the way this went down, but I think it's going to be ruled a legal shoot. It's messy as fuck, right? It's messy as fuck.
And none of us know what anybody was thinking. Of course, that's the nature of human.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about that. I'm not prescribing. I don't give a shit what anybody was thinking. I'm just going to tell you what cops do. If cops hear gun, they assume a second gun.
I know what cops do. I understand that cops shoot people, and that if you give people with a bad attitude a badge and qualified immunity and a gun, right, like, and go fuck around with them, then probably you're going to have there's a good chance you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, and that's my biggest contention is he should not have look, I carry a gun fucking everywhere. Rule number one in my life is I don't fuck around with cops while I'm armed. I just don't. I'm not going to.
You have more interest in this being handled properly than I do. I don't know why the fuck you're like scraping shoe polish for dinner. I'm not, fuckhead. You're the one over here. You're the one over here literally buying videos. I'm gonna figure it out. But and I'll look at it. I'm willing to have my opinion changed, right? Like, this is my opinion as of this moment. What I know, what I've seen today. What I've seen today is I've seen a very grainy video of a guy walking away with the SIG. It looks like his finger's on the fucking trigger. The only audio I've heard, you hear a single gunshot, and then you hear a bunch of other gunshots. That's the only audio I've heard. Right. Now I've got a lot of videos to look at. I just honestly haven't had time. I've been fucking streaming all day, dude. I haven't had time to watch any of that shit. So even if the guy walking away with the gun did misfire it. Yeah. You're going to tell me that, hold on. You expect a cop who's in a heightened situation, who is restraining an individual on the ground, to hear a gunshot and not start pumping lead into the shooting on the wrong person? Yes, I do. Okay. All right. Well, you have a higher expectation of officers than I do. I fucking don't. You should have a higher. Then why I don't trust cops at all. No fucking shit. Well, why are you over here bootlicking and saying it's okay? Me bootlicking? Yeah. Why are you like the cops should have been a better human being? I don't think cops are good human beings. There's a certain mentality it takes to be a cop. I don't like cops. I don't understand why you're like, well, the cop should have been a better human being. I don't expect them to be a better human being. I expect them to do exactly what they did. Is that given the opportunity, they're gonna fucking shoot you. So don't get in the situation where they can fucking shoot you. All right, hold on. I got to $50 comes in from. Hold on, calm down. Then you can yell at me. I promise you can yell at me. $50 from Gravios 24 should be tackling the main issue. If none of these protesters were there causing issues for ICE, no one would be getting hurt. That's true enough. This is only happening because they are effing around and finding out. True enough. Not even a cause worth fighting for. There is a link, Dennison, but I'd only allow. I'm okay with Dusty and Ahimsa. You can sit out, and I mean you're welcome to get the link and wait in the back. But sending mixed signals there, sending mixed signals about what you think about cops. I don't send mixed signals about what I think about cops. I'm very clear. I don't trust cops. I don't believe that cops are good people. I believe that if a cop hears a gunshot after hearing gun and they're tussling with the suspect, they're gonna fucking shoot that guy. Do you think that is wrong of them? It doesn't matter if I think it's wrong. I think legally they can do it. I don't give a shit about right or wrong at this point. I'm saying legally they can do it. Run away. I'm not running away. You're running. I'm not. You're right. You're refusing to acknowledge that that's exactly what cops will do. That's
Okay,
not
I got
what they
another
should do.
solution. Hold on.
Go ahead.
That's right, Grid.
I'm sorry.
You're in favor of the tariffs, right?
Yeah, I think they're working. I know they're working in China.
Okay, so why don't we just make a tariff on Minnesota?
I would love that. Actually, I love Fabian Liberty was on here earlier. Hold on. Fabian Liberty was on here earlier, and you know, we go back and forth. Sometimes I agree with him, sometimes I don't, sometimes I do, you know, but we go back and forth. But he had a brilliant plan, which I think that our politicians should enact. I mean, they won't, but they should. They should absolutely enact. We should halt all federal monies going into Minnesota, period. We should withdraw all federal officers, agents, all federal employees should just be either furloughed or withdrawn from Minnesota until they get rid of their immigrant problem, the illegal problem. And once they get done with the illegal, once they get rid of all the illegals, then we can turn the spigot back on.
I'm just saying, like, if you're in favor of the tariffs, then instead of putting Border Patrol inside Minnesota, let's put it around Minnesota. And all flights coming and going into Minnesota have to show, you know, evidence of whatever. There you go. There's your Border Patrol. Put it outside of Minnesota for anyone going in or out.
Glenn, I see you in the back.
It's extreme,
I'm
but
torn
hey.
about letting. I'm really, you know, because I'm kind of wanting to be. Dusty, are you cool with Glenn coming up? I don't want you to feel like I'm double teaming you or anything.
Oh, I don't care.
All right.
Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck them.
Yeah. All right. I got to read this, guys. I got to read this. $5 from Fuck It Button. Pretty died like a dog. I wonder if there are vegan dog treats in hell for him. That is cold as fuck.
Yeah,
That's actually retarded.
Mm-hmm.
That is cold.
You guys
man.
are actually retarded. You know how self-defeating this is? You got guns on the wall behind you.
I do.
I've never thought. Then what the fuck are you doing running around going, he wasn't carrying his permit?
Well, I don't give a shit about that. I'm just saying that people keep saying my problem. Dusty, you're fucking strawmanning the shit out of me. You are strawmanning the shit out of me. I've said that the left keeps saying that he was legally carrying, which I honestly believe, and I've just said this very clearly earlier. I believe that he was, because I believe in constitutional carry. But in his state, they require that he carry that stupid card and his driver's license at all times.
But how could they read his mind? Had they mentally searched his pockets and gone, oh shit, this guy didn't have
that wasn't part of it.
Right.
It wasn't part of the deal. That has nothing to do with it. It's just the left coming out and claiming that he was legally carrying when he was not legally carrying. That's the only way that I've addressed that all day. I don't give a shit. I don't have a problem with him having the gun. I have a problem with him having the gun and interacting with police the way he did.
So, do we have the right to bear arms?
Thank you so much.
Do you believe in that?
I mean, I'm sorry.
You have the right to save your
arms. Absolutely have a right to bear arms.
If you think that cops should be able to just shoot people because we have a gun, you don't believe.
I didn't say because he had a gun.
I'm reading between the lines.
No, stop fucking reading between the lines and read what the fuck I'm saying.
Well,
look, it's a very simple thing. This is very, very simple.
It's because he was protesting.
No, I don't give a shit about him. Why? What the fuck is all this bullshit? No, he walked up and interfered with an officer, an agent doing his fucking job. Okay, the officer did what officers do.
Shot?
Not initially.
Just beat the fuck out of him.
Well, hold on. Do you think so? And I know, I already know the answer to this because you hate cops almost as much as I do. Do you think that the officer's initial interactions with Preddy were above board? Do you think it was?
Why are you asking me my subjective opinion when refusing to state yours because you say it doesn't matter?
My subjective opinion is that Preddy should not have inserted himself into that situation while he was carrying a gun. I've been very clear about that.
Because he was in the wrong, actually, or because it's unwise to do so?
Because it's unwise to fucking do so.
Correct. Now, was it right of the cops to shoot him?
You want my ethical opinion?
Yes.
No, I don't think it was right. I said it's legal. There's a fucking difference, dumbass.
That's why I keep
It's
trying
legal. I said there's a lot of problems with this. There's a lot of fucking problems with this. It's messy as fuck. The cops were not, I don't think they were right to shoot him, but cops are going to do what they're going to do. Will you at least admit that? Will you be intellectually honest enough to say that Preddy fucked around and he found out? And that's what happens when you fuck with cops and you're armed. Will you be intellectually honest enough to admit that?
Intellectually dishonest framing of the question. You can't say, will you be intellectually honest enough to, and then ask me a fucking question. That's an intellectually dishonest setup.
It's an intellectually honest question. What's intellectually dishonest about it?
What was the question again?
I love you. I got to be honest with you, man. I want to, you know,
That's funny. Oh, it was good.
Flo, you know you would have shot him.
Yeah,
if Flo was a cop, he'd have 100% shot him.
That's why I would never be a cop. I'm not. I can't trust me in that situation. I'd be crooked as fuck.
Right.
But there's a
right.
there's more in common between cops and criminals than there is the rest of us.
The best criminals are cops.
Yeah, right. No, that's fucking real.
Actually, they work in government.
Sorry, sorry about that. So, Flo, the question was, do you? I guess I'm just gonna take it back 1 second. I don't have a problem with Preddy carrying his gun. That I don't give a shit about that. I have a problem with him interacting with law enforcement in the way that he did, knowing that he was carrying a gun. I think that's problematic for him.
You mean?
And I think that there's a predictable. I think it's a predictable outcome when you do that. Now,
he should have stood aside and let the woman get beat up by the cops. That's what you would have done, you brave motherfucker. The patriarchy.
I don't think that he would. Hold on. Again, no, I'm not gonna go fucking hit a cop. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just not gonna fucking do it.
That ain't his woman.
The patriarchy has fallen. Grid 1 says run away.
Why would you? Why do you want to get involved in police matters, man? That's bullshit.
Patriarchy is running.
That's not his.
I'm sorry,
woman,
what?
Why would he?
Why would I defend a woman who's getting attacked by 5 dudes?
And yeah, you get shot, and then now what about
Mrs. But they're not 5 dudes, dumbass. They're cops.
Yeah,
they have badges. They will fucking arrest your ass. If not, shoot you. Obviously, it worked out really fucking well for that guy.
Stop scraping boot polish.
Yeah, you're the one that needs to be licking boots, man. You're like, yeah, just let him go.
Why would I eat boots? Just because you like the taste of it doesn't mean I do.
Hey, Glenn works in Hollywood. Is this a psyops, Glenn?
Yes.
All right, I got to read this super chat. It's been up for a while. Give me a second, guys. $20 comes in from Gravios24. Dusty, he would still be alive if he wasn't there messing with ICE. Maybe. I don't know that, but sure. I can grant that. You really don't have any way of justifying anything going on over there. They are protesting ICE, which is going after illegal criminals and PDF files.
Comply or die, comply or die, comply or die. You guys are bitches. That donor's a bitch. Grid 1's being a bitch.
I'm not being a bitch.
I'm not sure about yet.
You're not being. You're seriously, dude. You're like talking out both sides of your mouth. On the one hand, you're saying that that this dude is totally okay to go out and fight the cops, and he should not expect to get shot.
He didn't fight the cops. That's some.
He stiff-armed the fucking cop.
No, he didn't. Bring it up.
Pull it up. No, pull it up. Pull up the video again. Pull up the video again. Pull up your video.
What? You're the one making the claim.
He does.
I don't have any video. I've got links, and I haven't even looked at any of them. I've been having people show me video all day.
Because you're a bootlicker, and you need to be resolved of that. We want you to do better, Grid.
All right, go ahead.
This video includes.
It has graphic images and
approach U.S. dramatic
to inflict
but at times clearly contradict federal and 2 officers opened fire. In fact, at several critical walking about filming a group of protesters.
All right, let's see that.
With a federal
okay, first of all, who made him the traffic person?
I think that he was just communicating with a vehicle there.
It's just over 30 seconds before the shooting when a protester is pushed to the ground.
All right, so
Preddy steps between her and the agent who'd shoved her. briefly putting his hand on the agent's waist.
Assault.
The agent pepper sprays Preddy's face. We can see Preddy is still holding his phone in one hand, while holding his other hand up to protect himself against the spray. Contrary to statements by federal officials, he's made no threatening movements towards agents. Preddy, who had a firearms permit, carries a gun holstered on his right hip.
So at what point was he fighting there?
Honey Badger.
Grid?
He sounds like the Honey Badger guy. Honey Badger don't give a shit.
He does.
I did give the link to the.
Have you seen any fighting yet?
The video angle that I saw earlier over on OG's was you could literally see Preddy do this, and looks like he pushes where he says that guy says that he pushed him in the waist. It actually looks like he pushes him up higher.
Is pushed to the ground. Preddy steps.
That's pretty.
Between her.
Yeah. It looks like his hand's up high and then goes low. Like maybe he pushed him. I don't know. Maybe
putting his hand just
maybe
over
it's a
30
different
seconds
angle. I don't
before
know.
the shooting.
Can
when
you
a
go back to
protester is
that?
pushed to the ground.
Go back to it, because which one is this? What side is this firearm on, and which side is like
I think they said right hip.
Lethal.
I would assume it's on his right. 80% of the population is right-handed or something.
Well, I'm left-handed. Okay, I'm just wondering.
Well, the officer has his holster on his right hip.
Okay, so then like whatever's on his left could be his less than lethal. His left side. Maybe.
Because then I'm not really sure.
Because if he's touching him his like left hip, the officer could think that he's going for something on him. That would cause engagement.
Hey, where's that dumbass with the super chats? Come on, let's say what you say. What do you say about this?
And the agent who'd shoved her, briefly putting his hand on the agent's waist.
That's
gay.
it.
That's it. Kill him.
It's what it was. It was gay. He was gay. He touched him on the waist, and he said, "No gayness."
That might be it.
The agent
Save the last dance.
Face. We can see Preddy is still holding his phone in one hand, while holding his other hand up to protect himself against the spray. Contrary to statements by federal officials, he's made no threatening movements towards agents. Preddy, who had a firearms permit,
No threatening
carries
movements.
a gun
You
holstered
touched
on
an
his
agent.
right hip.
Don't do that.
But he
I don't understand this shit, man. Like we
I don't understand
do
this.
we live in different fucking worlds? I don't go up and touch fucking officers.
I know. That's what I'm saying. The patriarchy is falling apart. You're a coward.
I don't want to get shot. I don't want to have a gunfight with an officer.
What is this whole idea that the patriarchy needs to save all women? Like, no, the patriarchy.
What does the patriarchy do?
Well, no. I seriously. Hold on. Flo, do you honestly expect people to go up and get in gunfights with officers?
I expect this situation to not devolve into a gunfight. That's what I expect.
But Dusty, if you touch a fucking officer, you're going to get slammed on the ground. Do we agree with that? Do we agree with that?
If it had ended there, that would have been reasonable.
So what about the civil rights? They had cops touching people then, and it was inappropriate. I mean, did those people deserve
one of the
shot?
best ones is where that woman's like yelling at that Army National Guard guy, and he gives her a mouthful of CS. I thought that was fucking hilarious. But that's National Guard, not cops.
Also illegal. You can yell at cops.
Well, that was a National Guard guy, not a cop. So I don't know what their ROE is.
You can yell at all of them.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure she was spitting on him with all that. That would.
Yeah, I don't know. $5 comes in from Fuck It Button. Preddy died like a dog. I think the agent was heard saying, "Welcome to the panel verse, Muckalucka." Damn.
So you don't believe in the First Amendment. You don't believe in the Second Amendment.
Fuck It Button's got it going on tonight. I tell you
Fuck
what.
It Button is absolutely retarded. Fuck It Button deserves the world that he's ushering into existence. Fuck It Button would suck the.
I'm curious what I'm. All right, so I gotta ask you, Flo. So I mean, no bullshit. Yeah, I'm very curious. So you think? Yeah, is there any situation where you think the cops are justified in shooting someone?
Why are you asking me a dumbass question like that?
Because you seem to always have some reason why that's not what it is.
when we come up like this, like when there's a man pinned on the ground but underneath 5 cops and he gets executed, yes, I have an issue with that. However, I mean, that's just a dumbass question. I don't even feel like I should answer it.
Well, again, I think there's a lot of problems with it. And I think that this is going to be ruled legal. I think that I don't think cop's going to, I mean, he'll go to court, but I don't think there's going to be anything that happens to him. And I keep saying cop, I mean agent, what the fuck ever. But
I mean, I agree.
There's a lot of problems with this.
I agree. I think that they will be found, like it would be called a good shoot. Just because, like, from the time
good shoot,
they're going to call it a good shoot.
Problems with this for it to be a good shoot.
It was a stupid ass shoot, regardless of which side you're on. He shot into
it's stupid. I'll go with stupid.
I think they're going to call it authorized. They'll be cleared.
That would not surprise me either. I don't expect the court system to uphold justice when cops are the perps at all. So that wouldn't surprise me either. That said, it's up to us, the citizens who want our Second Amendment rights, our First Amendment rights, to get pissed off about this. Grid, you fucking turncoat pussy. Grid,
Whoa.
Mike 23, thank you for the $100 super chat. He says, I'm here to support Flo. Screw that dono talking crap. By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe.
But Flo,
all right. Well, I got $10 from Gravy. It was 24. Like I said, I'm like I said, you were. If he wasn't involved at all or got in between the agent, he'd be fine. Are you just dense or a disingenuous prick? I think that's to you, Dusty.
Flo, do you have your Second Amendment?
I don't. That's probably why I value it more than Grid does.
Oh, that's true.
I'll let you borrow. You want to borrow mine?
That's probably true.
It is true. Lose your First and Second Amendment rights, and then you'll see how you feel about that shit. Because that's exactly what you're promoting. They shouldn't have been yelling at the cops. They should have been there. They should fuck you guys.
I don't care about him yelling at the cop. Nobody said that. Don't make shit up.
You did about the National Guard event.
I said I thought it was fucking funny. I didn't say they shouldn't have been doing it. I said I thought it was fucking funny.
Why doesn't it piss you off?
Why would it piss me off?
I mean, I'll probably pepper spray
because somebody was doing something, one of their legally protected rights, and they got assaulted. I guess not by law enforcement, but by somebody enforcing.
I've been fucking ignoring Discord. I'm sorry to all the Discordians. I apologize. I was fucking ignoring you. Sorry. I did put the. I thought I put.
You guys ever been pepper sprayed before?
I have, and I've been tased. I do not recommend getting tased.
Well, I don't recommend
you shouldn't have been molesting those women.
No, it was the tasing was kind of on like a dare deal, and don't fucking do no. There is no bet worth getting tased.
Mine wasn't a dare deal. It was part of training. It sucked.
Oof.
Yeah, I've never been tased. I've been pepper sprayed.
I can arrange that for you, Flo.
I'm all right. Not looking to try it out.
We could video it.
Oh,
not worth
it.
It'd be like Jackass.
What's up, Grumplestillskin? It's been a while. What the hell? Been a while. Yeah. Cool. You'd rather get tased a dozen times than ever maced again? Well, you got maced with that mil spec shit.
Oh, that shit sucks too.
I've never been maced. I got hit with the kind of
the CS.
Yeah,
I got maced once. But
I've not been maced. I got hit with pepper spray.
My babysitter's daughter had it on her keychain, and one of the other kids got a hold of it. That would be fun. That wasn't fun.
All right, we got $4.99 from Brick Petitions 101. It's great to see the patriarchy defend the women's. Good to know we have such strong, manly support of the people's right, especially Christians, something, us. Yeah, sure, man. I appreciate the $4.99, but again, there's nowhere that says I need to fight cops. You know, I've had a checkered past with police officers.
Nobody has to tell you anything. You will run away all on your own.
Yeah, you would too.
Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't be there in the first place.
I mean, yeah, right. Let's just put the cards on the table there, Dusty. Mm-hmm. If I wouldn't have been there because I'm not stupid enough to deal with getting beat down by cops. I don't interact with cops when I'm armed unless unless it's in a good way.
How do you feel about that? About knowing that you have to hide from cops to exercise your Second Amendment right?
I don't want to gunfight with cops.
I understand.
It will not end well.
It should not be those should not be your two options, is what I'm saying.
Okay, this is all right. Fair enough. But here's the reality of the situation that I face.
Mm-hmm.
I know a bunch of cops. Half of them are knuckle dragging pukes, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reality is that even if you were trying to help and you ran over with your gun drawn, they would likely shoot you.
How is that scenario relevant to anything?
Gray, did you beat him in one of those shooting competitions? Now
I beat a lot of cops in shooting competitions.
That's what it is.
Yeah, cops aren't great shots.
Dennis and the fucking link's been posted all fucking night. And I only want like 4 people up here at a time. Quit your whining or I'll fucking boot your ass. I fucking hate whiners. But I mean, I have not personally experienced it because I don't put myself in a situation. I mean, I don't want to get involved with a cop doing their duty. I just don't.
Now, here's a question.
I don't want to back them up. I don't want to be the guy running over to help them. I don't want to. I just don't fuck around with cops when I'm armed.
Like, didn't he?
There's likely to shoot me as not.
Wasn't he videoed like yelling in front of the cops, like telling them to shoot him in the fucking head or something like that earlier before
Not
that
me.
went down? Not you. I'm talking about the guy that ended up getting shot. Like,
Hold on.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Not that I've heard, but explain how that matters.
Wait, what?
Well, I mean,
that's interesting.
If it's true,
I don't think
it is
it's
in the
the case.
video.
I've not heard that at all until now. But why would that matter?
Hold on 1 second. I
And a
did
death
not
wish.
say I would not let you up. I said I wanted Flow State, and I wanted to talk to Flow State, and Hims was already there, so I would let you up later. You dumb fuck.
I will drop.
I only let Glenn up after I asked Flow State.
I don't even know why. Wait a minute. That's the real problem. Why would you need the Flow's
Because he doesn't want to get in a gunfight with me, and he knows what'll happen.
Because you don't got no guns.
Oh man,
I got a nail gun. I got a modified
nail gun. Well, he's gonna do the what was it? Glenn, was it Glenn Beck, the guy that went to prison and got out? Oh, Gordon
Ramsay.
Not him.
No, not fuck. What's his last name? Gordon something. It was. It doesn't matter. He was He was involved in the Nixon administration. Gordon Liddy. And
I'm gonna drop down. I want.
And he's like,
wait, Glenn, I want to hear your death wish story.
Gotta go.
Man, that sucks.
I stopped. G. Gordon Liddy said that he was a felon and therefore couldn't own any guns, although Mrs. Liddy had quite a nice collection. That's going to be Flow State.
That's not going to be any cops watching. That's not going to be me. It's not happening. Red's trying to frame it.
Don't go to Flow States and
don't even want any.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Well, Glenn said it was probably a psyop too, so I'm happy.
You're happy? I mean, I don't. I mean, it could be. I don't know.
I think it is. Just try to divide us even further.
Yeah, I mean, that is probably the case, but it's an effective one. Now, what we got to do is we got to.
By the way, the mods were wrong earlier. I did post a link in mod chat.
We've got a fixed grid so that he gets upset when a dude who's trying to protect a woman and is not fighting back gets executed in the street. That should piss him off. We'll get him there.
It should piss me off.
It should piss you off.
You get pretty riled up about.
What?
You cut out.
You get pretty riled up about the protesters.
About the protester? No, I get riled up about somebody carrying a. Like, I actually have a problem with people who carry firearms, especially concealed firearms, and then fuck around with police because I have enough problems. I have enough problems with when I'm talking and interacting with cops in various forms, whether it's shooting matches, whether it's training, whether it's whatever, they hate citizens having guns. A lot of them, they really hate it. And I don't need a bunch of dumbasses going out fucking with cops and making it worse.
But
and maybe that's a self-serving thing, and maybe I'm wrong for that. But
wouldn't it be a self-serving thing if you didn't want dumbass cops shooting people for no good reason?
I don't want dumbass cops shooting people, but people don't get shot if they don't go fuck with cops.
Don't you think that if somebody that's not true, actually. That's
hold on. You motherfuckers think it's okay to just walk up to cops and start fucking with them?
Maybe
is that what you're telling me?
Death wish.
Yes, it's your legal right.
When you're talking about a dude doing what we saw in that video, that's legally protected activity.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, fucking with the cops in quotation marks is a legally protected activity.
I don't believe at that point
their job is to protect your rights.
And the cops
I agree with that. I wish that they would do their job better.
But
I don't agree. I don't agree that guy was in a protected. I do not believe that at the point in time where he involved himself in that altercation that was protected. I believe that
so let's
officer.
Go through that.
I believe that officer. I believe that agent was going to arrest that person by stepping in. He is interfering with that officer's operation, investigation, whatever you want to call it. And now it's a fucking problem. And a guy got shot because of it.
Sure, state how he interfered.
What do you mean, state how he interfered? He touched the fucking officer while the officer's conducting his duties. That is literally interference, Dennison, and you fucking know it.
No, it's not. You have to obstruct someone and prevent them from performing their duties.
Did he step between the officer and the woman?
Yeah, so what?
Okay, that's obstruction. Done
deal.
He
put a hand there.
How?
And he did put a hand on the officer. That's true.
No, he put one hand there. It was not an aggressive thing. It wasn't. You can't shoot somebody for that grid.
You're just gonna say that he's not gonna walk through how it's legal.
I'm sorry.
What if the guy wanted to die though? I mean, like, what if Glenn's right that the guy had like a death wish?
Why do you think that's the case? Did he look like he was attacking cops? Did that look like suicide by cop?
No, but he was.
Well, actually, I've heard that said twice today. I don't agree with it, but I've heard that said twice.
Yeah, no, I know because people love licking boots. Shout out to Brick, sending $5. A little for Dusty.
This isn't boot leaking. This is gargling. You're deep throating.
I mean, you're welcome to your opinion, Dennison, but I don't agree with your opinion. I think you're a fucking idiot. I think that you're somebody that would literally walk. I think if you think it's okay, to fuck with cops or agents or whatever the fuck he is while they're executing their duty, then you deserve whatever you get in life. I'm just telling you. I don't fuck with cops unless I absolutely have to. I don't really want to have a gunfight with a cop
and yell at a cop, "Hey, what are you doing?" Yes, I agree that that's okay. I don't think that should carry a death sentence at all. And I don't think you do either. That's why you're getting so emotional about this. You don't believe your own bullshit.
I'm not that emotional about it. I'm literally in awe that you were this fucking stupid.
Nah, I think what you're doing is you're regurgitating your own bullshit from earlier.
There's no bullshit.
You don't even believe
telling you that you apparently think it's okay to go
just a little while ago that you thought it was wrong.
Officers. If you think that's the case,
it was morally
continue
wrong
to do so.
After you called it a justified shooting all day long. And if we keep going,
I can only hear one of you.
Now you can tell me how it's legal that he shot him. Point out the law that justifies the lethal shooting.
What do you mean? He was effecting an arrest. He heard a gunshot. The guy was resisting the arrest. He heard a gunshot.
We get to kill somebody.
And he will make. I guarantee you, the argument he's going to make is he heard a gunshot and he had a reasonable fear that subject had obtained a firearm, and then he shot him. I'm just telling you, that's the way it's going to go.
Why would he go to court?
I don't agree with it, but I'm going to fucking tell you that's the way it's going to go. Do you disagree?
Why would he go to court at all?
Why do you disagree with that?
I don't agree that it was legal for him to get shot. There is no law supporting that amount of force.
You can disagree with whether or not you think it's legal, but that's how this is going to go. That's how it's going to go. It's going to. I mean, it's just
according to the law, it's excessive force.
It is not. What?
You don't get to shoot someone for resisting arrest.
when
You
a
don't get to
cop
shoot
hears
someone for
gun,
touching your waist.
when a cop hears gun and hears a gunshot,
Shoot someone for
then the
yelling
next
at you or
and
holding
you've
a
got the
camera in
guy
your face.
resisting. That
You don't
is
get to shoot
literally.
someone for any of
I'm
those
telling
reasons.
you, right there. That lethal force is authorized right at that moment.
You
How are
don't
you?
get to
How are you
shoot
this
the
hard
law.
of hearing?
That's
How
not
are you
what
this
the
hard
law
of hearing?
says.
How are you this hard of hearing? How are you this?
It's really difficult for me to hear you when you're only talking and screaming while I'm trying to make a point.
I'm not screaming at all.
But you also don't know the law.
Who do you get to shoot in that scenario? Anybody you want?
Who do I get to shoot? Nobody. I'm not a
Who
cop.
does the cop get to shoot in that scenario? Let me just.
He shot
pretend
the
first
suspect.
shot-
He shot the suspect.
The person in front of him who is clearly down on the ground and pinned down with his hands in front of him.
I don't see that. Is he on the ground? Because it looks like he's like up and he's got his hands are still kind of underneath him.
No, he was.
You can't see what his hands are doing.
No, he had 6 agents on him. He's pinned down. His hands were pinned down. There's several footages of it.
That box is around his hands. Both of them.
Sprayed Preddy beats him several times with the spray canister.
Yeah, the guy beat him
We
in
can
the
see
face
that both of
with his
Preddy's
hands
arms
too.
are pinned down by his head.
That's also excessive force, in case you didn't know.
Yeah.
It's illegal.
Yeah, I don't think he should have hit him in the head. I hadn't seen that video.
You shouldn't hit him in the head, but he should have shot him.
Yes, I knew we'd do it.
Well, once a gunshot goes off, all bets are
Welcome,
off.
Grid, welcome to the good
It wasn't
side.
once a gunshot went off. The
Grid,
first
I
shot
know
to
that-
go off
I know
was
that you've got your
murdering an
crabby
innocent
FaceTime, but
citizen.
you'll like it a lot better.
I
over
can't hear but one of you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Susan.
Dusty. The first shot that went off was a pig murdering somebody. What's this magical shot you got that justifies the shooting?
So unless I'm not that I doubt the efficacy of your video, but the video I have seen is the officer retrieves the gun from the guy's holster, starts walking away, and his fingers clearly in the trigger guard, and it looks like the slide functions, and that's the first shot.
There's no sound. When he walks away with the gun, there's no sound. The first sound is three shots.
There's no sound in the video that I've seen at all.
The camera malfunction.
No, yeah,
probably.
there's
That's what was
sound. You got to
happening.
watch the video with the sound.
I gave him the link to this one. He'll
I'll
watch
look at it
tonight, and tomorrow all the progress we've made will have reset because for some weird reason Grid likes to have his rights stomped on. But I'm confident we're making progress, Grid. You're gonna make a great patriot one of these days.
$5 comes in from Gravios24. I watched another video. Dude was pew-pewed after he wrestled the officers and started getting up.
So Gravios isn't even from this dimension.
So the video that Dusty's showing me is different than the other videos I've been seeing. So
There's no other videos where he's wrestling the
two dudes
cops.
fucking each other.
I again, when you and Dennison are both talking,
Obvious also probably watches videos with dudes fucking each other. So
Yeah, there's no real videos where he was wrestling with the cops.
I'm perfectly willing to accept new information. I've said I will watch the video.
Not only is
The
he
New York
unwilling to
Times-
accept new information, but he believes made up,
Just
assumed
say it.
information over possible new information.
The New York
He's
Times
going out
has
of your way to create
footage.
every excuse for this action.
I'm not creating any excuses.
You've been making excuses all day.
You are literally locked. I don't. The problem I have with you two is there's no circumstance where you're okay with a cop doing anything. That's my problem.
Made up.
I will admit that I don't like cops, and I don't believe they're good at their job, and I don't think they're particularly honest people. But I will admit that, hey, this is what's going to happen if you fuck with them. You guys are not honest at all with yourselves. You guys are like, no, the cop should just fucking take it. Yeah, cop should
You're just making that up.
Fuck away.
Yeah,
You're just making that up.
I'm not making that up. You guys are. There's no. I can't. You've literally. I've never heard you guys say the cop was right.
Well, you've never heard it before, so then it must be impossible.
Right. You can watch Sarah's last night. It pissed me off because I was defending the cop all night long for some fucking ass reason.
Okay. Well, I will look at all the videos. I have videos from 4 different people that I haven't had time to watch. I will. I don't stream tomorrow, so I will watch all of the videos tomorrow and see what's up. But I literally have videos from 4 different people that have sent me shit all day.
The New York Times has a really good one. It's got about 4 or 5 different camera angles on it. The one
Yeah,
that I just saw earlier.
they did a good job
changed
with
things.
with
Yeah.
Rittenhouse too, even though they were against him. Their
Mhm.
piece on like actually showing what happened depicted by video was pretty fair. I only had like 2 criticisms out of the whole thing.
Okay, cool. $5 from Gravios24. I used wrestling colloquially, you idiot. He struggled out of their grasp. There's no S needed there. Sorry. Just
I'm the idiot, but you can't
I
speak
and
appreciate
words
started
correctly.
getting up.
I
That's a
appreciate the
natural
grammar
mistake.
correction, actually.
I'm sorry. I'm just my weirdness where I correct things like that.
Look, I got a perfect score on the ACT English section. I'm about that shit too. I just try not to.
You got a perfect score on ACT
on the English section.
on English. Okay. I kind of believe that. You speak relatively well.
Thank you.
He does.
For a retard.
Mm.
You knew what martial law was.
Oh yeah. All right. So WMD is going to time you out if you try and post links. So, where's who's trying to send that? I'm sorry, Dustin, if you want to send me a link or something, you got to go to the Discord, man, and post it there, or give it to one of the mods that'll be in the waiting room. You can't post links in my chat. I'm sorry. The robot will get mad at you and fucking kick you off. So
you can disable that, you know.
I can, but I don't want to.
Okay. Well, I mean, YouTube filters out links anyways, unless you're a mod.
Yeah. If you're a mod, it'll let you. But Grump, are you really okay, man? I haven't seen Grump in a minute. I'm actually more excited about seeing Grump than anything else because I was getting worried about that dude.
I'm really excited for the bright future that is in front of you of being on the good guy team, of not wanting innocent people executed by cops.
Yeah.
But just think about
you know what would have kept him from getting executed by cops? Not
if
fucking
we had
with
better cops. If we had better cops.
Don't fuck with cops. Rule number 1.
Just comply.
Isn't it embarrassing?
It's not a question of complying. You don't have to comply.
Peace for a minute.
Is it embarrassing?
I don't know
for
if you
to
know
be
this,
so
but they drive
submissive?
around everywhere outside.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if you know this or not, but cops drive around everywhere outside looking for reasons to interact with you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I interacted with one yesterday.
Sometimes they don't even wait outside.
So Denison, this is a good. You know what? That's a good lead in. So years ago, when I was a younger man, I got pulled over as I drove into Reno out of the Washoe Valley on the highway. A sheriff's deputy pulled me over, and she came to the passenger side of the vehicle. I'd unlocked the door. She opened the door, and I was rolling up the window, and I had my wallet in my hand, and I turned back to look at her, and she had her fucking gun in my face. And I knew at that moment that it was up to me to not get shot in the fucking face because that bitch had no fucking clue what was going on.
Yeah.
And at that point, I decided that the dumbest fucking thing you can do in life is fuck around with cops, especially if you have a gun. Because her first words to me were, "You have a gun under your seat." And I said, "Yes, ma'am, I do. I'm 3,000 miles from fucking home and I'm armed." And she did not like that answer. So I'm still here because I didn't fuck around with cops and be a dick.
Can we find some common ground?
No, probably not, but let's try.
So let me go ahead and say I agree. The dumbest thing you can do in the world is to fuck around with cops.
Noodling.
Then I'm going to say the second dumbest thing you can do is justify their bullshit fucking murderous actions on a fucking YouTube stream.
I'm not justifying shit. I'm telling you, this is what happens. I said it's highly problematic. You fuckers are the ones that are like, hey, you just agree with it. No,
we've gotten
I don't. I think it's going to be ruled legal. I think it's going to be ruled legal, but there are a lot of fucking problems with it. Lot. There's a lot of fucking problems with it.
I want to bring peace here. Can we all agree that everyone on this panel has a higher than average IQ?
No, not Dennis.
Remember when you said it wasn't murder earlier?
Maybe
Yeah,
the kid.
fine.
Maybe the kid who eats
a lot
the
of people have
most
said suicide
marbles
by
shouldn't
cop today.
reproduce.
I don't believe
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, maybe that's possible.
Is it murder, Grid?
No, I don't think it's murder. I think it's legal. It will not be ruled murder. Murder is a legal term.
That's not what I'm
talk to
asking you. Whether it's
Denizen.
going to be ruled murder.
Denizen, we've made progress, baby steps. We don't have to rip the whole Band-Aid off.
All right. Touche.
Denizens. No, I don't. I mean, it's not going to be ruled murder at all. It's just.
Do you
not.
think that
Isn't
Grid
Dusty
That's
on
not
the
what I
same
asked,
side? That's
I know
amazing.
everybody's been geeking out about it. We're always on the same side on this topic, though.
Yeah.
Grid, did you know
always have
Denizen
been.
and Dusty aren't usually on the same side? That's funny. This is awesome. It's a miracle night.
Whatever.
Well, I'm usually. I usually don't have much of an issue with Dusty. Dusty does things that kind of pisses me off every once in a while, but literally
We always
everybody
agree
pisses
on
me off at
police
some
and
time.
government authority, and we
Literally everybody pisses me off at some
We agree
point.
on most things except economics is why.
That's true.
I think he hates me,
Oh, that's true.
I don't hate you. I just sometimes.
or he
wanna
thinks
leave
I'm
you.
dishonest.
Wait, Dusty hates you?
No, just
No.
Yes.
we disagree on economics.
thinks
I
I'm
don't hate him.
dishonest.
I just
I
sometimes.
thought
don't
you
wanna-
hated him.
No, he like I've said before. It's hard to get under my skin. Denizen can do it well.
Hmm.
So
then,
fighting
when
with him
you're-
is
That's
particularly
true.
frustrating.
So when you're literally calling me a liar and saying I'm dishonest, it's just because you're frustrated.
No, he means you're a liar.
Yeah, no. I do.
When
think
he
you're
calls
being
me, when he
dishonest
says
about
I'm a
that.
liar, he means I'm a liar.
I think that everybody is dishonest with themselves and with others at certain points in
Sure.
time. So I can call somebody dishonest and mean it, but not be making an entire character judgment.
And it gets spread a little thick.
And I and I don't even think that I'm an exception from that, right? Everybody's got their own sort of ways that they lie to themselves or are in denial about things or deluded.
Yeah.
Very true.
Okay. All right. I don't know how much I've streamed today, but I started at like 10 a.m.
You look like you want to go have a beer and kick the dog.
I don't drink. But I don't ever kick my dog. That would be horrible to kick. My dog is just too fucking cute to kick.
You could pay an ICE agent to kick your dog.
Well, that's why I don't. That's also why I don't fuck around with the ATF. So actually, I was Dusty, you're going to get a kick out of this. I was considering getting an FFL for the new gun channel and everything, but the problem is the FFL has to come to my house, and I'm afraid they'll shoot my dog. So
yeah, I wouldn't like that either. When
the way
last time I got
Graham v.
raided,
Graham v. Connor is precisely why it wouldn't even come close to being legal. If you knew anything about Graham v. Connor, instead of just posting it randomly in a chat, you wouldn't say such stupid things.
wait, what? I'm sorry, I was distracted momentarily.
Graham v. Connor, it's what the Supreme Court uses as a test to whether or not force is justified. And it's also going to be reapplied as of the 9-0 ruling we had recently, with the totality of circumstances taken into effect.
Mm-hmm.
So that means, like, the dude, like, yelling at the police, holding a camera and standing in between him and the woman, that will have to be considered the crime. First of all, you wouldn't even be able to find a crime in that. That's first of all. But even if you did, then you would have to say that obstruction of justice comes with a death penalty. That's how Graham v. Connor works, because a cop is only allowed to use the amount of force necessary to effect an arrest, and it's based upon the severity of the crime to begin with. In other words, if you steal a candy bar, it makes a whole world of difference than if you hijack a car or you hold a gun to somebody's head.
I don't know why Discord would not let. I mean, not Discord, but the super chat system would not let Sarah say this. But I'm gonna I think I can let me paste this, see if it comes through. Yeah. Did that show up? I can't. I don't have YouTube open. I'm sorry. I don't even have my own stream open right now on YouTube. Did something come up? No. All right. I'll do it this way. Give me a second. Let's see. And
I wish people would get this upset when actual criminals shoot innocent, unarmed people.
There we go. This is what, and you know what? I actually, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, that's valid.
How is that valid? We don't give criminals the monopoly on violence. We don't say, here, you're allowed to do this. We're entrusting you with it.
Yeah, we prosecute them and put them in jail for 20 plus years.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be this upset if cops were held accountable for their actions.
Right. It's a betrayal and an abuse of power when a cop does it.
I'd have a blue line flag on my car.
That's true. It is an abuse of power.
You have a blue line flag on your car, Dennison?
I said I would if they were held accountable, if they weren't a lawless gang of thugs that people literally make excuses for when they murder people, like your chat is doing.
And besides, we are getting this
upset somebody who gives a fuck about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And we are getting upset when criminals murder somebody. That's what we were just discussing.
Yeah, but they go to jail. And most people have a lot more schadenfreude than I do. They love when criminals get punished.
My question would be, is it embarrassing for the chat to be so submissive, so eager to submit?
It's crazy. I'm supposed to be in right-wing eagle territory here.
No.
I pry it from my cold dead hands. You know what I'm saying? What is this shit?
There's an interesting thing that I keep saying, and that is I just don't want to get in gunfight with officers.
Of course.
But
I don't want to get
you seem to take
anyone.
that. You seem to take that as some sort of
no, the justification. Listen, you're not doing it now, and I don't want to go over it again. But I'm just it's part of my New Year's resolution not to get gaslit. And all morning you were defending it.
God damn it,
justifying it, making excuses for it, and. And
I think you're fucking wrong. I mean, you can say that I'm gaslighting, but I think you're fucking wrong. I still think you're fucking wrong. I will look at the video and maybe I'll change my mind, but I think at this moment, I still think you're fucking wrong.
Can I yell at Sarah?
The streams are there.
Yeah, yell at Sarah all you want. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Sarah. No, we fucking don't. No criminal gets to shoot somebody and then walk free because they had a bad life. You're full of shit. Find me a case.
Find me a case. Yeah. Jungian Shadow, why do I keep saying gunfight? Because
he's being hyperbolic and dishonest with it.
And looking for an excuse.
I'm actually not. No, because
that's how I can tell where you're coming from on this issue.
The reason that I say that is because if there's a real possibility that if I'm around when something bad happens and I have my gun, if someone draws a gun on me, I do not respond positively to that.
Yeah, well, you respond exactly how you're supposed to. You probably start crying too.
No. Have you seen the well, you probably have. It's all right. Yeah.
But no, yeah. I mean, I get it about avoiding cops. They're not
they're not
the
your
last
friends.
time I got raided.
Cops are not your friends.
I was on the back
They
porch
aren't
with a cigarette.
You're related to some. That I'm not sure that counts.
Yeah, no, I mean, this one was just trolling the neighborhood, and he actually worked at my kid's, he's the SRO at my kid's school, and I'm like, hey, I know you. What are you doing? And so just shot the shit,
Did you see the Uvalde SRO got found innocent?
I did see that. What a fucking
Hey,
Wait,
that-
no, I missed that. What happened?
yeah, the
The one that-
Uvalde SRO that ran away for 78 minutes or some shit. He got found innocent.
That's so wrong. That's such a
Yep.
screw up.
Yep. But
And
hey,
they wouldn't
I mean,
let
No.
the parents in.
No responsibility, all of the immunity.
run away from danger.
Yeah.
That was wrong.
Have you
Don't
seen this?
I
Have you
can't
seen
say.
this, Dusty?
No.
Mag change.
You're pretty swift.
That was really slow. That was really
What
really slow.
what was that?
It was 2011.
Hmm.
Yeah. That was really really slow, but good hits.
But no, I was saying the last time that I got raided, I was on the back porch smoking a cigarette, and they came around both sides of the house, single file line with the ARs and all that stuff. And the guy on the right is telling me to lay down, and the guy on the left is telling me to put my hands on my head. And I thought, this is how I'm going to die right here.
Yep.
If it were ice, I would have died, but
You would have died. Well, the ATF
Probably.
would have shot your dog, so
right.
and burned your house down.
Well, I think that we've made progress here.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we're able to move into more reasonable turf. Denizen, I don't hate you, but you do frustrate me sometimes. But
It's okay to hate him. It's fine. It's
I don't.
okay.
I don't hate him. I don't
Okay.
hate him.
I'm gonna
All right.
sign off now too. I know you're tired. Good
And
catching
salute-
up
Yeah,
with y'all.
Yep. And salute
I
to
am
your chat,
tired.
even the ones that don't like me and the ones that send in super chats while they're watching gay porn.
Why are you watching gay porn? Why does Dusty watch gay porn? I'll never figure that out.
Does.
I'll
Take
never
care.
figure that out. That's all right. He can do whatever he wants. So
Bye.
bye, Himsa. Good to see you.
You too.
So as
Bye,
always.
Dennis.
Bye.
You leaving too, Dennison?
No, I'm hanging out. You shutting her down?
Let's see what time it is. Oh, fuck me.
She-
God damn,
you
it's
should probably get some
1:30 in the
rest.
morning. Oh, shit. My wife's going to fucking kill me.
I've already
No,
taken
she's
a nap
not.
today.
She's not going to kill me, but I was not paying attention what fucking time it was. Holy shit. Oh, man. Oh, well. It's all right. It seems like we got a good chat, something going on in the chat here. Jungian Shad, what is this?
Jungian shadow.
Yeah, Jungian Shadow. Yes, I am better and can do better. At what exactly are you better?
Yeah, I've been wondering what they're talking about, watching them go back and forth.
I'm missing something. I didn't follow the whole. This is what watching the chat is just like. It's like tough because you don't know what people are saying. Grumple, what's up, man? I haven't seen Grumple in a minute. I was actually getting really worried about Grumple because I hadn't seen him on in so long. I thought, I know he's been going through some stuff. And actually, the last time I did see him on, he was asleep on stream for like hours. And I was like trying to call him and wake him up and shit. I don't know Jungie and Shadow. I have no idea if he hosts streams or not. What's a skill there? Are we not men? What's a skill? Pissing me off? I actually don't get mad. I a lot of what I do is hyperbolic, or not hyperbolic. It's art, actually. Closer. Grumpy and Grumple. I knew that you were. Hey, we've talked about it, man. You can give me a call if you need to, right? All right. So look, my bot is touchy. If you type something out and put a period where it doesn't like a period, it thinks you're posting a link and it gets rid of you. I'm sorry, man. Bots are, it's an electronic device. I mean, it's a bot. I mean, it doesn't have, it can't think. Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean it. So
I scrolled back in the chat and I still can't tell what the hell they're arguing about.
I'm sorry.
I scrolled back in the chat and I still can't tell what they're arguing
I don't know what
about.
they're talking about. But I'm not really sure what's going on. But yeah. Yeah. Non-mods physically can't post links on YouTube. Maybe that setting should be softened a bit. I've got it as soft as it can be, man. Swear to God. Also, no periods in chat. It gets messy. You guys don't clean up after yourselves. It's just no
Oof.
periods out there. Okay. Take that shit home. I thought that was funny. I don't know. What else you got going on, Dennison?
Nothing, man. I should probably get off here because
Okay.
I've been streaming all day too.
Yeah, I did. I was on with Counterpoints this morning, and that's like, I didn't actually think he and I were going to agree so much. I actually thought we were going to have a little bit more back and forth and all that, but he was shockingly reasonable today, which is disarming.
What was the topic?
I literally haven't talked about anything but the Minnesota shooting all fucking day.
Yeah.
I literally, I'm not kidding, that like 4 different people have sent me different videos showing this or that or the other thing, and all different angles and shit. I don't know. I'll watch them. I'm still waiting on the body cam footage to come out so we can see what happened. And I'm open to my mind being changed, but as of this moment, I'm going to say that it's a messy, very messy shoot. A lot of really problematic, but I think it's going to be ruled legal. And we'll see. I could be wrong.
No, is that because illegal shootings get deemed legal all the time?
Sure they do. Yeah, I mean, legal shit. There's all this shit gets really fucked up all the time.
Not because it's actually justified by the law. Just because cops get away with
it's not. I mean, I can't use the word justified, right? So that implies that I know something that I don't know. All I can tell you is that I understand how this is going to get written up. I can understand exactly how this is going to be viewed internally, and and unless something on the body cam footage shows otherwise, it's gonna go down as a legal shoot. I don't like that. I think it's really problematic. I think there's a lot of issues here. I think that procedurally, it's a fucking mess, man. There isn't body cam footage as far as so they just announced earlier today, I saw it in like 4 different news outlets, that there is body cam footage. It is being analyzed. Whether or not they'll ever actually be released, I don't know. I mean, they're saying they're going to release it, but they say a lot of shit that never happens. So make that. Yeah, Fed body cam. Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, I kind of agree, but they're saying right now that they're going to release it. So what's up, Uncle Guns? You missed all of it, man. I'm sorry, buddy. Sorry. But justified. But if you look at the whole picture with how bad they are being targeted, it came out he was part of Signal. I think he means of the Signal group. The gun accidentally discharged. Other cops heard it and acted immediately within a second. That's the narrative I've been rolling with all day. I'm going to look at the video everywhere. So, yeah, but look, Pretty had a SIG P320, but I'm going to say this once again. Yes, I think that there are problems with the SIG P320 in holsters, because I think that there are things that happen when guns are in holsters where, keys and pocket lint and other kind of debris and shirt tails and shit like that go in there with the gun and can pull a little bit on the trigger enough that as it rocks around in there, it can go off. I 100% don't disagree with that. I think in a holster, there's conditions where certain SIGs can have an uncommanded discharge. But out of the holster, that shit all goes away. And the SIG is reliable as anything else. I have one. I've shot it a lot. Well, I actually have multiple, but I shoot it quite a bit. I've shot it in competition. I've shot it everywhere. It's a good gun. It's over. The 320 problems are overblown by a lot. However, the video that OG showed this morning with the guy's trigger finger in the trigger is fucking damning, dude. So, I mean, everybody's going to get fucking sued. It's just, come on. Everybody's going to get sued. I'll probably get sued, and I'm not even fucking part of this shit. So.
From my perspective, that whole gun going off thing it's just made up cope.
See, so the way that
came out of nowhere.
Yeah. So that, and I'm gonna, I'll look at Dusty's video again, for sure, when I'm awake. But the video that I saw earlier, everybody's convinced that it's the suspect's gun that goes off in police hands. The video that the video that were shown that Flow State showed me, it doesn't, there's pretty big differences than the other cell phone video we watched. So yeah. Uncle Guns, I've been saying that fucking shit all day. Don't fuck with cops when you're armed. If you're unarmed, I mean, it's fine, I guess. But when you're armed, man, it's just... Now, look, there's a lot of cops that are cool with armed citizens. I'm not going to say that every single cop you're going to meet out there is a fucking dick. But you just don't know which cop you're going to get, right? That the cop could be like... I mean, I was in a fucking 7-Eleven or whatever the fuck they have in Colorado. I think it was a 7-Eleven. I walked in, it was open carrying. I walk inside, I go to get a drink out of the cooler. I come back, there's a cop there a young cop actually making coffee. And he looks over, he looks at the gun on my hip. He looks at me, says, I forget what he said, something colloquial, like, hey, having a good day or whatever. And I'm like, yep. And went on and checked out and just walked outside. No problems whatsoever. Cop just didn't even bat an eye. But I can't trust every cop to do that. I just can't.
You don't have to fuck with cops to get pulled over or detained either.
Sure. Right. And again, I wasn't fucking with a cop. I had a gun stuck in my face. So, yeah. And I've heard this too. I need to research this, Steven. I've heard this all day, that just hearing gun in that scuffle is enough to trigger the use of deadly force. I don't know that rises to that. I need to look into that. I don't know that
doesn't exist anywhere in U.S. law.
So, I will absolutely check into that. Yeah, if they had already disarmed him, it's going to be wild how to justify pewing him. A qualified immunity as a mother lover. So, Grump, the way that they're justifying, the way that they're going to justify, I don't know what they're doing right now, but the way they're going to justify it is the one cop steps back. Now, Dusty's video is different, so I need to look at that. But the other videos I've seen and the description that I've heard is the one cop steps back, draws his gun. I have a real problem with this because I think that it's exceedingly, just absolutely negligent to shoot into a group of his buddies, right? Like, I think that I have a real problem with that, right? Right out of the gate. Because, his buddies are literally trying to manhandle this guy onto the ground, whatever. But it happens really fast, and maybe, I'm sure he'll claim fog of war or whatever. That guy shoots. And I think he shoots 4 or 5 times, and then there's another officer that shoots, and the other officers get up and get away, obviously, and another officer shoots. The way they're going to justify, the way I feel like they're going to justify this is the sound of that shot going off triggers that cop to shoot. Now I'm going to watch, I am going to really watch Dusty's video and see if I change my mind on this. But the earlier videos I've seen all fucking day that have been pretty much the same has shown the one officer relieving the guy of the gun and walking away, and everyone's pointing to video and like enlarging the video to show like the slide moving and shit like that. So who knows? We'll see. We'll figure it out.
There's just no single shot in the audio.
But
it just doesn't happen.
I agree with you. So I hear
leaves.
Okay, I hear a single shot. There's a pause, and then there's like 4 shots. The single shot,
just the 4 shots.
Yeah, the single shot that the single shot that I hear is supposedly that the suspect's gun going off. I don't know that that's the case. Right? I don't know. Again, and that's what they were talking about on OGs this morning. Was OG just kept showing the picture of that guy's finger on the trigger in the trigger guard. Obviously, he's got gloves on. I'm assuming his finger's on the trigger, right? Make an assumption there. Probably shouldn't, but his finger's in the trigger guard. And OG's like, see the slide move back and the puff of smoke and all that stuff. And I'm like, I can't tell. I can't tell. So I don't know.
4 shots and 6 shots.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. I thought it was 4 shots, but it could be 6. I'm not going to fight you on that.
No, it's 4 and 6.
4 and 6?
Yeah, so after the guy shoots him 4 times for no reason, there's no gunshot that goes off. He shoots him 4 times.
Okay.
Then another agent aims at him after he's already been shot 4 times and just shoots him 6 more times because, for the lulz. While another agent claps and applauds.
Yeah, the guy clapping that's fucked up, man. Like that's fucked up. But honestly, it's kind of irrelevant to the overall picture for me. As long as the guy's not actually shooting.
Everything to me.
I understand.
The reason why that dude's dead is not because he fucked around and found out. It's because of a culture of brutality and excessive force that permeates every law enforcement agency in our country. And that's why he's dead. And it's because they all have that attitude. It's the same attitude where the dude was like, I'm going to stand in front of this car and you're going to get out or I'm going to shoot you in your fucking head, you fucking bitch. Same mentality. And I don't want those people to have badges and immunity and a monopoly on force. I want those people to go to rehab and do like maybe some kind of community service.
Well, I don't know if you saw on Counterpoints this morning. I told Counterpoints I don't think most cops should be cops. I think that there's and I don't like most cops because it takes a very specific mental attitude to be a cop for any length of time.
I saw it after the fact when Dusty was watching it, because if I had known about it, I would have went up there and chatted with you. But I saw it after the fact, and I was like, "Well, holy shit! I mean, this is not the same conversation that Grid and I had earlier." So
yeah.
It was encouraging.
Well, that's because I was on Counterpoints, and we walked through this whole thing, right? And so again. I've literally had 4 people send me 4 different at least 4 different videos. I may have more than that. I have links to a lot of fucking videos about this. I haven't had time to watch any of them because I've been fucking streaming all day. But and Counterpoints walks through it really pretty well from start to finish. And he's got 3 or 4 different video sources. And I actually didn't think he and I would agree on I thought that we would be at odds because I haven't even decided if I like counterpoints. $10 from Gravios 24. How about they don't break the law and cause obstruction of the law with their protesting, Dennison? This is akin to shaming the father who unalives a PDF file after he unalives his daughter.
You're making my point. You're making my point. I mean, no offense, Gravios. I don't know you. But you're making a total fucking moron and asshole out of yourself with that comment. I mean, what dude did to obstruct was to stop some armed thug bully who ended up murdering him from brutalizing a woman for no reason. And what did he do to do that? He stood there. He didn't even touch anybody or hurt anybody. He put
He
his hand
obviously
on
touched the officer.
At best, he put his hand on his waist. And now you're comparing that to a father avenging his sexually molested child? You fucking weirdo. Bro, delete that chat. Send another $10 in another form.
How many videos? I mean, let me ask you something. I really want to. Is the video that Dusty showed the only video you've watched of this?
No, I've watched all of them. I've seen like 15 of these videos, and none of them show the dude wrestling with the cops or obstructing. You got to tell me, what was the lawful duty that he was obstructing?
That cop arresting that woman. I mean, I don't understand how this. You guys keep saying this. I'm telling you, at some point, that officer was going to arrest that one. He had at least decided to detain that woman, and he probably was going to arrest her. Now, I can't tell you which he was going to do. First. I can't tell you which he was going to do, but he was going to do that.
So the law says you have to use your words first. You have to say, "You're under arrest. Step out of the way so I can arrest this person. Otherwise, you're under arrest too." Instead, what do we have? They grabbed him immediately. They shoved her. Before he even comes into this situation,
hold on.
He shoved her.
Hold on, calm down. You're getting a little wound up.
He shoved her first. Okay, so that's what happened first. The first thing that happened was a cop ran up to a chick and pushed her over. That's already illegal. It's already excessive force.
All right.
So everything that follows from there is unlawful, including the excessive force that they used to effect an arrest on him.
I don't think that's. I don't know that I agree with you about that.
I mean, I'm just talking about the law.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree with you with the sequence of events, because I don't think the cop ran over and pushed her. I think that's maybe you're just being hyperbolic there, but
no, that's
not what happened. The officer followed her across the street because she literally approached his vehicle, did whatever to obstruct.
Not illegal.
And then it can be if he considers it obstruction.
You're just making shit up.
But hold on, Dennison. I don't disagree with you that it may not have been illegal, but you don't fight that in the street. You don't.
So what?
This is. I don't understand where you're. Hold on. I don't understand where you're coming from.
No one is justifying what they did.
I'm not justifying shit. I'm telling you that if you're
looking for excuses why the cop should kill him.
I'm not. You're literally making shit up about how
you're the one making shit up. Bro.
I'm not making shit up.
She did whatever she did.
Apparently was going to arrest that woman because he had made a decision to go and get her.
That's apparent to you. He's required to use his words before he uses force.
Is he? He's a federal agent. I don't know what his duties and power of arrest are. Can you show me that? Because I don't know that.
Yes, just Google it real quick. You know, I actually pay attention to these things. I got decades of experience.
I'm not going to Google it right now, but I will. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. I don't believe that an officer has to say a federal agent has to say anything really before he decides other than say, "Hey, stop."
You don't tell someone.
But again, I don't actually. Hold on. I don't know what the officer says or doesn't say because I haven't heard one with audio. I do have one with some audio. I don't know if it has all the audio. I'll look. All right, hold on. Gravios is coming in here again. $10 from Gravios. I don't want to see anyone unalived, but I don't let rhetoric get in the way of objectivity. All the left have is operating off of their emotions and making emotional appeals.
That's what you're doing. You just talked about a father defending their abused son. You're the ones in your.
I'm not doing that.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying him.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You okay? Never mind. I thought you were talking to me. So, Dennison, I'm going to look into this because so I'm operating under the position that officer was going to arrest that woman for impeding and obstructing. Okay.
But do you know the elements for impeding and obstructing?
Okay.
Because I do.
Okay, fine. I'm operating under the position that officer had made a decision to arrest that woman. Okay. Or at least detain her. Right. I maybe he wasn't going to arrest her. Maybe he was just going to like put her in handcuffs for a minute, yell at her, and then let her go. I don't know. Cops do weird shit. I'm not gonna guess at what his actual end goal was, whether it's take her to jail or whatever. But if you step between an officer and the person that they're trying to detain, that is impeding, correct? Is that correct? No?
No.
Really?
You have to actually delay or obstruct a lawful duty.
It sure looks like
Walking
he's delaying
in front
and
of you is
obstructing.
not delaying or obstructing.
It looks like the guy's delaying and obstructing.
Yeah, he delayed a whole fucking 40 seconds went down between the time they shoved him over and murdered him. I mean, for fuck's sake. They murdered that guy in less than a minute.
So this is the thing, man. Like, I can't have it both ways. I can't say that there's no reason for this cop to interact with these people when there clearly is. This cop is interacting with these people.
What
right?
reason? You
and I
can't give me one.
and I can't say that this guy steps in between. This guy steps in between to protect this woman, but he's not interfering. I don't understand. I don't see that.
That's not what the definition of interfering is. Maybe if you knew it, you would understand.
Yeah. Go ahead, give it to me. Give me your definition.
I keep asking you what the act is of interference. Why'd she get pushed?
What
was her interference?
From me, the way I see it, and I could be wrong about this, she gets very close in his space and he pushes her off of him.
So getting close in your space, is that a misdemeanor or a felony?
I have no idea, but I know that cops don't like people in their personal space.
Yeah, I know they don't like it. And trust me, this whole thing is contempt of cop. She's guilty of contempt of cop. He's guilty of contempt of cop. And he got executed for contempt of cop. We're on the same page there. When there's actual laws being broken and actual justification for the use of lethal force, that's when it becomes bullshit and it flies out the fucking window. And you have to be retarded or brainwashed in order to make these kind of excuses.
Who is Lazarus? Define what you think violence should be. I don't know who the fuck you are.
It's they use a physicality in with the intent to harm.
Yeah. Crucible Crew. I don't think ICE knew he had a gun until they had him on the ground. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think so. I don't think they knew until they were wrestling with him, right?
My question would
be wrong about that.
If the gun didn't go off, then are they justified? Because everybody keeps saying that, repeating that same lie over and over again. The gun did not go off. There were 4 shots by officers, followed by 6 shots by officers. The SIG never went off.
I got you, Lazarus. I got you. He was making fun of you. Look, and this is getting circular now, which is fine. I don't mind going circular, but
now there's an illegal involved.
I don't know if there was a shot fired or not. I don't necessarily agree with what I saw in OG's stream earlier. I talked when I was talking with Counterpoints about it. He's like, yeah, I don't need that to make my argument. He'd heard the same thing. He couldn't confirm that there was a shot. It sounds like there's one in the audio, but he couldn't, he's like, yeah, I'm not going to commit to this. I agree with him. I'm not really married to the idea that there was a shot. That there was a need for the shot. I think just hearing gun, and seeing somebody still struggling, for some cops that's enough. I don't agree with it. It's just I just happen to know that that's what they're going to say, and it'll probably be ruled a legal shoot. I hate when people say good. There's nothing good about this shit. Like there's fucking nothing, right? Like nothing. There's literally nothing good about any of this shit.
Can you cite any precedents for that whatsoever, where hearing gun gives you the right to use lethal force?
Can I? No, I haven't.
Yeah.
But I had a cop tell me that it was.
I want to
ex-cop.
I'm in strange territory here. So just real quick, for the sake of posterity,
sure,
I want to categorize my comments on this. So in one category, I feel like what is morally correct. In the other category,
yeah. There's nothing moral about this shit. This is elite. Right? This is as moral as fuck.
And so that's two categories: morally correct and legally justified. There's some additional categories. There's also the category of what ought to be, right? So whether or not the current situation is, whatever the current situation is, what it could be if we weren't a bunch of bootlicking cucks. And then also there's another category too, which is what the cops can get away with regardless of what the law is. That's another category for me. So I would say this is morally wrong.
There's nothing moral about this shit.
It ought to not be, right? So that even if it's more, whatever the current legal or moral circumstances are, we should change our opinions to not encourage this shit in the future. It's legally unjustified. There's no lawful way for this to get to lethal force. And like I said, it's cloudier than the good situation. There's more justification for lethal force in this case than there was in the good situation, because there's a gun involved. And then I would say for the last category, which is what cops can get away with, I don't even think he's going to get charged. I don't see any reason why he'll go to court at all. This will require.
I think he'll go to court. It's way too public not to go to court.
He's a federal. The FBI is going to investigate this, so the FBI will have to charge one of their own essentially, and I don't see that happening.
I mean, you could be right about that. I just think there's too much.
Anybody who calls the cops when you have an emergency is a fucking idiot. You're asking for trouble. You're asking to get shot, to have your shit stolen, or your dog killed.
Yeah,
don't call the police.
My point all night has been, I carry a gun and I don't interact with officers if I can fucking help.
Justified use of force is when you're unreasonable, objective, fair for your life, through either through grievous bodily harm, because I don't think you should have to either choose between dead or shooting. I think that if you're about to maim a cop or harm him, in a grievous way, that he should also be able to use lethal force. It shouldn't just only be when his life is challenged. But obviously, when it's a life or death situation, he should be able to use deadly force. And I would also agree that under most circumstances, that should apply to others as well. But I would hold a police officer responsible. So if I'm going to grant a cop the right to use lethal force on the behalf of safety of another, then that means we overturn the Supreme Court rulings that say they're not responsible for our safety to begin with. You can't have it both ways.
I'm not trying to have it both ways.
No, I'm sorry. I'm having a dialogue with the chat because they're saying really retarded shit. And since it's not 4 people up here anymore, I can see what they're saying.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I mean, so first of all, while I agree, I've said all day that there's nothing fucking moral about this at all. $10 comes from Gravios24. I hope I'm saying that right. I try and get people's names right, but
Gravios?
If I'm saying it wrong, just let me know. The whole thing widens the divide in America, absolutely true, and aids the globalist in their takeover, absolutely true. But the left have no room to talk after Kirk. The middle ground died that day. The left are the violent ones. I don't know, man. I agree, but at the same time, I don't. This this is a weird fucking deal, man. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, this is, and I guess my problem with all of the videos are all so dissimilar that I don't know, man. It's not that I don't believe Dusty's video, but I'm going to watch all the fucking videos, and then I'll come to a determination. But my determination right now stands. I don't think it was moral. I do think the officer obviously felt like he was could make a justified case for interference or obstruction, whatever, with the women. And then once the dude got involved, which again, I personally would never do. There's no fucking way when I'm armed, I'm going to go fight cops. I don't want to get in a gunfight. There's no way I win. Even if I win the gunfight, my life's fucking over. I'm just telling you. Like, at some point, I'm going to get. So, yeah.
No, he was stupid for being down there to begin with. Armed, unarmed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that
to go down there. Period.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree.
And you get what's coming as a result of that. But nobody said that. We weren't saying that about Kyle Rittenhouse on this side.
But Kyle Rittenhouse, when he approached cops, he had both fucking hands up saying, "I'm armed. I'm surrendering."
But he was still a dumbass who went to a protest armed.
He didn't go to a protest armed. He went to protect a building armed. The protest came to him. He didn't go to the protest. He didn't go to the protest. The protest came to him. Remember, Rittenhouse was protecting buildings that weren't even supposed to be part of the protest. They were actually on like another block or whatever.
And that was dumb. And that's why he's going to have to live with the PTSD for the rest of his life, because he put himself in that situation.
I saw him last week.
Because, so defending property is smarter than defending a woman on the ground?
He didn't defend property. He defended his life.
By going there to defend a car dealership.
He went there to originally. He didn't go there. Hold on, Dennison. You're way fucking off based on this. He went there to defend property from from people trying to firebomb it or loot it. Which, by the way,
was super dumb and led to what happened.
No, that's fine. The problem is that when the protest or riot or whatever you want to call it was a riot, happened, him and his buddies went and were rendering aid to people. He was literally bandaging people. He got chased.
Riots were already happening.
He got chased. And then he shot.
All of this is a result of him going to a protest with a rifle. That was dumb. It was dumb
for him to go to the protest. The protest came for him.
Mother to let him to go there.
You're conflating, and you're wrong to do that. No, you're seriously
you saying stupid shit over and over.
I'm not saying stupid shit at all.
Yes, you are.
I'm saying accurate shit. He did not go to the protest. The riot surged to where he was.
The riots had been going on for days.
No, they had not.
Yes, they had.
No, they had not.
They had. Kenosha was already half burnt down. He went
to part of Kenosha where he was not had riots. Him and his friends went there to.
He should have stayed home. He wouldn't have had to kill 4 people.
3 people.
Shoot 4 people. He could have just stayed home and had some fucking Pop-Tarts.
See, he shot 3 people.
I love it. So this dude goes to a protest, which is his right to do, and the cops murder him, and you got nothing but complaints about dude's behavior. But
hold on. I didn't say bullshit. Fuck
Kyle
you,
made no mistakes.
Fuck you. I said I don't have a problem with him having his gun there at the protest. I didn't say I have a fucking problem with that. You're making shit up. I literally said the problem is he interfered with an officer doing his fucking job, and that's why it's fucked up. I carry a gun all the time. I carry a gun into the fucking airport. I carry a gun everywhere. But I do what I don't do. I don't go up to cops and do anything to antagonize them when I'm fucking armed. That's dumb.
It was dumb for Kyle to go to a riot armed too.
He didn't go to a riot. The riot came to him.
Then why did he have a rifle and why was he there?
Because he was armed
just
to protect a
Tuesday
building
afternoon?
against the potential of rioters. The riot,
So
where
he
he
was
was,
going
there
to-
was no
he was
riot. I
going to
don't
the
understand
rioters
why
with a
you're
gun.
fighting me on this. Where he was,
went
there
to
was
a
no
riot
riot.
with a
As a
gun.
matter of fact, there was no riot to the point where all he ended up doing was going out and literally giving people first aid that were wandering to him. Pardon me, I hit my mic. Wandering over to him that were hurt from the riot, and him and his friends were patching them up. They were giving him bandages. And then they decided to go to another location. He got separated. I don't understand why you don't understand this. And then he ended up having to defend himself when he got separated from his friend.
Why I don't
He
understand
was
it.
chased.
He
He didn't go looking for trouble. He was chased.
back
He tried
in
to run
reality-
away from trouble.
Because back in reality, the riots had been going on for 2 days already before he even showed up with his gun. He went to a protest armed like a
He
stupid
did
moron.
not go to a. It doesn't matter if he went to the protest armed. Nobody gives a shit about going to a protest armed. You're the only one talking about that.
You've been talking about it all day.
I have
You're so
not.
full of shit, your
I have
eyes are brown.
said I
Who
I
goes
don't
with
give
his
a shit
officers
about him
armed?
having his gun at the protest. I
Who
have
goes
a
with
problem.
cops armed? You've been saying all
I
day. You
have
said
a
it
problem
1,000
with
times.
interfering with an officer who is effecting an arrest or whatever the fuck he was doing.
Yeah, you got wrecked. You got wrecked, buddy.
No, you're the one
Delete
getting
the-
wrecked.
delete the
You are
streams.
conflating a bunch of different things,
Delete the
Dennis. I
streams,
don't know
man.
whether it's just late, maybe you've drank too much. I don't know what the fuck is going
I don't
on here.
drink. Delete the
I
streams.
don't either.
Are you
It's-
drinking? Is that why?
I don't drink at all. Never have.
Delete the streams, boss.
You need
You've
to.
been saying how
You
stupid it is
are
to
so
go to the
fucking far
protest
off
with the gun
base.
all day.
You are literally so far fucking off base. You are conflating Kyle Rittenhauser rendering first aid
He went to a
to
protest
this guy
armed
interfering with
riot.
fucking cops.
There were 2 days of riots before he showed up like a dum-dum.
It's irrelevant. Who cares?
It's not irrelevant when it's
I've never said word one about that guy. Remember, I said it's fine for him to go to the protest with his fucking firearm.
True.
Why are you trying to say that I said something I didn't say? I don't have any
You
problems
didn't
going
say
to the
it. You've
protest
been
with him
saying
going
it.
to a protest.
You
with
and
his
Cash
firearm.
Patel both been saying it.
I don't give a shit about Cash Patel. I'm only care what I fucking said.
You said it.
I did not.
You said it earlier tonight.
I did
You
not.
said it 10
I
minutes
fucking
ago.
did not. I've said the whole time my problem is he involved himself while he was armed.
And so did Kyle.
Kyle defended himself, and when he approached officers, he did
He
so,
put himself in a
and he fucking
situation where he had
surrendered.
to
He said,
defend
"I'm
himself 'cause he
fucking
went to a
armed.
riot with a
I'm fucking
rifle.
armed. Don't fucking shoot me."
He went to a riot with a rifle. He put himself in
Yeah,
that
you're
situation.
just making shit up now.
Just like Peretti did.
You're just making shit up, Dennison.
Just like
You were doing
Rachel
really good
did.
there for a while, but now you're just making shit up.
They all put themselves in that situation.
Rittenhouse did not involve himself into police affairs with his firearm.
Of course he did.
No, he
he
didn't.
even went as far as to interfere and get in between the police and the rioters, and
No, he-
that's what got him chased was because he
No, he
put out
didn't.
that fire
You
at the
are
gas
making
station.
shit up.
And that's after he got there in the
You are
middle.
literally making shit up.
That's after
You're
he got
literally
there
making
in the
shit
middle
up
of a
right now.
riot. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Kyle got chased by Rosenbaum because he put the fire out of the dumpster that was at the gas station.
Yes, he put the fire out, and he was peacefully
got him
walking
chased.
along,
And the reason
and
why
the
he was
fucker
there
started to
because he went
to
a
chase him.
riot.
Where's him
Remember
interfering with a cop? Hold
earlier
on,
when
hold
he
on,
said
hold on.
that there was no riot?
Stop,
Remember when he said that earlier? There was no riot.
Stop.
48 hours of riots before he got there.
Stop. The area he was in, there was no riot when he got there.
48 hours of riots in Kenosha. Downtown.
Yeah, Kenosha's not
where he
not
was.
a little not too
Downtown
blocked.
Kenosha, there were riots right where
Yeah.
he went to with a gun.
Okay.
That's why he went there with the gun.
Sure, whatever. Fine, I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong about that he didn't interfere with cops. You are fucking wrong about that. You are
I didn't say he
conflating
interfered
two
with
different
cops.
things. You are conflating two different things.
No, not. I'm saying
Yes, you
Kyle
are.
went to a protest armed, and that was dumb.
But
He put
and I
himself
don't-
in the
I
situation
don't
that
think
was
it was dumb. I think he's fine
He
to
put
go there.
himself into a situation where he had to use lethal force because he was dumb. He should have stayed
Yeah,
home.
you're welcome to that opinion, but it has
fucked
nothing
around
to
and
do
found
with
out he
this
should stay home.
situation.
Now he has to live with that for the rest
hold
of
on a
his life.
second. Let me read this because I've been fucking waiting. I'm sorry, Gravios. I apologize. I got heated there for a minute. Just give me a second. $10 comes in from Gravios. 24. I don't see right wingers burning down cities in protest with paid agitators. Hell, J6 is a cakewalk compared to the Summer of Love and what's happening in Minneapolis. I actually agree with you on that, which is weird. $2 came in from I'm not really sure how you say this name, Kylerin Emil. I hope I did that justice. I apologize. And I think there's one more here that I missed. I'm sorry, man. Guys, I'm sorry with super chatters. I'm sorry, Mr. Super Chats, but I got into it with Dennison over here. I like going back and forth. I enjoy this shit. I should be in bed right now. The $10 from Gravios 24. If he didn't have that rifle, he'd be dead, you sack of bricks.
If he had stayed home and watched TV, he would have had nothing. He wouldn't have had to kill anybody.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
There were a lot of people assaulted there.
If he had stayed home and watched
TV. Who was he patching up? Who was he patching up again?
If he had stayed home and watched TV, then we wouldn't have this conversation. There'd be no Kyle Rittenhouse shooting.
Okay, so all right, so same deal. If
that's why I said it was
the guy. If the guy
minutes ago, before everybody spurred the fuck out.
If Preddy had stayed at home,
correct,
then he wouldn't have gotten shot.
Correct. That's the whole point. Thank you. Welcome to 10 minutes ago. But no, we had to have this huge spurgathon about how they're not the same thing in any way, shape, or form.
It's not the same fucking thing.
It is.
It is not. It's okay
it is.
For Preddy. Look, no, you're Dennison.
It's exactly what I said
it's
too.
Fine for Preddy to go
to home and had a pop tart.
Nobody gives a shit.
I said if Preddy had stayed home and minded his own business, maybe he wouldn't have got shot.
Sure, maybe. I don't know.
If Kyle Rittenhouse had stayed home and minded his own business, he wouldn't have to shoot those.
Okay,
people.
Sure, fine. And if
it was dumb for him to go to the riot with a gun,
it was
it negatively.
No, so I disagree. I disagree. I disagree with you, Dennison. We're not going to agree on this.
The only one more dumb.
I believe that anybody should be able to carry a gun anywhere they want to.
What kind of a mother encourages that?
Hold on.
That's fucking insane.
Calm down. There's I have no problem with Preddy carrying his firearm to this event. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
We've ceded even more ground, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't have a problem with him carrying that, which I've always said all day today. I've said the same thing. I don't care that he carried the firearm. I think it's weird that the press keeps saying his legally carried firearm when he actually at the time was illegally carrying it because he didn't have his cards and shit with him.
How you know all these details? Have
because
you seen the arrest report?
Fucking news. I mean, I read.
The news told you he didn't have a CCW?
No, the news said that he left his ID and his CCW card at home, which in the state of Minnesota is legally required for him to carry his firearm. So he was illegally carrying his firearm.
The news said that, or DHS said that?
I believe it was. It was in one of the podcasts this morning.
Because I don't think the news knows. So I don't think they said shit. I think Kristi Noem said that.
I don't think Kristi Noem said that. I haven't listened to Kristi Noem.
Just like the shit that was made up about Rachel Good that came straight from DHS.
All right. Yeah, I haven't listened to Kristi Noem, so I have no fucking clue. However, what I do know is if that's true, and apparently it is a common thing for people who attend these protests to leave their ID at home. So if stop by federal, my wife's calling me. If stop by federal officers, then they don't have to give ID because they don't have it. And I don't know. Maybe that's I've asked around. Seems to be
you still have to give ID.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll leave.
You still have to give ID.
Huh?
If you're not carrying ID with you, you have to state your name and address.
Sure.
And that varies from state to state.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna. I don't really give a shit one way or the other. That's just what I was told. I don't really care. My only problem is this numbnuts, while he was armed, involved himself with law enforcement officers, and not in a good way. Like he's like trying to push and shove against them. I got to go, man. My wife's calling me. Let me read this last super chat, and I got to go talk to my wife. $10 again comes in from Gravios 24. He got knocked down onto the ground by a dude swinging a skateboard at him and was being chased by an ex-convict, you dundermuffin.
That's why he should have stayed home. None of that would have happened if he just stayed home.
Yeah. If we all stayed home, we would nothing would happen to us. Guys, I hate to do this. I got to get the fuck out of here.
Don't go to armed riots, people. Don't go to armed protests. Stay home. Watch TV. Watch Grid One.
Let me see if I can set this up. Like, I don't even have YouTube open right now.
If you're thinking about going to a protest in Minnesota, stay home and watch Grid One on YouTube.com. Otherwise, fuck around and find out.
I'll be in a minute. I'm trying to shut down. I'll be in right in. Okay. All right. Sorry. Where the fuck? I need to do this.
There's no news reports that he didn't have his ID, by the way. That was the setup question. It was DHS that said it.
DHS said that? I didn't.
Yeah, I just want to see how many people in the chat would know what the fuck they're talking about or just regurgitate bullshit. So we got it.
I don't know. I saw that in a couple of different places today. I didn't see it from DHS, so I don't go to DHS, so whatever.
They're the only ones releasing details about the arrest right now.
Okay. But that wouldn't be necessarily part of the arrest, would it?
Sure. They got to search the dead body of the guy they just killed.
Let's see. Who's up?
Now there's no arrest.
I'm sorry?
I'm just laughing at some of the people in your chat, bro.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm not watching my chat. I apologize.
Good convo, though. I suppose some more information.
Oh, ran a mile grid. That's true. I saw. I didn't talk to him, but I saw Rittenhouse at SHOT Show this week, so that was cool. So we want me to raid Teriak. I don't particularly like Teriak, but I can raid him. But let me see. I did say that all things are forgiven this year. So if I did say that.
You can't forgive the Irish, though. That's a bad move.
Don't forgive the Irish.
I'm just playing.
Why would we not forgive the Irish?
I don't know. They steal all the potatoes.
I don't know what you're saying, man. Maybe I'm just super tired. $50 from Gravios 24. Banger. Go to bed, Motorsport. Thanks for the entertainment. Hey, man, I do try. It's and Dennison, as many times I call you an idiot, don't take it personally, man.
It's a good stream, man. Thank you.
I pretty much call everybody idiots, and so don't feel too bad.
No, it was a good stream. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I don't have to agree with everybody on everything. Can somebody give me Teriak's how you spell Teriak? I don't fucking remember.
Tareyak.
I always thought it was spelled CUNT, but apparently I'm kidding. Come on, I'm tired as fuck. Somebody spell Teriak for me. Oh, there we go. All right, we got it. You mother lovers. All right. My wife's gonna be, she's not mad at me, but she's gonna be like, "You're ignoring me." Probably. All right. Locked in. All right, guys. You guys are going over to Teriak's.
Woohoo.
All you motherfuckers be cool. And if you can't be cool, at least try. As always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. And go stand on Teriak's fucking lawn. See you guys. Thank you very much.